Well, their dream becoming a Democratic nightmare. DACA recipients protesting in front of DNC headquarters in Washington, D.C., taking aim at Democrats after months of no action.
The Democratic Party has never been on my side. Instead, what we got in 2012 was something that left us hanging by a thread.
Well, some of those protesters dressed as elderly people, signifying the length of time that they've waited for a resolution. That's what they say. Well, the group staged a brief sit-in, blocking the doors to the DNC. Well, the president tweeting, it is March 5th, and the Democrats are nowhere to be found on DACA. That gave them 6 months, he did. They just don't care. Where are they? We are ready to make a deal. Now, the Federalist Molly Hemingway says that the president is absolutely right. Now that the courts took away the deadline, the Democrats have zero interest in fixing the problem.
This isn't really an issue that Democrats necessarily want to fix. This group of illegal immigrants is far and away the most sympathetic group. And if you take care of those problems, and if you take care of the problems that led to the creation of this group, you kind of lose a really important political messaging point. Both parties have these issues that they strategically don't want to fix. And I think this is one for Democrats where they don't really want to fix it.
And still, all talk, no action from Nancy Pelosi, tweeting, Dreamers have proven their dedication to our American community more times than anyone can count. These young Americans deserve to live with stability and without fear. Well, Iran's growing nuclear threat becoming the focus of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's White House visit. Israel's leader calling the rogue regime the biggest threat in the Middle East, and he's blaming the Obama-era nuclear deal. So where does the U.S. go from here? Here now to weigh in is senior fellow at the Hudson Institute, Rebecca Heinrichs. Rebecca, first of all, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Good morning, Heather.
So this particular visit, it was what, the fifth time that the two leaders have met since President Trump took office?
And they have a very warm relationship, which is a stark contrast to the relationship that Prime Minister Netanyahu had with President Obama. And they had a very chilly relationship, and that was for a number of reasons. The main one was because President Obama set out to not only strike this deal with the Iranian government that would supposedly freeze and roll back the nuclear weapons program, but it would really legitimize Iran again, bring Iran into the international community, flood the Iranians with cash whenever it was freed up from sanctions. And what that had the effect of doing was empowering Iran so that Iran could continue its malign activities, spread missiles throughout the region. I recently saw some of the missiles that the Saudis have, that were fired at them from Yemen, and they're of Iranian origin. And so this all happened during the Obama administration. Of course, nobody is at greater risk when Iran is in power than Israel. And so now that you have President Trump, who's determined to roll back Iran's influence and cooperate with Israel, no wonder that the two leaders have such a warm relationship.
Yeah, and Israel's also accused Tehran of seeking to have a permanent military presence in Syria as well.
That's exactly right. I mean, Iran has its claws everywhere in the region. It's not satisfied with merely building itself up, its military. And in Iran, it continues to not only, there was the nuclear program, but it continues to improve its missiles as well. And those would be the delivery systems if it did decide to violate the Iran deal or break out and finish its nuclear peace. And President Obama even admitted that Iran would likely continue its terrorism efforts, and some of the money from the Iran deal would go towards that. He was just hoping that bringing Iran into the international community would moderate it, and of course that has not had the effect.
So he hoped to do that, and then as he tried to do that, he further isolated Israel from the United States.
That's exactly right. I mean, Israel was beating the drum the whole time, saying this is ridiculous. That Rouhani, the president of Iran, was not a moderate, and people continue to say he's a moderate when he's not. And so Netanyahu continued to say that. And the other big piece here that was important to Netanyahu that President Trump did well is he moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. That was a major sign of solidarity with Israel. President Trump has great instincts on what do you do to help our friends and harm our enemies. President Obama did not have good instincts on that.
And that's set to be unveiled, I believe it is in May, and the president making a decision whether or not he will go to Jerusalem for that. Now, something that we don't need Iran to become is North Korea. That's something else that happened yesterday. South Korea and North Korea, the officials met for talks in Pyongyang, talking about how to move forward with denuclearization.
That's exactly right. And you made just a great point. North Korea is the cautionary tale of what could happen with Iran. And of course, Iran and North Korea cooperate on their illicit missile programs. But yes, these talks have begun with these a couple of South Korean officials with Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea. The South Koreans are, of course, optimistic that this will continue, this diplomatic, opening that the Olympics kind of kicked off. It's my read that the North Koreans are using this as sort of a propaganda item. I don't think the North Koreans are interested in actually having diplomacy with South Korea. But this will provide essential insight into the health of Kim Jong-un, and so that, these South Koreans will be able to come back and talk to American officials about, what is his mental state, what is his physical state. I think that will provide useful information.
That's interesting. It will also be interesting to see if the joint military exercises that we put on hold because of the Olympics between South Korea and the United States continue as planned after this meeting. I'm interested to see what happens with that. Thank you, Rebecca. We appreciate you having you here with us as always.
Thanks, Heather.
Have a great day. Well, the time now is about 20 minutes after the top of the hour, and a California mayor insisting that she did nothing wrong when she sounded the alarm about immigration raids.
What I did was my job as the mayor of Oakland and reflective of the values of the people that I represent.
Well, the shocking new numbers showing the hundreds of illegals that escaped as the head of ICE hits back. And record low ratings, America tuning out the anti-Trump Oscars. Carly Shimkus here with reaction online to the all-time low.
Father, in the name of Jesus, right now, you are Jehovah Rapha. You are the healer. We look to the cross. The healing is in the cross. The power is in your sacrifice, Jesus. In the name of Jesus Christ, right now, Word of God, come forth. Touch your children in the name of Jesus. I call health and healing to their bodies. I bind every demonic spirit, cancer, cell, bone, blood, body chemistry, hormonal disorders, AIDS, Alzheimer's, MS, fatigue. Right now, every diabetes, arthritis, come out in the name of Jesus. I heal the children of God for the glory of God in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen and amen.
Throughout my life, I've always tried to be there for the people around me. Now, things have changed. I'm so grateful to have an angel who truly cares for me.
It's so rewarding to be a part of his life and make a difference when he needs it the most.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
Welcome back to Fox and Friends First. Jimmy Kimmel claimed that he was keeping this year's Oscars positive, but the ratings were anything but. Carly Shimkus with Fox News Headlines 24/7, Sirius XM 115. It's here with reaction to a record low for the Academy Awards. Low.
Was I the only person that watched? I guess
Maybe.
so. Well, Oscar ratings did take a nosedive this year, down 20% to 26.5 million viewers. A historic low, like you said. Now, as for the reason, many people speculate that it's because all the political commentary is driving people away.
We don't make films like Call Me By Your Name for money. We make them to upset Mike Pence.
Now, countless social media posts say they tuned out because the show was just too darn political. Jen says it should be about the movies that are nominated, not about politics. Had enough on Twitter, clearly had enough, tweeting, will Hollywood types like Kimmel, Jennifer Lawrence, Kathy Griffin ever wake up? They're entertainers with little political influence and not activists. And Kathleen says when the audience is down to zero, they might figure out why. Now, another reason for the ratings dip might be because the show was so long, and no big blockbusters were nominated this year as well.
Yeah. All right, so let's move on to the NRA. And there's been a lot of controversy, gun safety and that type of thing, but memberships for the NRA have actually soared after the Florida high school shooting.
That's right. About a dozen gun rights organizations across the country told Time magazine that their membership has spiked since the Parkland school shooting. Patrick Parsons, who is the head of Georgia Gun Owners, told Time.com as soon as anti-gun attacks started coming in on Twitter, Facebook, and in the media, we began to hear from people who didn't even own guns who wanted to join up. Social media now weighing in on this. A lot of people say it makes sense, including Stout, who says, as it should be, just think how many are out there supporting the NRA that are not even members. Another Twitter user named Ken says he just changed his membership to a lifetime membership. Michael also says, I had a membership, let it expire, and just renewed it. So whenever people's Second Amendment rights feel like there might be a threat to them, usually these gun rights organization memberships spike.
Yeah, and just by the way, the Stoneman Douglas High School Band is performing at Carnegie Hall in New York City today.
That's right.
So
yes.
good for them.
Yeah, that's right.
So thousands signed this petition for a national holiday for Reverend Billy Graham.
That's right. A Change.org petition has about 85,000 signatures now. It says, let's get a national holiday for Billy Graham. Mr. Graham preached the gospel to more people in live audiences than anyone else in history. So there is a whole lot of support for a national holiday for this national treasure.
Yeah, it was an amazing funeral service for sure.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for joining us, Carly.
Thanks
Appreciate
a lot.
it,
Appreciate
as
it.
always. Well, the time now is about half past the top of the hour, and March to the midterms in just a few hours. Voters in Texas will head to the polls. So how will this primary election shape what's to come? Our next guest says that the outcome could be a major wake-up call for Republicans.
This right here is called parenting, guys. If you don't know what it's like, here you go. Teach your child a lesson. You don't have to kill them. You don't always have to beat them. But sometimes it sucks for them, and that's what teaches them.
Paying the price. We'll explain all this. The father who punished his son for bullying by making him run to school in the rain. The mixed reaction that's pouring in online.
I can do more to lower my A1C.
And I can do it with what's already within me.
Because my body can still make its own insulin. And once weekly Trulicity activates my body to release it. Trulicity is not insulin. It comes in a once weekly, truly easy to use pen. It works 24/7, and you don't have to see or handle a needle.
Trulicity is a once-weekly injectable medicine to improve blood sugar in adults with type 2 diabetes when used with diet and exercise. It should not be the first medicine to treat diabetes or for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Do not take Trulicity if you have a personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer, if you have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you're allergic to Trulicity. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or symptoms like itching, rash, or trouble breathing. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases your risk for low blood sugar. Common side effects include nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, decreased appetite, and indigestion. Some side effects can lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
I choose once-weekly Trulicity to activate my within.
If you need help lowering your A1C and blood sugar, activate your within. Ask your doctor about once-weekly Trulicity.
Welcome back to Fox and Friends First, 4:30 in the morning here on the East Coast. A Fox News alert for you. Disturbing new warning that terrorists could now use poison to kill mass amounts of people. The UK spy group MI5 says that ISIS jihadists are attempting to create deadly bioweapons in secret labs using ricin and anthrax to contaminate food in supermarkets or the water supply. Well, this comes a week after Prince Harry and Meghan Markle were mailed a white powder that was later deemed harmless. Well, after hundreds of illegal immigrants avoided arrest by ICE, Attorney General Jeff Sessions is now heading to California. Well, Sessions will address the Oakland mayor's decision to warn residents about the raids. ICE took 232 illegals into custody, but almost 800 are still on the streets. Agents say that they're ready to take some swift action.
We are going to take custody of him. We will review that case and possibly present it to the U.S. Attorney for prosecution. But irregardless, we will remove that individual from this country once we're done with him. 180
criminals were among those arrested, 115 of them felons. And a train conductor could be out of a job after allegedly warning passengers about an ICE sweep that never happened. A New Jersey Transit passenger say that the conductor announced agents were, quote, looking for illegals, but ICE denies any agents were on board and says that it only does targeted enforcement, not random sweeps. Well, New Jersey Transit tweeted that it has suspended the conductor without pay during its investigation. And a man who lost his brother 7 years ago to the Obama administration's Fast and Furious scandal, now appealing to President Trump to reopen the case. Well, the botched ATF operation put thousands of weapons into the hands of criminals south of the border, one of them killing border agent Brian Terry. His brother Kent tweeting at the commander-in-chief, I talked to you back on the campaign trail here in Michigan, and you offered to reopen the books into this senseless scandal. And he will join Fox and Friends Live later this morning to talk about what is next, so stay tuned for that. An ousted FBI agent Peter Strzok under fire yet again for possibly compromising national intelligence information. Two sources telling Fox News that Strzok was told of a potential breach into Hillary Clinton's email server back in 2016, but failed to do a formal damage assessment. This, of course, coming as a report from the Justice Department Inspector General Michael Horowitz is expected soon on the DOJ and the FBI's handling of the Clinton email case. Big day in Texas. In just a few hours, Texas voters will head to the polls as the first primary of the 2018 midterms kicks in. But the numbers show that a blue wave is hitting the Lone Star State. So could we see the state turn blue? And if so, could this be a forecast of what's to come in other midterm races? Here now to weigh in is former pollster to the Ted Cruz presidential campaign, Chris Wilson. Chris, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
It's a big day down in Texas, and right now, if we look at the early voting numbers, Democrats coming out on top.
Well, they are, and I think it illustrates to every Republican that in past years you could run a bad campaign and still win in Texas, but in 2018 every Republican is going to have to run an aggressive campaign and take their message right to the voters. But a few points that I think that are lost on a lot of the reporting. Number one is Republicans are up too. They're up over their 2014 level, and you have to remember in 2014 every statewide race in Texas was contested. That's not the case this year. So there's also Republican enthusiasm, Heather. It's not just on the Democratic side.
Yeah, and President Trump, he has endorsed several different candidates. He sent out this tweet saying that I want to encourage all of my many Texas friends to vote in the primary for Governor Greg Abbott, Senator Ted Cruz, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, Attorney General Ken Paxton. They are helping me to make America great again. Vote early or on March 6th. So do you think that will help these candidates?
Well, I think it does. I mean, you've got to remember the Trump surge in 2016 came in rural counties. And all those numbers that you just reported come from the top 15 urban counties. Those are the counties that report earliest. So Texas has 254 counties, 15 counties reported, at least 239 counties still to go. And those are the kind of counties that are motivated, that are excited about Donald Trump. And I think that a tweet like that could have an impact and really affect turnout. So we'll see what happens today. I mean, it could change a lot.
Yeah, we talked about the turnout and the uptick in Democratic voters happening there in Texas, but there's also been an uptick in Democratic candidates as well. What do you attribute that to?
Well, the Democrats had a concerted effort. Going back in 2014, it seems like every couple of years Democrats get really excited about, we're going to turn Texas blue. So in 2014, they had Wendy Davis, and she had big rallies. And, this year you're hearing about Beto O'Rourke having big rallies. Same kind of thing. But they set up an organization, Battleground Texas, that is now in 2018 did a good job going out and recruiting candidates in every race. They ran a coordinator for the first time absentee ballot early vote effort that is having an impact. I mean, that's why they are having the kind of turnout they are. And it's the first time that you're really seeing it back and forth between the two parties, whereas they've kind of been, the Democratic Party has really been non-existent in Texas going back over the last several cycles.
Yeah, the first of the 2018 primaries as well, which is so hard to believe. I can't believe we're back at this again. What do you think this will spell out in terms of other primaries moving forward?
Well, it's what it does show to Republicans is you can't just expect your voters to turn out. You've got to also run a very aggressive, coordinated absentee ballot early vote program. As we're seeing is in Texas, there's a lot of votes that'll be cast. Maybe as much as over 50 to 60% are going to be cast early. I think that's a trend that's going to continue on. And so you can't just go out and campaign on Election Day or for Election Day. You've got to target those voters and get them out early because, a vote cast leading up to Election Day is one that is there. It's going to be there for you. And that's where Democrats have done well. And I think Republicans have got to take the lesson from that and be a little more aggressive going into the rest of the cycle.
Yeah, take some lessons from what President Trump did during the presidential campaign as well. Chris, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Check back with us after the election today.
You bet, we'll do. Thanks.
Well, the time now is about 20 minutes until the top of the hour, and fist flying on this plane packed with people. So what in the world sparked these passengers to lose their control? We'll talk about that. And a sign of respect for our soldiers at stake. The iconic crosses at Arlington National Cemetery ripped right out of the ground. An outraged veteran joins us live.
High five.
Be careful. Hello, watch out. Next time, use the horn when it's falling down.
And Chip and Jo are back. The inside scoop on their brand new series.
What is your lotion wish?
I want coconut oil,
cocoa butter, shea butter.
And no more reapplying. We listened. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal gently exfoliates, then our triple blend of moisturizers helps prevent dry skin all day. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcoes for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
If my skin was dry, it would look like this. But Gold Bond Men's Lotion has 7 moisturizers and skin-strengthening proteins for smoother, healthier-looking skin. Man up.
America knows who tells it straight.
I got news for you.
America knows who gets it right.
You tell me.
That's why more Americans turn to Judge Jeanine every weekend.
We've got a lot on tap for you tonight.
Every Saturday on the Fox News Channel.
Look at that, fist flying on board a Southwest Airlines flight. That's where this happened. The fight breaking out after the flight from Dallas to L.A. landed, and passengers say that it was sparked by a missed connection. The passengers involved were handed over to police. And then there's this other mid-air scare to tell you about. Passengers restraining an unruly flyer who tried opening the cabin door.
I am God. 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 I am God.
Yeah, that's scary. The United Express flight from San Francisco to Boise, Idaho was able to land safely. Police were waiting at the gate, and the woman was taken for medical evaluation. Let's hope she's okay. And reversing course. We told you about this yesterday. United Airlines now issuing a ground stop on their plan to dole out employee bonuses by lottery. Tracy Crosco from our sister network, Fox Business, here with an update. You know, Tracy, we said this didn't make too much sense.
Yes, and United already deciding to, as you said, reverse course, deciding to press pause on this program after employee backlash. One flight attendant even started an online petition that got more than 1,000 signatures, dozens of angry comments about this change, this new lottery program that would give employees bonuses between the price range of $2,000 to $40,000. It was a lottery drawing, but there would be one person that would receive a $100,000 bonus. So people not happy about this program taking away their quarterly bonuses. Here is what United had to say about it. The president said, quote, "Our intention was to introduce a better, more exciting program, but we misjudged how these changes would be received by many of you." So as I said, they're taking a pause. They're trying to figure out what to do next with these bonuses. But we didn't think it was a good idea yesterday.
No, I like how you say taking a pause.
Yes.
All right. So Robo Cooks, what is this about?
So Cali Burger, it's a chain in California right now. They've introduced someone called Flippy. It's a burger flipping robot. So Flippy started work this week. Still needs the help of a human to kind of make the burger patties, but then Flippy will put them on the grill, monitor the temperature, take them off the grill, and then the human will put them in the bun, and there they are ready to go. So Flippy can serve or make up to 2,000 burgers a day, and they hope to implement Flippy in the other Cali Burger chains across the country, saying not replacing humans, just a helping hand.
Okay, all right, I like that.
Yes.
Not replacing humans. We don't want that to happen. Thank you so much, Tracy.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Heather.
it.
Bye-bye.
Well, a man was arrested. Did you hear about this? For stealing Frances McDormand's Oscar and then bragging about it. Not a good idea. On social media.
got this tonight. This is mine. We got it tonight, baby.
Well, Terry Bryant posting this video with the actress's Oscar on Facebook. Bryant swiping that statue moments after McDormand got her name etched in gold at the governor's ball onto the statue. Well, a photographer who followed Bryant managed to grab that Oscar and then hand it to actor Gary Oldman, and then he eventually handed it back to McDormand. That was a good movie, the 3 Billboards. But Chip and Joanna Gaines, this is good news. They're set to appear in a brand new HGTV show after announcing that they are filming their 5th and final season of Fixer Upper.
High five.
Be careful. Hello, watch out. Next time, use the horn when it's falling down.
I'm so glad they're still going to be on. The spinoff series is called Behind the Design, which will highlight how Joanna creates breathtaking designs and strategy to staging in each overhaul. But they have not been shown on TV yet. It will kick off on April 10th. Makes you wonder if they were ever actually leaving, though. And then a parent's worst nightmare, the terrifying moment that a father realizes his children were kidnapped.
He stole my kids! I got 3 kids in that car!
Unbelievable. The chilling 911 call as he tries to chase down his stolen vehicle. And a sign of respect for our soldiers at stake, the crosses at Arlington Cemetery could be coming down. An outraged veteran firing back, saying that these tributes are meant for great leaders and unforgotten heroes. Kathy Barnett here live up next. You want to stay tuned for that. But first, a look at weather. The weather as this winter storm we've been telling you about sets its sights on the East Coast. Welcome back to Fox and Friends. First, war memorial crosses at Arlington National Cemetery could be in jeopardy after a federal appeals court ruled that a 91-year-old tribute cross in Maryland was unconstitutional. A judge offering a blistering dissent saying that the decision puts at risk hundreds of monuments with similar symbols standing on public grounds across the country. Here to weigh in is 10-year veteran and radio talk show host Kathy Barnett. We always love having you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
So we were just discussing, how it really boggles my mind that the crosses at Arlington National Cemetery could be put in jeopardy by this.
Yeah, and as you and I were discussing, those who have fallen, they could care less what is garnishing their grave. But what this really goes to is the fact that we have now come to a point in our culture where we can no longer have dissenting opinions, where everyone, and primarily no opinion that includes conservative or Christian opinions, but try as they may, humanists, progressives, and many in the Democratic Party would have us to believe that America was founded in some black amoral vacuum, but it wasn't. The handprint of Christianity is all throughout the making of this great country. I mean, just think about it for a moment. Why do we even have memorials in the first place if not to honor the unforgotten heroes and the leaders in our country?
Yeah.
And likewise, why do we put crosses on the overwhelming majority of veteran memorials? It is because you cannot separate America from Christianity.
Right.
So try as they might, Christianity is a significant part of our culture.
I'm so glad that we're bringing this to people's attention. Here is what the American Humanist Association had to say about it. Their statement was that government war memorials should respect all veterans, not just those from one religious group. The cross unconstitutionally endorses Christianity and favors Christian soldiers to exclusion of all others. But that's not true.
No,
not
it's
at
not true.
Arlington National Cemetery, for sure.
You know what? Humanism is like an autoimmune deficiency. They will eventually eat themselves alive. But I love what our founding father, John Adams, says, that our country or our Constitution, and by extension, America, is made only for a moral and religious people. So I would take it a step further to say that America cannot exist. America, as you and I have come to know her, being the land of freedom, the land of opportunity, the land of prosperity, a shiny beacon of hope to so many nations, cannot exist apart from the influence of Christianity, apart from the influences of Jesus Christ. So again, try as they may, Christianity is a significant part of our culture.
And it seems very focused when you talk about the rights of everyone, that the rights of Christians seem to be more and more excluded.
Yeah, right? I mean, and these are the same people who stand on their tiptoes screaming out tolerance, right? But they tend to be some of the most intolerant people we've ever seen, especially when it comes to Christian or conservative or patriotic attitudes.
Yeah, as a veteran, how does this make you feel?
For most veterans, when we run into battle, we run behind that American flag, right? And we're willing to surrender our lives to something greater than ourselves. I mean, it's the purpose of the Declaration. It's the whole premise behind the Declaration of Independence, is that there is a God who believes we should be free and not the subject of another. And it's the very thing that many soldiers and many first responders even run and are willing to sacrifice their lives for something greater than themselves.
Yeah.
Humanism is all about me, myself, and I, and it's the very reason why our culture is in a topsy-turvy kind of downward spiral today.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better myself, for sure. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your service as well.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Well, coming up, the time now is about 8 minutes until the top of the hour, and paying the price. The father who punished his son, you have to see this, for bullying by making him run to school in the rain.
This right here is called parenting, guys. If you don't know what it's like, here you go. Teach your child a lesson. You don't have to kill them. You don't always have to beat them. But sometimes it sucks for them, and that's what teaches them.
What do you think about that, Kathy? What do you think? Good idea? I don't know. We'll have the whole story. We'll have the whole story coming up and some mixed reaction.
The fact that he...
Throughout my life, I've always tried to be there for the people around me. Now, things have changed. I'm so grateful to have an angel who truly cares for me.
It's so rewarding to be a part of his life and make a difference when he needs it the most.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
If my skin was dry, it would look like this. But Gold Bond Men's Lotion has 7 moisturizers and skin strengthening proteins for smoother, healthier looking skin. Man up.
What is your lotion wish?
I want coconut oil,
cocoa butter, shea butter.
and no more reapplying.
We listened. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal gently exfoliates, then our triple blend of moisturizers helps prevent dry skin all day. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcoes for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
As an allergy sufferer, you're wired differently. Nasacort is different too. Unlike antihistamines, it targets more of the allergic inflammation that causes your congestion and other nasal allergy symptoms for 24-hour relief. Nasacort stops more of what makes you miserable.
I was recently diagnosed with diabetes, and my dry skin was a thing that alerted my doctor to my condition.
Gold Bond Diabetics Dry Skin Relief. 90% saw noticeable skin improvement in 1 hour.
My skin feels nourished, healthy.
News continues to be wherever you are. With brand new apps for Roku, Apple TV, Android TV, and Amazon Fire, you'll never miss an episode. Live or on your own time. Your favorite shows are always within your reach. Download now and never miss an episode of Fox News Channel.
Welcome back to Fox and Friends First. A dramatic 911 call revealing the horror that one dad faces as he chases down a stolen truck with his 3 children inside.
He stole my kids! I got 3 kids in there!
I was a passenger in my father's vehicle. I seen what happened. I just said, come on. We tried our hardest to catch the guy.
Well, the dad left his car running outside an Ohio convenience store with his 2 4-year-olds and a 1-year-old in the back seat. That's when the thief jumped in and took off. Another man who watched the whole thing unfold picked the dad up, tried catching up in his own car, and then the stolen SUV was later found abandoned in a parking lot. The kids safely returned. That's a good thing. Howard Mullis, this guy right here, was later arrested. And some terrifying moments caught on camera. A 5-year-old girl dangles while unconscious on a California chairlift. She apparently slipped between the safety bar before her ski instructor caught her by her hood. She eventually passes out from being choked by her helmet and a hoodie, the instructor hanging on until a safety tarp was finally put into place. Wow, scary, but some good teamwork there. Other than some bruising, that girl is just fine. And it's not a training scene from Rocky. Oh no, this dad is going viral for making his son run a mile to school in the rain after getting kicked off his bus for bullying.
This right here is called parenting, guys. If you don't know what it's like, here you go. Teach your child a lesson. You don't have to kill them. You don't always have to beat them. But sometimes it sucks for them, and that's what teaches them. So.
Well, apparently it's working. Dad claims that his son's behavior has been much better and he is not getting into trouble with his teachers. And he's got some supporters on Facebook. Rachel writes, I'm not sure whether to laugh or hug your neck. Thank God there are still parents out here. And then Dawn says, God bless you for this. One day he will tell his kids how you made him the man he will become. So, I don't know. I think it's not a bad thing. Fox and Friends First continues right now. That wraps up the 4 a.m. hour. I will see you back here tomorrow. Bye-bye.
People have to understand our country on trade has been ripped off by virtually every country in the world, whether it's friend or enemy.
It is Tuesday, March 6th, talking tough on tariffs. President Trump doubling down on his proposal despite his own party's doubt. Now NAFTA negotiations will play a role.
And March to the midterms, polls opening in just hours from now in Texas with heavy pressure on Republicans. The buzz and the headlines have been quite blue. Will the Lone Star State stay red? We're there live.
And didn't she get an Ivy League education? Emma Watson speaking out about the glaring grammatical error on her Time's Up tattoo. The brand new numbers showing the anti-Trump Oscars were a ratings disaster. Fox and Friends First continues right now.
Probably should not. I got somebody at home, and if I stay, I might not leave alone. No, honey, I'm good. I could have another, but I probably should not.
All right. Here's a live look at Houston, Texas. That'll change it up today. What is it in Texas right now? 3 o'clock in the morning, 3:01, I believe. And they've got a big day there. They got the primaries, and we're already talking about it. There's a lightning bolts, some storms in Houston, and we're talking about 2018 midterm elections already in Texas.
Yes, we are, and we're going to have more on that throughout the hour, so make sure you stay tuned.
Absolutely. Good morning to you. You're watching Fox and Friends First on this Tuesday morning. I'm Rob Schmidt.
And I'm Jillian Mealy. Thanks so much for starting your day with us. President Trump standing firm on his steel and aluminum tariff plan.
That despite the onslaught of backlash from both sides of the aisle. Kelly Wright is with us live this morning with how Canada and Mexico could be major factors on whether this goes forward. Kelly.
Rob and Joe, they very well could be, especially if they agree to a NAFTA agreement. If they do not renegotiate, President Trump says they would likely face the tariff plan as well. Now, President Trump and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau spoke about the tariffs that has every country, it seems, angry about the plan. But the president says he is not backing down. The president's plan would impose a 10% tariff on aluminum imports and 25% tax on steel. He believes it's imperative to America's national security.
We may have friends, but remember this. We lost over the last number of years $800 billion a year. Not $500,000, not 12 cents. We lost $800 billion a year on trade. Not going to happen.
The president's determination to place heavy tariffs on steel and aluminum is flipping the script in Washington. Democrats support him. Republicans oppose him, fearing the tariffs will spark a trade war.
Why in the world are we going through this right now? I just don't understand it. So, nobody ever wins trade wars. Trade wars are only lost by all involved. And the president continues to treat trade as a zero-sum game.
And adding to that, a spokeswoman for House Speaker Paul Ryan released this statement that reads in part, "We are extremely worried about the consequences of a trade war and are urging the White House to not advance with this plan." But in Rust Belt states like Pennsylvania, where steel and aluminum workers live and work, Democrat Senator Bob Casey supports the president, tweeting this: "When countries cheat on trade, Pennsylvania workers lose. I urge the administration to follow through and to take aggressive measures to ensure our workers can compete on a level playing field." Also, some organized labor leaders are in favor of tariffs. That won't remain a secret much longer and could increase the popularity among Republicans. Jillian?
All right, yeah, and we're going to debate both sides of this coming up here in about 10 minutes and analyze it quite a bit more.
Absolutely.
I'll be watching.
Kelly, thank you, Kelly. Former President Trump aide Sam Nunberg is now backing away from these bold statements, defying a subpoena with special counsel Robert Mueller's Russia probe.
I'm the first person to go out here
and saying I'm not cooperating.
The idea that, once again, that Donald Trump colluded with Russia is a joke.
Nunberg says he would be more willing to comply if Mueller's team limits the scope of his request, which currently includes thousands of emails, texts, and work papers with ex-officials dating back to 2015. That includes with his mentor, Roger Stone, a longtime advisor to President Trump. But some say Mueller's probe is far from over.
And he's gearing up. And I think more indictments should be inspected. What's interesting is the list of people who are not on that list of who he wanted emails from, he already has them. Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump, General Flynn.
The Trump campaign fired Nunberg in August of 2015 for racially charged statements on his Facebook page, which he denies.
All right, for the first time since taking office, President Trump will host Sweden's prime minister at the White House. Talks are expected to focus on growth, job creation, and innovation, but also on the agenda, security, and defense. In the past, Sweden has expressed some concerns about the military buildup and aggression from their neighbor, Russia. That meeting comes just one day after President Trump hosted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the president hinting that he could attend the opening ceremonies of the new U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem this May.
Thank you very much. I may. They have started, as you know, construction, and we will be talking about that and other things.
Well, Netanyahu praising the president's decision to move that embassy, calling it an influential event in Jewish history.
Kim Jong-un extending an olive branch to South Korea, hosting a delegation for diplomatic talks. North Korean media calling the meeting open-hearted, but Hudson Institute senior fellow Rebecca Heinrichs thinks the North might not be interested in diplomacy at all.
It's my read that the North Koreans are using this as sort of a propaganda. This will provide essential insight into the health of Kim Jong-un, and so that, these South Koreans will be able to come back and talk to American officials about, what is his mental state, what is his physical state. I think that will provide useful information.
The South Korean National Security Advisor is set to travel to Washington this week to brief the Trump administration. Keep you posted on what happens there.
All right, turning to extreme weather now, and another winter storm set to slam the Northeast for the second time in about a week.
That is not good.
No, that is not. A garbage truck caught on camera sliding sideways down an icy road in North Dakota. Yikes.
That is something to see, isn't it? And firefighters in New York, look at this. Posting this video from Friday's storm, that tree falling on top of a power line right near the cruise there. That is scary.
Yes, it is. Senior meteorologist Janice Dean is tracking when the next storm will hit. Good morning, Janice. This is nothing to mess around with.
No, and a lot of folks still without power across the Northeast. So this is salt in the wound, and then we perhaps have another storm on the weekend to watch. So winter's certainly not over yet. We had a blizzard across the northern plains. Part of this energy is what is going to fuel this coastal storm starting tonight, all day tomorrow. So here we go. If the low tracks a little bit more closer to the coast, then we're going to be dealing with a rain-snow mix. If it tracks a little bit, say, towards the east, then it's going to be an all-snow event. So the bottom line is prepare for the worst at this point, and we'll watch the local forecast. But the snow line is going to be right on the New York City area. So again, some cases we could see a little bit more snow, other cases less snow. It's going to be a fine line, but we do have a winter storm warning in effect in New York City, north and west of the area. Some areas west of New York, north of New York could get the jackpot of perhaps over a foot of snow, and the worst of it really coming tomorrow morning into the afternoon. So again, look at that snow rain line mix right on the line of New York City here, but I do expect maybe 6 inches, 8 inches around New York City. East of that, it's going to be a rain event, so watch your forecast very closely. We will certainly keep you updated. From the Fox News Extreme Weather Center, back to you.
God, it could be the biggest snowstorm of the year so far, I think, right? I mean, for the New York area, I don't recall one.
For some spots, perhaps.
Yeah,
wow.
That's a lot of snow. All right, Janice, thanks.
You got it.
Well, this year's 90th Annual Academy Awards setting a record, but not a good one, and this may be to blame.
We don't make films like Call Me By Your Name for money. We make them to upset Mike Pence.
To all the dreamers out there, we stand with you.
Tell the NRA
They in God's way. A president that chose with hate. He don't control our fate because God is great.
All right, according to Nielsen's ratings, Hollywood's biggest night brought in just about 27 million viewers. That is the lowest number of people watching on record since 1974, falling 20% from just last year.
How about this? It's also lower than this year's college football national championship game between Georgia and Alabama. That had over 28 million viewers.
That is really something.
And as Hollywood scrambles to fix its image in the wake of the Harvey Weinstein scandal, the damage may already be done.
Joe Concha, the media reporter for The Hill, says the rock bottom ratings are a result of stars dipping their toes into politics.
It seems they've lost the soapbox at this point. Hollywood, we got a problem. Whereas we saw everything would happen with, let's say, Weinstein or the Kevin Spaceys. And you go down the list in terms of people that are not in this industry anymore. And I don't know if I heard the name Weinstein. We heard references to the Me Too movement. But as you said, they were walking a very fine line. And again, you can't put Humpty Dumpty back together. And in this case, I think many folks just knew what to expect when it came to a show like this and said, you know what, I'm not going to deal with it, and I'd rather watch something else, and that's a problem for Hollywood.
Sunday night capped what's been a grim year at the box office. U.S. movie ticket sales for 2017 were the lowest they've been in 25 years. Wow.
Yeah.
It's been years since I've seen a movie.
Oh, there were some good ones. There wasn't like Matt was just saying, there wasn't that many, our floor director, there wasn't that many big blockbusters this year, and that's kind of true. But there were some good movies. All right, 11 minutes after the hour, hiding in plain sight, a new bombshell in the FBI Clinton email scandal. The tip the anti-Trump agent never investigated.
President Trump doubling down on his tariff proposal despite pressure from his own party.
Why in the world are we going through this right now? I just don't understand it. So nobody ever wins trade wars. Trade wars are only lost by all involved.
So is the president making the right move for America? That debate is coming up next.
And forget the cream and sugar. How about some oil?
What?
The bizarre new coffee trend that is helping people lose weight.
What is your lotion wish?
I want coconut oil,
cocoa butter, shea butter, and no more reapplying. We listened. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal gently exfoliates, then our triple blend of moisturizers helps prevent dry skin all day. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcoes for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
With new Gold Bond Men's 5-in-1 Face Lotion, you can do 5 great things for your face as fast as done.
New Gold Bond 5-in-1 Face Lotion. 5 essential benefits, including SPF 15 for a great-looking face. Man up with Gold Bond.
In the lotion aisle.
As an allergy sufferer, you're wired differently. Nasacort is different too. Unlike antihistamines, it targets more of the allergic inflammation that causes your congestion and other nasal allergy symptoms for 24-hour relief. Nasacort stops more of what makes you miserable.
I was recently diagnosed with diabetes, and my dry skin was a thing that alerted my doctor to my condition.
Gold Bond Diabetics Dry Skin Relief. 90% saw noticeable skin improvement in 1 hour.
My skin feels nourished, healthy.
If you can't find something great to eat in the Florida Keys, you can always order online. The Florida Keys and Key West.
Good Tuesday morning and welcome back. A 20-year-old is suing Dick's Sporting Goods and Walmart for refusing to sell him a rifle. The lawsuit filed in Oregon claims Tyler Watson faced age discrimination at Walmart and a Dick's-owned store. He claims it was 4 days before the companies announced they were raising the age to purchase a rifle from 18 to 21. Oregon law allows 18-year-olds to buy shotguns and rifles. The dating and networking app Bumble is banning profile images that include guns from its nearly 30 million users. The Austin-based company says the move comes in the wake of mass shootings and gun violence. The ban excludes users in the military or officers in uniform who wish to put up a photo with their firearms. Rob.
Okay, Jillian, thanks. President Trump standing firm behind his new proposed tariffs on steel and aluminum imports, despite facing criticism from both sides of the aisle at this point. The president tweeting, "We must protect American steel." So is he making the right move for the country? Here to debate that is former Trump campaign spokesperson Katrina Pearson and Run for America co-founder David Burstein. And thank you guys so much for coming on this morning.
Good morning.
Let's take a look at the tentative plan right now, the way it looks. And this is going to be a tariff, I believe, on everybody is the plan so far. 10% on aluminum, 25% on steel imports coming into the United States. David, we'll start with you. The president says this is to protect our metals industry in case there's a war and we need to get metal fast and we can't go to other countries to get it. We have to protect that industry. He says it's national security. What do you say?
Look, this is a totally outdated approach to doing this. The last time we saw something like this was the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, which, as most people know, led to the Great Depression shortly thereafter. I mean, this is not really the right time to be doing this. If we actually want to incentivize the production of these things here, tariffs are not the way to do it. It actually comes back to us in the end, even though it seems like, according to the president, it creates these sort of short-term problems. The money that we send overseas actually comes back, and this will only incentivize, as everybody's pointing out, quite a trade war that we don't really need, particularly at this moment.
Right, especially with an economy that's booming. Katrina, your response to that?
Well, I would say that the trade war started in NAFTA when you've had so many people lose their jobs and so many shops closed. And this is a campaign promise that he made to the American people. This is something he's campaigned on for the entire campaign, as well as talked about in his 30 years of discussing U.S. policies. But this is what's really important. We have a situation where we have the aluminum industry that's nearly extinct. We have a steel industry that is pretty much endangered at this point. And the president is absolutely right, particularly in a time of terrorism and potential war. The United States has to rely on itself and not others. And we can look at these tariffs and look how they've worked in other areas, such as washing machines and solar, which this president has implemented. And now you have LG and Samsung manufacturing here in the United States.
David, I want to go to your response. You said that there are other ways to do this besides tariffs. That this is an antiquated way to do this. What are those options?
Well, look, I mean, the problem with doing this is that it ends up passing these costs on to the consumers. If people have to pay more, companies have to pay more to import these things, then you actually end up with the prices going down to the consumers. You could actually incentivize companies who do that production here, and that actually creates a tax break and helps companies. We've seen already the tax breaks have been very beneficial to companies here, and there's a lot more that people could do, like companies like LG and Samsung who are manufacturing here. Those people should actually be getting a positive as opposed to penalizing those people for having to pass these prices on to the consumer.
Right. Katrina, real quick. I want to go, Katrina, real quick. I want to bring something else up. The EU is furious about this plan if this goes through. But let's take a look at the auto industry in the European Union. Let's see what they do with their imports of vehicles. Now, the United States, when we bring in a vehicle from somewhere else, we charge 2.5%. Look at the EU at 10%. The European Union protects its auto industry with a 10% tariff on American cars, which is why you don't see American cars in Europe. Why is it that when we try to protect our steel industry, they are so infuriated?
Well, I think that's the point here. For so long, so many other nations have been, hurting the U.S. economy, as the president has pointed out several times. We're actually the least protectionist when it comes to trade at this point, and he just simply wants to level the playing field. And I think he can absolutely do that. He's well within his right to do that. And this is a promise that he made to America, because you cannot have national security if you do not have a strong, booming economy. And that means protecting your ability to make weapons, particularly in this time of war.
All right, this is a fascinating debate, guys. I understand both sides. I really do. And we'll see how this all turns out, how it plays out. But thank you so much for getting up early with us. Jillian, over to you.
CNN shut down.
That's the third briefing. You've not taken a question from CNN.
Do you expect the Justice Department to enforce all subpoenas, Sarah?
Thank you both for your service. Sarah Sanders' epic response, putting Jim Acosta in his place. And is Amazon trying to take over the world? The brand new way the online retail giant is finding its way into customers' wallets.
What is your lotion wish?
I want coconut oil,
cocoa butter, shea butter.
and no more reapplying.
We listened. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal gently exfoliates, then our triple blend of moisturizers helps prevent dry skin all day. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcoes for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
The future isn't written in stone. It can be made better, safer, more secure. That's why we obsess. We push the limits of innovation and turn impossibility into reality. From the most advanced ways to secure our safety, to fusion reactors and manned missions to Mars. At Lockheed Martin, we're engineering a better tomorrow.
All right, thousands of Medicaid recipients being forced back to work come summertime. Arkansas, now the third state with such a requirement after the Trump administration approving the plan that imposes work requirements on some who receive benefits. Women who are pregnant, those with disabilities, caregivers, and people with dependent children are exempt. The program goes into effect in June.
All right, listen up here. The trick to losing weight could be a dash of oil in your coffee. Celebrities like Kourtney Kardashian swearing by MCT oil derived from coconuts or palm kernels. Fans of bulletproof coffee claim the oil boosts energy and curbs sugary cravings. But some diet experts remain skeptical since MCT oil contains saturated fat.
We will not talk about the discussion that we had during the commercial break on this. All right, we already have Amazon on our nightstands and kitchen counters and our pantries and on our TVs. Why not in our wallets as well?
Wow, Tracy Grosco from our sister network Fox Business here with the online retailer's latest plans to get into your wallet.
Yes, good
What's
morning,
this about,
guys.
Tracy?
So maybe you love shopping online, but you don't have a bank account. So Amazon reportedly in talks with big banks like JP Morgan to create something like a checking account type of a service that it would offer people, maybe to the younger customers, like I said, those who don't have a checking account. And by offering something like this, they would really be able to cut down on those fees that Amazon has to pay to financial institutions, also get some valuable customer data. So we're seeing Amazon really take control more of the things that they're offering, like they're looking into offering their own shipping, now maybe their own bank account.
Wow.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos is going to take over the world. All right, flying cars, Tracy, go right ahead.
Yeah, so Porsche said that they could see themselves getting into the flying car business, possibly a ride-sharing service. Now, Porsche envisioned these flying cars that you would still have some control over, so you're not going to need any sort of pilot's license to drive these around. And we're still hearing about people getting into, these automakers getting into the self-driving industry, so now we have to think about flying cars. We'll see if this happens.
That would be kind of cool.
Yes.
Until they collide and they fall back down to earth.
Let's not go there. Let's just think of it as being cool. You know what else is cool? National Oreo Day.
Yes, it is. So today is National Oreo Day. Now, I did a little research. Oreos, they started out, they were called Oreo biscuits.
What?
In
Really?
1912, yes. And you could buy them 25 cents for a pound of Oreos. So to celebrate, we have some Oreos on set here.
Nice.
I'm going to need some for this storm, this winter storm.
I know, right?
Janice wasn't even supposed to be part of this segment. She just bum rushed in.
Come on, I'm going to be busy. I'm going to be burning calories.
That's
so
right.
you go for the mega stuff.
Yes, this is mega stuff.
Nah,
We have the mint,
where's
the
regulars?
golden,
Where are the
and
regulars?
right here.
Oh, there they are.
But they're missing a few.
Oh, somebody already got in here.
Already.
But they're missing a few.
Okay,
Hand one of those
Hand me
over,
the
Rob.
Cookie Monster of Fox and Friends first.
Oh my God, they're missing a lot. It's like the whole container.
Somebody already got into this.
You know, we try to do nice things on the air, and then somebody eats all our cookies.
Now, is there any kind of celebrating happening for National Oreo Day?
Yes, right now.
No, they're actually they're giving away free Oreo chocolate candy bars if there's a special website. So they're giving these out today.
Why did I not know that there was a candy bar with Oreos?
I think it's something new that they're
Stick with the
coming up
cookies.
with.
I know, this is a regular
all you
cookie.
need.
Yes.
So, cheers.
But if I eat this now, I can't read.
Cheers.
So I have to wait until the break.
Got black stuff on my teeth.
It's 27
Don't worry
minutes
about it.
after the hour.
Is it okay if I take these?
You take those. You just go right
go
ahead,
nuts.
Janice.
Go ahead.
A California mayor insisting she did nothing wrong when she sounded the alarm about immigration raids.
What I did was my job as the mayor of Oakland and reflective of the values of the people that I represent.
The shocking new number showing the hundreds of illegals that escaped as the head of ICE hits back.
And March to the midterms, the primary elections kicking off in Texas today. Griff Jenkins is live in Fort Worth, where voters head to the polls in just hours from now. Griff.
Hey guys, good morning. It's the first in the nation. The primary season is on here in Texas, and they're fired up. We are at a West Side Cafe in Fort Worth. I got pancakes, I got coffee, I got voters. It's going to get started here. We got that when we come back.
Every sky is wide and high, deep in the heart of Texas.
I can do more to lower my A1C.
Because my body can still make its own insulin.
And I take Trulicity once a week to activate my body to release it, like it's supposed to. Trulicity is not insulin. It comes in a once-weekly, truly easy-to-use pen. The pen where you don't have to see or handle a needle. And it works 24/7.
Trulicity is a once-weekly injectable medicine to improve blood sugar in adults with type 2 diabetes when used with diet and exercise. It should not be the first medicine to treat diabetes or for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Do not take Trulicity if you have a personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer. if you have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if you're allergic to Trulicity. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or symptoms like itching, rash, or trouble breathing. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases your risk for low blood sugar. Common side effects include nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, decreased appetite, and indigestion. Some side effects can lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
To help lower my A1C, I choose Trulicity to activate my Within. Ask your doctor if once-weekly Trulicity is right for you.
All right, hundreds of illegal immigrants arrested, but hundreds more still on the loose after a warning by Oakland's mayor that the feds were coming.
Claudia Cowan has reaction from someone affected by illegals on the streets and a look at what comes next.
Good morning. Fox News has learned that the Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, is coming to California this week, and he will address the controversy surrounding Oakland Mayor Libby Schaaf and her decision to announce that these ICE raids were imminent. The recent sweep continues to generate strong reaction from all sides.
Shut down ICE! Shut down ICE!
Amid protests condemning the four-day ICE operation, the mayor of San Francisco is pledging millions of dollars to hire additional lawyers to help fight deportations. But one crime victim says she's relieved one of those arrested is off the street.
I'm glad that they finally got him in custody, and I hope he serves some time for what he did.
Fox News was on hand when 38-year-old Armando Nunez Salgado was arrested at his home in Napa. In 2013, the known gang member and multiple felon crashed into Lacey McIntyre, leaving her injured and totaling her car. Cops found him hiding in a vineyard and arrested him for felony hit and run. He's now looking at new federal charges that could send him to prison for up to 20 years.
We are going to take custody of him. We will review that case and possibly present it to the U.S. Attorney for prosecution. But irregardless, we will remove that individual from this country once we're done with him.
While Lacey says she doesn't like to see families torn apart by enforcement operations.
He shouldn't have made those decisions that put his family in that place.
Back in Mayor Libby Schaaf's city of Oakland, ICE officials say at least two of their targets remain at large, a Honduran with multiple arrests for drug and child sex crimes, and a Mexican national with weapons and drunk driving convictions. In both cases, ICE says detainers have been repeatedly ignored because of sanctuary policies.
And now some legal analysts say if the Trump administration is looking for a test case to go after local officials who interfere with ICE operations, this could be it. Jillian and Rob, back to you.
Claudia Cowan, thank you very much. Ousted FBI agent Peter Strzok is under fire yet again for possibly compromising national intelligence information. Two sources telling Fox News Strzok was told of a potential breach into Hillary Clinton's email server in 2016, but failed to do a formal damage assessment. This comes as a report from the Justice Department Inspector General Michael Horowitz is expected soon on the DOJ and FBI's handling of the Clinton email case. Former Trump campaign manager Corey Lewandowski set to meet with members of Congress again. The House Intelligence Committee will question Lewandowski behind closed doors about Russian interference this Thursday. He already met with the group back in January. At the time, he said he wasn't ready to answer any questions related to anything after he left the campaign in the summer of 2016.
A federal judge ruling President Trump's phase out of DACA is legal. The decision coming the same day that protection for so-called dreamers was set to expire, and we had all those protests. But this judgment does not overturn two other federal court decisions blocking the Trump administration from ending the Obama-era program, so nothing really changes. The White House pushing Congress to find a permanent solution. Republican Thad Cochran is resigning from the Senate after 4 decades in Congress. The Mississippi senator and chairman of the Appropriations Committee deciding to give up his seat on April 1st due to his poor health. Cochran was first elected to the Senate in 1978 after serving 6 years in the House. A special election will be held during the November 6th midterms to fill the rest of his term, which goes all the way through January of 2021.
All eyes are on Texas. Today, voters head to the polls for the first primary election of the 2018 midterm season. Republicans facing unusually heavy pressure for a deep red state.
So what do the voters think? Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins is talking to them live at the West Side Cafe in Fort Worth, Texas. I bet the food is good. Hey, Griff.
It is. Hey, Rob, what's going on? It is good. I got pancakes here, but let me tell you, it's an exciting day because they're kicking off the national midterm starts right now here in Texas. We're in Fort Worth at the West Side Cafe, and they are expecting a possible blue wave. They had a early voting turnout, which is the past 11 days. It ended Friday, smashed records. Over 885,000 people turned out, nearly double what it was in 2014, the last time they had a turnout. You know, the joke here in Texas, Rob, is that Democrats will fall about 500,000 votes short of flipping Texas. Well, they really think they've got a chance with this massive turnout. However, there is no correlation proven in last elections between early turnout and general elections. But we are at the West Side Cafe where people are going to be talking a lot of politics with their eggs and bacon. And Tracy Sanford, you've had the West Side Cafe here for 21 years. It's an exciting day. You're going to be talking a lot of politics today?
Yeah, everybody will be buzzing about it, I'm sure. There'll be a lot of interest.
Now, Tracy, we were talking a little bit. You're in the restaurant business, and we've seen immigration rise in the polling issues of people being interested in nationally. What do you think about immigration? What do you think the issue matters most for a business owner like yourself?
Well, there's two sides to every coin. You know, for our perspective, it's really hard to get labor. You know, trying to get, whether it's Mexicans or whether it's Syrians, you know, we just need more labor. The unemployment's very low, and there's very few people willing to work today.
And you're saying it's a tight labor market, and so you would like to see candidates are going to talk about making it easier for unskilled laborers to get jobs here, to work in your kitchen, to work in these agricultural jobs here in Texas.
Yeah, maybe increasing unskilled worker visas. You know, you hear about the H-1Bs for Silicon Valley, but we need people to wash the dishes, mow the yards, frame the homes, and all the businessmen I know, they're all suffering trying to get good help, and it's really driving up wages.
Well, thank you, and I think Tracy here is going to get me stuff, guys. Just so that we're very clear, it is all 36 House of Representative seats are on the table today, as well as one Senate race. Senator Ted Cruz is up, as well as Governor Abbott, and all statewide races. All in all, Democrats have over 1,800 candidates running this year, guys.
Big day in Texas, that's for sure. Griff, thank you.
Griff, thanks.
And we're going to be checking in with him throughout the entire morning, so make sure you stay tuned for that. It is 38 minutes after the hour. There's no love in the air. The PC police hitting the skies for one airline. It's brand new band that'll have you shaking your head.
Also, a stunning discovery, 76 years in the making, the amazing World War II era underwater find.
Take two. Emma Watson probably wishes she had a redo on this one. Can you spot what's wrong? Carly Shimkus here with the online reaction. Morning.
Good morning.
What is your lotion wish?
I want coconut oil, cocoa butter, shea butter.
And no more reapplying.
We listened. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal gently exfoliates, then our triple blend of moisturizers helps prevent dry skin all day. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcoes for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
If my skin was dry, it would look like this. But Gold Bond Men's Lotion has 7 moisturizers and skin strengthening proteins for smoother, healthier looking skin. Man up.
Good morning to you. Welcome back. Briefing room bashing. White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders schooling CNN reporter Jim Acosta after he accused her of ignoring his questions.
Carly Shimkus with Fox News Headlines 24/7 here with a bit of a Twitter tantrum after
That's
that.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Here's Jim Acosta getting into a Twitter spat with White House Press Secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Now, it all started when Sanders left yesterday's briefing without answering Jim Acosta's question. Take a listen.
That's the third briefing. You've not taken a question from CNN. Do you expect the Justice Department to enforce all subpoenas, Sarah?
Thank you both for your service.
Well, Acosta then took his complaint to Twitter, writing third press briefing in a row that the press secretary did not take a question from CNN. #courage. Well, Sanders fired back on Twitter, writing, "Courage isn't taking a question from CNN, Jim. Courage is combat veterans Sergeant Peck and Staff Sergeant Dwyer, the 2 heroes at the briefing. #it's not about you." To which Acosta responded, "Wish you had given them time to take our questions too. You just bailed from the briefing." Now, those 2 veterans were at the briefing to talk about the ongoing efforts to fix the Department of Veterans Affairs. This is, of course, not the first time that Acosta has created waves at the press briefing.
It's not about you. It's a very nice hashtag.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So we've all seen on social media sometimes tattoos go wrong, but I guess the good news is this one's not real.
Yeah, that's right. Well, in an effort to support the Time's Up movement, Emma Watson showed up to the Vanity Fair Oscars party with some fresh ink. Her tattoo says Time's Up, but social media users quickly pointed out that it's missing the apostrophe before the S. But it looks like the tattoo is not permanent. She sort of joked about this whole thing on Twitter, writing, "Fake tattoo proofreading position available. Experience with apostrophes a must." So maybe it was one of those like stick-on things, and she can just wash it off. Easy fix.
All right, and we're still talking about Billy Graham, and why not?
Yeah, and for good reason. A major online movement calling for Billy Graham to get a national holiday to honor his life and legacy. So this Change.org petition was created about a week ago. It already has 86,000 signatures. It says, "Let's get a national holiday for Billy Graham. Mr. Graham preached the gospel to more people call-in live audiences than anyone else in history. So a very good movement there, but the holiday is likely to face some challenges given the concern over the separation of church and state. But still, I'm sure this is a fantastic thing for his family to see. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Carly.
Thanks a lot.
All right, a Navy aircraft carrier is found 76 years after being sunk during World War II. Look at this. The wreckage of the USS Lexington, discovered off the coast of Australia.
Pretty cool. The ship was pummeled by Japanese forces in May of 1942, killing more than 200 sailors. Nearby ships rescued more than 2,700 others.
Wow, the so-called Lady Lex was found by Microsoft co-founder Paul Allen. That is an incredible find.
Yes, it is.
Amazing.
It is 15 minutes until the top of the hour. Disaster for Democrats. The DACA dream just turned into a nightmare.
The Democratic Party has never been on my side. Instead, what we got in 2012 was something that left us hanging by a thread.
Could it finally be a wake-up call for the left? Lawrence Jones says it's all about convenience for Democrats. He joins us live next.
But first, let's check in with Brian Kilmeade to see what's coming up on Fox and Friends. You gave me a hard time about giving you a quick toss the other day, Brian.
Oh, yes,
I wanted
let's
to make sure
make this toss lengthy.
Brian Kilmeade.
Well, you know, Rob, it's good that Jillian's helping you out a little. You're pretty much alone there. You had to toss solo, which is not right for a co-anchor just to sit there.
Sorry.
I don't get any help.
It's unbelievable. You carry the whole thing.
Unbelievable. Well,
by the way, Lawrence Jones,
what
a torso shot. He's got a full tux on. I am jealous, and that's a shout out to every other contributor. Pick up your dress code. Meanwhile, let me tell you what we have planned for the next 3 hours, and see if you want to add anything. We have Senator Joe Manchin, a Democrat running for re-election, who also has a co-sponsor of a plan on guns. He believes the president's going to sign his background check gun bill along with Pat Toomey. Is he right? We'll talk to him live. And Ben Shapiro, editor-in-chief, will be with us. How does he feel about UConn, who hosted him, now hosting Lyndon Sunsor, but apparently there's no counseling needed before she appears, as opposed to when Shapiro appeared. And Judge Andrew Napolitano has bad news for those who want the Mueller investigation over. He says they're just gearing up. He's got more to say. He'll be joining us. Those are the three people, but we have 3 hours. My hunch is we have others. I just don't have the time to expand on it. I urge you, as you get ready for the show, to please get dressed.
right, welcome back. An Australian airline banning their staff from using what they consider to be gender-inappropriate words. Qantas Airways issuing an information packet stating employees must stop saying words such as honey, darling, guys, and love. It also advises them to use partner instead of husband or wife and parents instead of mom and dad. They say the ban is to prevent the LGBT community from being offended. A Florida middle school teacher removed from the classroom after she's accused of secretly hosting a white nationalist podcast. The show is called Unapologetic, but Diana Volatik claims it was all satire. In one episode, she talks about Hurricane Katrina and Louisiana's African population.
And it's this ingrained hunter-gatherer culture that left them unprepared for Hurricane Katrina, and it wasn't the government that was to blame for this.
Well, she's now prohibited from having any contact with children until this investigation is complete. Jillian.
The Democrats' dream becoming a nightmare. DACA recipients protesting in front of DNC headquarters in Washington after months of no action.
The Democratic Party has never been on my side. I have advocated for them. I've helped in campaigns. I've heard countless times that if I helped them get elected, they would help my community.
The left still spinning this as President Trump's fault, but who is really to blame? Conservative commentator Lawrence Jones joins me live now. Good morning, Lawrence. Thanks for being here. What do you make of the protests, and who's to blame?
Good morning. I blame the Democrats. You have a president that was willing to hurt his base, upset his base by giving citizenship to 1.8 million illegals in this country in just exchange for border security, and the Democrats seem to not want to do that. And so what you have is a president that's willing to compromise border security, and we'll give you a pathway to citizenship. That is something that conservatives like me have not supported in the past, although we do support the DACA recipients, and we realize that they came here at no fault of their own. But the Democrats aren't willing to play ball.
Well, and President Trump sent out a tweet about this. He says, quote, it's March 5th and the Democrats are nowhere to be found on DACA. Gave them 6 months. They just don't care. Where are they? We are ready to make a deal. Lawrence, are Democrats actually ready to make a deal?
No, they don't want to make a deal because they want to campaign on this issue. It's been abundantly clear when they decided to shut down the government over this issue. That's why they don't want to work for the president. It's pretty disappointing because there was a time in this country where when the opposing side wanted something and then the president compromised and gave them what they wanted, just exchange for getting a little border security or some other policy, normally they would go along with it and then we would get something beautiful. Not this Democratic Party, because they need to do anything that they can to resist, and they plan on campaigning on this issue, which I don't get because these aren't people that can actually vote. This is part of the reason why we got Donald Trump, is because the American people wanted you to focus on issues that matter to them. So it's a dumb campaign strategy, if I must say.
And Tom Perez put out a statement, and it's pretty lengthy, but in part saying Donald Trump's decision to end DACA created an unnecessary crisis that left hundreds of thousands of dreamers uncertain about the future. Now his arbitrary deadline has passed without any action from the president or Republicans in Congress. So we just wanted to throw that up there. But Lawrence, go ahead. You can react to that.
Yeah, I think it's important that we know, and the audience may already know this, it's not the president's job to do this. And so what the president said is that Congress just pass a law. Me as the president of the United States, I cannot just grant citizenship to people like President Obama was trying to do by keeping these people here. And so he just put it back where it was supposed to be. And I think he's been intellectually dishonest as a lawyer, and he knows that, and he's trying to rally up his base.
Lawrence, we know you're from Texas. Texas is a red state, big day. Yeah. Primaries happening today. But early voting is suggesting a big turnout for the Democrats. So what's your take on what's going to happen today?
Well, you know, it's true. The resistance is real. The question is, can the Democrats get these same type of people that show up for a general election? Remember, a lot of these same people that are showing up today were the same people that voted for Donald Trump. These are all the same people that also voted for Barack Obama. So we'll see in the general. This is just a primary.
All right, Lawrence, thank you for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Julian.
Okay, 55 minutes after the hour. This is some serious monkey business. The hunt happening right now to find dozens of exotic animals stolen from a sanctuary.
The ride of her life. The hilarious moment. A woman passes out mid-roller coaster ride and wakes up screaming. Oh, my gosh.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
With new Gold Bond Men's 5-in-1 face lotion, you can do 5 great things for your face as fast as done.
New Gold Bond 5-in-1 face lotion. 5 essential benefits, including SPF 15 for a great-looking face. Man up with Gold Bond.
In the lotion aisle.
What is your lotion wish?
I want coconut oil,
cocoa butter, shea butter.
and no more reapplying.
We listened. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal gently exfoliates, then our triple blend of moisturizers helps prevent dry skin all day. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcowise for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
Fox News continues to be wherever you are. With brand new apps for Roku, Apple TV, Android TV, and Amazon Fire, you'll never miss an episode. Live or on your own time. Your favorite shows are always within your reach. Download now and never miss an episode of Fox News Channel.
Welcome back. Time for the good, the bad, and the ugly. First up, the good. Massachusetts first responders being held heroes for saving a choking puppy. Rescuers putting an oxygen mask on the dog, saving its life. Oh.
That is something. Next, the bad. Thieves make off with dozens of exotic animals, including 7 lemurs, 5 marmosets, 4 monkeys, 7 birds, 13 tortoises from a Florida wildlife sanctuary. A fake ad on Craigslist said the sanctuary was closing down and told people to go around back and take what you want. The refuge now pleading with the crooks to bring the animals home.
And the ugly, a roller coaster turns out to be a little too crazy for one rider. This girl passing out mid-ride and wakes up screaming.
I think mine passed out. She's back. She's back.
That's how I feel when my alarm goes off every morning.
She's back. She's back. Oh, it's hilarious. All right, Fox and Friends starts right now. Have a good Tuesday.
Bye.
Nice.
A major development. All roads in this Russia investigation lead directly back to Hillary Clinton.
We know that the Democrats were trying to get information from Russians to use against the Trump campaign.
Sam Nunberg, a fired former Trump campaign aide, saying that he will refuse to testify.
Mueller's not going to send me to prison for this. This is ridiculous. The idea that, once again, that Donald Trump colluded with Russia is a joke.
The deadline to pass something on DACA came, and on Capitol Hill, nothing happened. This is what the president tweeted. It's March 5th, and the Democrats are nowhere to be found on DACA. Gave them 6 months. They just don't care.
I've got to say, Jimmy, you outdid yourself. He presided over the lowest rated Oscars ever.
Yes. I have smelled alcohol on your breath.
Well, I have not had a drink.
You haven't had a drink, so that's not.
No. No.
No.
No.
It's the calm before the storm. A beautiful sunrise here in the New York City area. It's kind of pink outside, but later on tonight it's going to start snowing and sleeting and blowing.
So if you have a flight tomorrow, change it.
Because she
Fly
did.
out today.
They'll change it for you.
I did.
But Steve, I thought you were referring to the storm last night, the circus that took place. What the heck was going on?
What's the matter with you? Have you been drinking?
I guess, or on antidepressants, or together. It will not be it's not a great combination, as you just witnessed.
That's right.
That was a warning label. That was a huge warning label.
We're going to talk about Sam Nunberg coming up in the show.
Try to put it in perspective.
We will. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about this. 45 blasts 44. The 45th president of the United States blasting the 44th president. Donald Trump said this is bigger than Watergate. Why did the Obama administration, he tweeted, start an investigation into the Trump campaign with zero proof of wrongdoing long before the election in November? Wanted to discredit so Crooked H, we presume that means Hillary, would win. Unprecedented, bigger than Watergate, plus Obama did nothing about Russian meddling. The president just has had it up to here with this collusion stuff. He says there isn't anything there. And why aren't they looking at it? It would be, if true, bigger than Watergate, he says.
This investigation has been going on since July 2016.
Right.
It will be 2 years this summer, and the president has continued to say that he had nothing to do with Russia collusion.
Well, Adam Schiff answered back, because this is Adam Schiff's chance to be famous. He's been on the air something like 235 times since this investigation started. I got to check his Q rating after the show. John Brennan tweeted back. The former CIA director says this tweet is a great example of your paranoia, constant misrepresentation of the facts, and increased anxiety and panic about the Mueller investigation, which we have a lot of questions to ask to have John Brennan answer at some point, too.
Well, you know, we have learned in the last couple of months that the whole Mueller probe started apparently when George Papadopoulos was supposedly liquored up at a London bar a couple of years ago. And who leaked that who gave that information to the administration, ultimately to the FBI? It was this fellow by the name of Alexander Downer, who was the foreign minister for Australia. As it has turned out, we have learned in the last 24 hours that apparently Alexander Downer contributed $25 million to the Clinton Foundation to help eradicate AIDS. Now, what does that mean? Well, when you look at the two primary reasons, there he is right there, the two primary reasons for this investigation, they are both linked to the Hillary Clinton campaign. The Downer money, $25 million, and then you've got the dossier, also funded by the Clintons.
That's why Devin Nunes says the dirtiest thing about this dirty dossier is Clinton's campaign. Listen.
We know exactly who was getting information from the Russians. It was the Hillary Clinton campaign where they were getting information from the Russians, dirt on Trump to use in a campaign. That's the very thing that for a year and a half we've been trying to investigate on whether or not the Trump campaign was trying to get dirt against Hillary Clinton from the Russians. We have no evidence of that. But yet here we have another example, even if the story's not completely accurate, we know that the Democrats were trying to get information from Russians to use against the Trump campaign.
At the very least, it's got to factor into anything. You got to wonder where people came from, what their point of view is. The same thing with Peter Strzok, who's all over the investigation. You know how he feels about President Trump as he does the investigation. On a side note, Corey Lewandowski will appear in front of the House Intelligence Committee again. This will be Thursday. That'll be in a couple of days. And by the way, on a side note, this huge New Yorker article, one of the revelations in it, according to Christopher Steele, that Russia stopped Mitt Romney from becoming Secretary of State. I actually think that's a little bit of a problem. Did anyone check the headlines? The minute Mitt Romney started having dinner with the president in New York City, people inside the Trump camp, including, I think, Kellyanne Conway, started saying, hey, by the way, we have a little problem with this because he's been so critical of us, and we've had to deal with the barrage of negativity from Mitt Romney, including his multiple speeches. That's why he didn't become Secretary of State. But now Christopher Steele is saying the Russians told the president there's no Secretary of State?
How ironic is that, given the fact that at the debate, it was Mitt Romney who said our biggest geopolitical foe is Russia. And Russia stopped him from getting that good job.
He was right. All right, let's get back to those sound bites at the beginning in the cold open we showed you. We call it the cold open, but at the top of the show. Of this guy who's being interviewed by Erin Burnett, and she asks him, are you drunk on air, sir, with all due respect? There's his picture. His name is Sam Nunberg, and he was a former Trump campaign ad. And he vowed to refuse a subpoena by Robert Mueller. He's supposed to appear before a grand jury, and he says, no, let them arrest me. I'm not going to do that.
So who is he? He's a guy admitted to making stories up about Chris Christie. He was fired twice by the Trump campaign, considers Roger Stone his mentor, and he called Donald Trump, among other things, an idiot. One of the other statements he made in his myriad of crazy interviews was, nobody hates Donald Trump worse than me, but he won because he campaigned his blank off.
So he was on all those TV shows, a bunch of TV shows. He was on CNN twice yesterday just saying that Robert Mueller wants to talk to him. He's not going to go. He doesn't think. They want all those emails. Why should he give them?
Now, Steve, didn't he already talk to Robert Mueller?
I don't think so.
Well, but he would already talk to
he sat down with him. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
But now with the grand jury. Right. Apparently. So anyway, it's all about what might or might not have happened on Friday. If you missed the quite a montage of his sound bites, here's some of it.
Mueller's not going to send me to prison for this. This is ridiculous. I won't sit for 80 hours to produce every email I had with Roger Stone and Steve Bannon.
You could go to prison for this.
The idea that, once again, that Donald Trump colluded with Russia is a joke.
You're sitting very close to me.
Yes.
We talked earlier about what people in the White House were saying about you.
Yeah.
Talking about whether you were drinking or on drugs or whatever they had happened today. Talking to you, I have smelled alcohol on your breath.
Well, I have not had a drink.
You haven't had a drink, so that's not.
No.
It's awkward. Let me just give you the question. You can categorically answer that. No, you haven't had a drink today?
My answer is no. I have not.
Listen, I got a problem. If CNN really thought he was drunk, they were irresponsible in putting a drunk guy on television. 100%. If they really thought he was drunk, don't put a drunk guy on TV.
Well, and doesn't it discredit what this guy's saying? What's truth?
I think there's a lot of problems with what he's saying. I was watching the MSNBC interview, I couldn't believe the cascade of follies that I was just continuing to watch, where he contradicted himself within the same sentence 2 or 3 times. I will not indict Roger Stone. I want to fight Corey Lewandowski in an alley.
Mueller's asking him to release records from conversations he had with people that worked on the campaign. And he's saying he's not going to do that. He's not going to file through all of his emails. What did he say, like 80 emails or 80 hours worth of emails?
60 hours. Yeah. So anyway, stay tuned to that. In the meantime,
but let me just say it too. At the end of all the interviews, he's saying, I'm going to go to jail. I'm going to put me in jail. I'll laugh. Then he said, I'm probably going to go through it. I'm going to hand all the emails in. Right. Congratulations.
So what's your story?
I want 4 hours of my life back. So what's going on?
What was that? You watched 4 hours of that stuff?
I couldn't get enough of it. It was a car accident.
You just boiled it down to 38 seconds. Meanwhile, speaking of 4 hours, 4 hours is how long the Oscar cast was. And congratulations, you broke a record, ABC. It was officially the lowest rated Oscars in history. It's too bad. The ratings are down double digits, almost 20% over last year. The Oscars have never fallen below 32 million, and they clocked in at just about 26.5 million. And look at that. In 2014, they had 43 million. Now they're down in the 20s. What is going on? Why aren't people watching?
I think it's a combination of things. I think it's a combination. There's no megastars. Like there used to be megastars where people couldn't wait to see what they acted like in real life when you get them up behind the microphone. We've seen these people so much with so many other networks. Number two is I think the movies were low profile. They might be great movies. I didn't see any of them. I don't know anyone that saw any of them.
You saw Dunkirk.
No, I didn't. I saw the Winston Churchill movie, which I didn't like. Winston Churchill was fine, but it's just a smart. I was dying for him to jog and stop drinking and stop smoking the whole time. And also, I'd like to see a little of the war, but more of that later. They actually didn't show me Dunkirk, even though that was the greatest moment for Churchill. But I digress. I think that, and the plus the thing is, it is just drones on.
Well,
and
here's what I think. I think, you know, Jimmy Kimmel in the first couple of minutes made it clear it was going to be political. And so half the country goes, click, I don't have to watch that.
I don't even think they turn it on anymore. I really, because they expect it to be political.
I mean, it's still
and
a huge audience.
You go to 26 million a lot, but you clearly, from a business perspective, you have to look and say, why are we losing 20% of our audience?
Maybe
There's something
because
wrong
it's
that we
4
need to
hours
change.
long. I mean, they're going to do 20 names. In 4 hours, come on, you can do that faster. And the other thing is, how many award shows have we already had where they've given out Best Picture?
Well, and
you've had the Golden Globes, you had the SAG Awards. It's like,
well, they're hurting themselves because we used to watch, and then they would highlight movies. They would get awards, and you would see a movie that, oh, you know what? That looks great. That got an award. I'm going to go see that. But no one's watching anymore. Not as many people are watching.
Well, they're not going out to the movies. They watch movies at home or on your phone.
But by the way, at 8 o'clock, should you be saying a crotch joke at 8:02 with every single family watching at 8 o'clock? Yeah, yes. They talked about somebody's,
all right.
yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Let's not talk about it. It's 6,
about
11
the statue. I'm saying to myself, wait a second. It's 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock out west.
On a Sunday.
On a Sunday. What are you doing?
Right.
They never said, I'll tell you, Chachi never said that. Ron Howard never said that as Richie. Those were the days when 8 o'clock was in. The Brady Bunch never used those words.
They really were the happy days. You're right.
Right.
But when people are watching, as a parent now, you think when they say something, I'm so terrified now. My daughter's getting the age where she'll say, what does that mean, Mommy?
Right. Yeah. And then, of course, you put up, say, just go back on your iPad. I don't want to answer.
All right.
Right.
So anyway, why do you
that's
think...
exactly what I say.
Why do you think the Oscars are just not the big ratings winner they were once upon a time? Email us, Facebook us, or tweet us.
I think it's like the NFL. The ratings went down for that, too. It's all political. All right, 6:12 here on the East Coast. The president calling out rogue regimes and making good on his campaign promises. So what's the left so upset about? Our next guest, a Democrat, is digging in and calling them out.
Plus, you got a high school basketball team won their game 93-7, and now they're apologizing for it. Is that the right thing to do? That is if I'm laying down, looking up at the basket. I've never seen that angle before.
As an allergy sufferer, you're wired differently. Nasacort is different too. Unlike antihistamines, it targets more of the allergic inflammation that causes your congestion and other nasal allergy symptoms for 24-hour relief. Nasacort stops more of what makes you miserable.
When you have diabetes, hydrating your skin is vital.
Gold Bond Diabetics Dry Skin Relief. 90% saw noticeable skin improvement in 1 hour.
My skin feels nourished, healthy.
Gold Bond Diabetics Dry Skin Relief.
What is your lotion wish?
I want coconut oil,
cocoa butter, shea butter.
and no more reapplying.
We listened. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal gently exfoliates, then our triple blend of moisturizers helps prevent dry skin all day. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcoes for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
With new Gold Bond Men's 5-in-1 Face Lotion, you could do 5 great things for your face as fast as done.
New Gold Bond 5-in-1 Face Lotion. 5 essential benefits, including SPF 15 for a great-looking face. Man up with Gold Bond.
In the lotion aisle.
Has the United States gone from winners to whiners? The left outraged over President Trump's tough stance on rogue regimes, but our next guest calling him out, writing, quote, "The fear of challenging these losing arrangements is so high that rather than support our country, elites wind up supporting dictators and others who have found America in the last 25 years to be an easy mark." Who wrote that? Former Hillary Clinton campaign strategist and chairman of the Harris Poll, Mark Penn. He's the author of a new book coming out in 2 weeks. It's called Microtrends Squared. He joins us live here in New York. Good morning to you, Mark.
Morning.
When did America lose its backbone? That's one of the things you say at the very beginning of your column.
Well, because Americans have always had confidence to be the country that stands up for right against dictators, theocratic regimes, countries with beggar-thy-neighbor policies, and what's happening to the national psyche. I think after Iraq and the 2009 financial crisis, Americans are too concerned about standing up. Oh, my God, the sky is falling every time you push back on one of these regimes. If you don't push back, trust me, they're just going to move forward.
Look at North Korea. We know North Korea's got, they're developing nuclear missiles. The whole world knows that it's a danger, and yet the media's gone overboard, you say, and essentially whining about the fact that President Trump is cracking down on them.
Well, if you look at public opinion, most people say North Korea can't be permitted to have nuclear weapons and intercontinental ballistic missiles. But then they think President Trump has gone too far. It's not about who's president. Any president has to stand up to this regime or they will walk all over us as they did in the past.
Then you look at the tariffs that the president has suggested imposing on across the board, 25% for steel, 10% for aluminum. It's all about keeping the American worker in his job.
Look, I can't say whether that's a good policy or not. There are legitimate concerns. But the fire trucks are rolling down the streets here again. The sky is not falling. Business just got $750 billion of breaks. If there have to be some pushback on China, which everybody acknowledges is a dumper, you've got to push back. The national confidence has got to be behind this, or we're going to be a chump nation.
Nate Silver wrote on his blog yesterday that Democrats better not think that it's going to be a slam dunk in 2018 because it's not.
No election is ever a slam dunk. I think it's tightened up a bit, but Democrats have the edge.
Yeah.
Because I think on some of these tough issues, I think they were very strong on health care.
Regarding your column about when did we lose our backbone exactly, what's the message for the President of the United States? Because he's the one guy with his Twitter who's pushing back on the narrative by the media.
The message is that any president, whether it was Trump or Hillary Clinton, now would have to rally the national confidence.
How do you
Americans
do that?
have to feel confident that they can stand up to what's going on in the world. And I think that takes a president showing leadership in these areas, not backing down, and getting confidence and bringing together the members of Congress. After all, nobody supports North Korea. Nobody supports Iran. How are we in these positions of continuing deals we know are bad?
It's one thing, though, for the president to stand up, but his own Republican Congress, in a lot of measures, won't stand with him.
Well, and that's what's so funny. All of these Republican congressmen oppose the Iran deal, think Korea is a complete rogue nation. Where are they when it comes time to stand up?
Good question. All right. I'm Mark Penn. New book coming out in 2 weeks, Microtrends. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, 6:20 now here in New York City. A federal judge siding with the president on DACA as a critical deadline for Dreamers passed yesterday. So why can't Congress get anything done? We've got a debate coming up next. Plus, his son was a bully on the bus. The punishment? He had his kid run to school in the rain.
If you want to figure out what to do, parenting, guys, if you don't know what it's like, here you go. Teach your child a lesson. You don't have to kill them. You don't always have to beat them. But sometimes it sucks for them, and that's what teaches them. So,
As an allergy sufferer, you're wired differently. Nasacort is different too. Unlike antihistamines, it targets more of the allergic inflammation that causes your congestion and other nasal allergy symptoms for 24-hour relief. Nasacort stops more of what makes you miserable.
I was recently diagnosed with diabetes, and my dry skin was a thing that alerted my doctor to my condition.
Gold Bond Diabetics Dry Skin Relief. 90% saw noticeable skin improvement in 1 hour.
My skin feels nourished, healthy.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
If my skin was dry, it would look like this. But Gold Bond Men's Lotion has 7 moisturizers and skin strengthening proteins for smoother, healthier looking skin. Man up.
Good Tuesday morning. We're back with a Fox News alert. North Korea agreeing to impose a moratorium on nuclear and missile tests if it holds talks with the U.S. The announcement following rare talks with South Korea. The two sides also agreeing to open up a hotline between leaders and hold a summit in April. It was dictator Kim Jong-un's first meeting with South Korea since taking office. He promised to not strike the neighboring nation. That historic meeting coming as President Trump hosted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House, marking their first meeting since the Trump administration announced the move of the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. The president expressing interest in attending the opening ceremonies in May.
Thank you very much. I may. They have started, as you know, construction, and we will be talking about that and other things.
The leaders touting U.S.-Israeli relations as the best they have ever been. Let's look at your headlines. Ainsley.
Deal. Thanks so much, Jillian. A federal judge ruling that President Trump's phase out of DACA is legal. This announcement on the day that Dreamers' protections were set to expire. President Trump tweeting, "It's March 5th and the Democrats are nowhere to be found on DACA. Gave them 6 months. They don't care. Where are they? We are ready to make a deal." Here to debate is RNC spokesperson Kayleigh McEnany and Fox News contributor Jessica Tarlov. Jessica, as the Democrat here, I want to start with you because I wanted your opinion of what this judge has said. The judge is saying he's in favor of what the president is doing, that the president has every right to do this, to rescind that executive order.
Yes, this judge said if it was done by executive order, it can be undone by executive order, and is really putting the pressure back on Congress to ensure that these dreamers can stay here. This is a bipartisan issue, support across the board. The president has extended at least a quasi-olive branch with the 1.8 million who would get citizenship. There's also that $25 billion for the border wall and the 4 pillars, as it were, of his immigration strategy. But there is no good reason that a bipartisan deal on this cannot get done. And dreamers are getting caught up in this. Democrats have promised that this is a priority issue, and they need to make sure that it is as soon as possible.
So you just said there's no reason a deal can't be done. Kayleigh, where are the Democrats, though? Because the president's tweeting, where are they? He's trying to make a deal, allowing 1.8 million to stay.
Yeah, that's right. Democrats are nowhere to be found, as he said. Look, they had 2 years of unified government under President Obama. Part of that time, they had a supermajority. They did nothing for DACA recipients. Now they have a deal from President Trump. He said, I won't just give you 700,000 illegal immigrants a path to citizenship. I'll give you more than double, 1.8 million. And yet they left that deal on the table because Dreamers and DACA recipients are a pawn to them.
No,
and Democrats
Kayleigh,
and DACA recipients are waking up to it. There was a DACA recipient on this show, on Fox and Friends, that said, I see what you're doing. You are using me as a pawn.
Yeah, I think that you've gone too far there. I wish that Democrats had solidified this, but this also happened. I mean, our supermajority was very early on in Obama's term here, and there was no reason to think that the executive order would expire, that there would be a president who wouldn't renew something like that. President Obama was very clear that we needed a solution to this and a long-term one. I'm hopeful we can still get there. Just because one DACA recipient was on TV saying, oh, we feel like we're a pawn, does not mean that that's the entire movement. I think that we need to do more, but I don't think that's a fair assessment of what's going on here.
Jessica, it was more than just one. Yesterday at the DNC, right down the road from where I work at the RNC, there were DACA recipients outside of the DNC saying, Democrats, you are fake allies. Those were their words. They said it's been 17 years since you brought up Dreamer legislation. That's not me saying this. This is Dreamers protesting Democrats.
Jessica, they were also
outside
protesting.
Their headquarters.
They were also protesting in front of Chuck Schumer's office out in Brooklyn, even a month ago.
Yeah,
so
and
Kayleigh
they
does bring up a good point.
They should be applying pressure on both sides. It's going to take bipartisan legislation to get this done. So I'm not about moving the responsibility fully over to the Republicans for this. This is a Democrat issue. It has been since the beginning here. I think that we can do something, and we need to budge on border security to ensure that they can stay. Okay. But it's not that Democrats are losing the full support of Dreamers and the immigrant community here.
All right, Kayleigh, Jessica, thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Ainsley.
You're welcome. If you thought it couldn't get any worse for this ousted anti-Trump FBI agent, it just did. New revelations about a tip on Hillary Clinton he never bothered to check. That's straight ahead. Plus, Griff Jenkins is having breakfast with our friends down in Texas, where it is primary day. But first, we want to wish a happy birthday to actress Connie Britton. She is 51 years old today.
Think about somebody as another somebody becoming someone else. When it all goes to hell.
are the TV doctors of America, and we may not know much about medicine, but we know a lot about drama.
We also know that you can avoid drama by getting an annual checkup.
So go, know, and take control of your health.
It could save your life.
Cigna, together all the way.
Your modern software factory runs millions of lines of code through trillions of connections. You think I'm dramatizing? Think again. Application security, each line a potential breach. That's why checking code before you deploy isn't enough. You have to check it continuously.
I do?
Yep, you do. When your app's in here, and when it's out here. I know, you can't be in a trillion places at once, but we can.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
With new Gold Bond Men's 5-in-1 Face Lotion, you could do 5 great things for your face as fast as done.
New Gold Bond 5-in-1 Face Lotion. 5 essential benefits, including SPF 15, for a great-looking face. Man up with Gold Bond.
In the lotion aisle.
We are friends. What are you talking about?
Right, we are. That's true. But
We
see,
are.
they can't hear you. That's a recorded song.
That's okay.
Oh, it is. All right. So let's talk basketball.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Let's talk high school basketball.
2 teams not friends.
Right.
Okay.
Why? Why do you think they're not friends? They're competing. Both teams want to win.
That's right. So let's go to Massachusetts and East Bridgewater, Massachusetts. Their high school team beat Madison Park. The final score was 93-7. They won by 86 points. And the superintendent of the school that won was so ashamed, she insisted that they not publish the score in the paper.
So she says, I'm happy we're in the tournament, but of course, no one likes that type of score. I'm hoping this game will bring a thoughtful reflection from our program leaders.
Now, the problem is, like football, you have, even when, unlike soccer, where you can actually control the ball and not score, you know, just do try to link up passes. With basketball, when you get the ball, you gotta go down court, and they have a shot clock. So you have to actually put the ball up at some point. My feeling is, upon the research that we found in local papers, it turns out they were pressing and left their starters in. And I do feel as though they should apologize, because I think part of knowing how to win is knowing how to win. And I think putting your foot on somebody's neck and pushing it down until they can't breathe anymore, I think is out of line.
I read some comments from different folks. Somebody said, why punish kids who work hard and are successful because the other kid's not at the same level? That's not how life really works. Somebody else said, if you don't want to lose by 86 points, try to get better. And somebody else said, sometimes you have to let people fail so they know what that feels like, and they will never want to fail again.
Well, I always
it is
heard,
a great motivator.
I grew up up in a house where my dad was a coach, and sportsmanship was very important. You don't run up the score.
Absolutely.
If you're going to run up the score, because it's just like it's just a knife. It's just a dangling, hey, we're better than you are if you run it up this high. But if you're going, Dad always said he lets every kid at one point get in the game. Even if they're the worst player, even if they sit the bench most of the game, he wants to put them in. This is a great opportunity for him to put the bench players in, but they didn't. They kept the starters in until the fourth quarter.
How angry would your dad be if he lost 93-7?
So I was probably.
You went to your room.
No, my dad's like this great athlete, always got all these awards. He has these 3 kids. My brother's a pretty good athlete, but I was always on the team that got the 7.
Yeah.
Dad was like, you're riding home with me, Ainsley, so I can tell you all the things you should have done better.
I just think I'm all for winner or not, but I just think there's a way to win and there's a way to lose.
Right.
I also think, when you win, you shake hands at the end. After a fight, you're trying to knock the guy's head off, but you hug at the end. And that's not how you win.
But here's the thing. The superintendent, rather than, do this public apology, obviously she's got a problem with the coach. If you're not supposed to run up the score like that, they don't have a mercy rule. That's a problem with the coach. Don't make the kids feel bad about actually winning.
Let me say this, though. You learn so much from losing. Okay, I remember I got cut from the tennis. I had the flu, and I was trying out for the tennis team in high school. I was the last person to get cut. I was like,
she's not bitter.
Tasting blood. I still to this day want to tell that coach why. I had so much heart, and I tried. But that wasn't God's plan for my life. I didn't make the cheerleading team the second time I tried out. I was on the 7th grade.
God
in the 8th
wanted
grade,
you
I didn't.
cut.
And my dad said someone else needed that position. You learn a lot from losing. So I don't like the score being run up that high, especially if all the starters are playing. But you can learn a lot from losing, and that doesn't mean you're going to be a failure for the rest of your life.
But by the way, you should tell the coach, though, if you're trying out and you have the flu. That's all.
I did. I told him he still cut me.
And he still cut you?
Yeah. He still cut me. I could have been a really good tennis player, too.
I don't think so. You are good now, right?
If the head cheerleader from Ainsley's squad is watching right now, email us that you feel bad about.
No, it's the tennis coach that I'm still mad at.
Tennis. It sounds like you're still mad about the cheerleader.
All right, so 93-7. Any problem with that?
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with that.
Facebook.
Also, while the game was happening, you might want to go down to the coach and go, Coach, can you pull out the starters? There's a bunch of people on the bench. They need to get in the game.
I bet the parents are so mad of those kids that had to stay on the bench.
All right. So anyway, let us know. Meanwhile, all eyes on the state of Texas today. Voters head to the primary polls for the first election of the 2018 midterm season. Republicans facing unusual heavy pressure for a deep red state.
Yeah, that could be ominous. So what do the voters think? Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins thought he'd go to a diner.
That's right, guys. Good morning. I'm at the West Side Cafe in Fort Worth, and let me tell you, they're excited because the midterms have started, and Texas has absolutely smashed our early voter turnout. More than 885,000 people in the early voting period that ended on Friday. That is now also because Democrats seem to be turning out just a little bit more than Republicans, and that normally doesn't happen. Now, here in Texas, I'm told that the social networking isn't done on Twitter or Snapchat. It's done here at the counter on West Side. John Calhoun, we're talking a little bit about it. There's all this talk about a blue wave. Maybe the Democrats could flip Texas. What do you make of this?
I don't see Texas flipping. It's a concern, but I think the Republicans are going to come out in force today, and we'll keep it a red state.
John, have you voted yet? And what is the issue that you care most about that you're voting? What's driving you this cycle?
I haven't voted yet, but probably my biggest concerns is immigration, gun laws, and abortion.
Immigration, gun laws, and abortion. And guys, just remember, all 36 of the National House of Representative races here in Texas up for grabs, as well as one Senate seat. That's Ted Cruz. George, we were talking a little bit. What is it that's going to drive you to the polls, and have you voted yet?
No, I plan on voting today, and it's going to keep me, the polls, it's going to protecting our Second Amendment rights.
That's number one. Now, here in Texas, you can conceal and carry. Are you packing heat?
No, I'm packing breakfast. That's what I'm packing. That's what I said. No, I'm not packing today.
All right. Well, and we got Phil is a retired Marine here, served in Vietnam. Phil, thank you very much. I got to throw it back to him. Guys, by the way, you have, for the first time, 1,800 and something Democrats and elections all across. So we'll see if that wave happens. Right now, I got to get some pancakes. Back to you.
We're jealous.
I don't blame you. It looks delicious.
Yum.
All right, great. Thank you very much. George P. Bush, the son of Jeb Bush, who is currently the land commissioner in Texas. He's got that job. He's in a tight primary race. We're going to have him on the show about 90 minutes from right now.
Right, and yeah, very tight race, and they think if you win the primary, you're going to win the election. All right, 21 minutes before the top of the hour. I know we're winning when we have Jillian in.
Good morning, guys. How are you? Happy Tuesday. Let's get you caught up on some of your headlines starting here. Ousted FBI agent Peter Strzok is under fire yet again for possibly compromising national intelligence information. Sources telling Fox News Strzok was told of a potential breach into Hillary Clinton's email server in 2016, but failed to do a formal damage assessment. Strzok was removed from Robert Mueller's Russia probe after exchanging a series of anti-Trump text messages with his FBI agent and lover, Lisa Page. Terrifying moments for a group of New York City firefighters when flaming debris comes crashing off a burning building, raining down right on top of them. That is frightening. 4 firefighters were injured, although should be okay. And nope, it's not a training scene from Rocky. This Virginia dad is going viral for making his son run a mile to school in the rain after getting kicked off his bus for bullying. Watch.
This right here is called parenting, guys. If you don't know what it's like, here you go. Teach your child a lesson. You don't have to kill them. You don't always have to beat them. But sometimes it sucks for them, and that's what teaches them. So,
well, it seems to be working. Dad says his son's behavior has been much better. Let's look at your headlines, guys.
So he was bullying another kid?
He was bullying.
Yeah, on the bus, it sounds like.
Yep.
And so, you know
Dad
what?
made him run.
I got a feeling he's not ever going to do that again.
Well,
Let's
Pete
hope not.
Maravich used to be forced to go to school dribbling a basketball outside his window while his dad drove the car.
Why, did he do something wrong, or he was trying
Dad wanted to get better.
That's a different story.
Okay.
I'm
Maybe it didn't
proud of
apply
this.
here.
Proud of that dad. You're not your kid's best friend. That's great. He's
Right.
teaching him a lesson.
Janice, would you ever do that as a parent?
Oh, my God. Not tomorrow, because we have a nor'easter.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's take a look at the maps real quick, because, yeah, it's coming. Another storm, and then maybe one behind this weekend. The groundhog was right. 32 degrees here in New York City. Let's take a look at it. We have a storm across the northern plains bringing blizzard conditions. Part of this energy is what is going to energize this nor'easter that starts up tonight and really cranks up through the day tomorrow. If you live north and west of New York, you could get the most snow. It depends on where this low sets up along the coast. Will it be a rain event? Will it be a mix event? Will it be an all snow event? Still these factors yet to be determined. The bottom line is we're going to have a storm that could potentially cripple travel west of the I-95 corridor. There's the snowfall totals right now. You see New York City right on the cusp, and that's why this is so difficult. So we will be tracking it. Listen to your local forecasters, and I will be broadcasting all day tomorrow in the nor'easter.
You
Not
will.
being punished, though. Not punished.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much,
You
Judy.
got it.
All right. Meanwhile, Robert Mueller's so-called hit list is revealed. The president's top campaign aides now subpoenaed. So what does it say about the scope of the investigation? Judge Napolitano is on the case. He's waving.
Hey,
He's
Judge.
next.
Touch is how we communicate with those we love. But does psoriasis ever get in the way? Embrace the chance of 100% clear skin with Taltz. For people with moderate to severe psoriasis, up to 90% had a significant improvement of their psoriasis plaques. With Taltz, 4 out of 10 even achieved completely clear skin. Don't use if you're allergic to Taltz. Before starting, you should be checked for tuberculosis. Taltz may increase risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, symptoms, or received a vaccine or plan to. Inflammatory bowel disease can happen with Taltz, including worsening of symptoms. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Ready for a chance at 100% clear skin? Ask your doctor about Taltz. Try it for as little as $5 a month.
Martha McCallum. Smart, fair, fearless.
Very rare move. More reaction pouring in. Set off an avalanche of attacks.
Powerful reporting on the issues that matter.
New developments tonight.
That's The Story with Martha McCallum. Every weeknight at 7.
New developments in the special counsel Russia's probe. You got Robert Mueller's so-called hit list, which was revealed over the weekend as President Trump and 9 key associates reportedly subpoenaed for all communications.
And our next guest says Robert Mueller is far from winding down. Here to explain is a guy we just wound up, a Fox News senior judicial analyst, Judge Andrew Napolitano.
I was just talking to Mark Penn in the green room, who was just on with you a few minutes ago. And he said, I couldn't imagine anything more intrusive when I was doing the polling for Bill Clinton in '96, then every email I sent him and every email he sent me ending up in the hands of federal prosecutors and potentially in the hands of the public. It is the most intimate relationship, professional relationship you can think of, the pollster to the candidate. That's just one person. Bob Mueller, over the weekend, subpoenaed every email from 10 people. And we know the names. All of their names are public names, from Roger Stone to Carter Page, even to Rick Gates, whose emails he already has. But what's interesting is the people he did not subpoena. He did not subpoena Nunberg. He did not subpoena Donald Jr. He did not subpoena Ivanka. He did not subpoena Jared Kushner.
At least they weren't on that list.
Because he already has them. And he already knows
He already has their emails?
Yes.
How did he get those?
By subpoena, and they surrendered them a long time ago.
Okay,
Correct.
so what was Sam Nunberg on TV all day yesterday doing if Mueller is not subpoenaing his email, because he was talking about, I'm not going to give them to him?
He already has the emails. What he was saying is, I don't want to sit in front of a grand jury for a couple days explaining each email. Who the heck remembers why you wrote an email, in his case, 3 or 4 years ago, going back to 2014. Why he did what he did yesterday, I don't know, unless he wanted to discredit himself or unless he really was inebriated, as some of his people were saying. But he basically, here's a guy that Donald Trump hired and fired twice, both because of what Donald Trump felt was incompetent professional work for Trump. He did some stuff that made Trump.
What happens to him if he refuses the subpoena? What happens to him?
Okay, so he will be brought before a judge, and the judge will say, hey, Mr. Nunberg, you're a lawyer. Do I really have to explain this to you? They have the right to bring you before the grand jury. If you're not going to go, we have a place where you can stay.
Until the grand jury's...
Correct. I myself, in my prior life, have sent people to jail for refusal to testify. It's not pretty, because they're not bad people. They just feel that they've been abused by the system. How long can they go away for? The life of the grand jury. Now, there's 2 grand juries. What's the life of these grand juries? Until Bob Mueller shuts them down. This could go to the end of Donald Trump's term.
Yeah, they're financed till 2019. They're budgeted.
Correct. So here's the thing. 3 weeks ago, he was interviewed by Mueller's prosecutors and a team of FBI agents. Whatever he told them We don't know what it is. They want him to tell this to the grand jury. And he apparently was ready to say yes. Yesterday he started saying no. He was all over the place. He was on every network but here.
And he definitely was not drug or alcohol free as far as the interviewers could say. And if you watch it, he looked out of his mind.
He does not appear to be in control of himself.
But Judge, you said something striking. You said anyone who thinks that Mueller is winding down is not paying attention. He's winding up.
I believe he's gearing up, Brian. I really do. And I believe the president remains in his crosshairs. And I think some of the new things we've learned about have come from Rick Gates, who's been a treasure trove once he pleaded guilty and became actually part of Mueller's prosecutorial team. How do you think they found out about this guy Nader, the Lebanese American guy, probably from Rick Gates?
Yeah, but Rick Gates was charged with stuff way before the campaign, years before the campaign.
Right. But he pleaded guilty, and his exposure went from 40 years to 3 years. He obviously is prepared to tell them a lot of information in order to get that exposure to go way down.
All right, Judge, thank you very much.
Oh,
Judge.
this is unbelievable.
Crazy news.
Yeah, all the best, guys.
All right, still to come. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, live.
Plus, are you ready for an Amazon checking account?
Wow.
Jerry Willis is going to explain coming up next.
Come on in.
I'll buy you a diamond ring, my friend, if it makes you feel.
Here's a question for you. Could Amazon be your next banker?
Probably. They do everything else, right? Amazon reportedly now in talks with big banks to build a checking account for customers.
Fox Business's own Jerry Willis is here with details. So Amazon has enough money to be a bank?
They have more money than the banks. In fact, they're bigger than the banks. Their market cap huge. They could if they wanted to. The question is, will they? This was a speculative story yesterday in the Wall Street Journal. But let me tell you the interest that consumers might have in having an Amazon account. Fees on banks, especially consumer banking checking accounts, going through the roof.
Out of network? Ooh.
The out-of-network fees, if you want to use an ATM out-of-network, the average cost right now, $4.67.
Wow.
It's to get your own money. I think people are really fed up, and particularly millennials are really fed up, right? They're tired of dealing with this, and they're 2 to 3 times more likely to switch banks than other generations.
So there wouldn't be any fees, and why wouldn't it be called?
No. That's really optimistic. There could be fees, but we don't know because the product has not been rolled out yet. But the question is, would they try to make it much more attractive than other folks in the marketplace?
Okay, so
right?
it was a speculative piece. What is leading the Wall Street Journal to think they might do that?
There has been talk about this for literally years. What's more, Amazon is already sort of in banking businesses. They have something called Amazon Go that's kind of a debit card. Then they also make loans to the retailers on their website. So they're sort of inching their way closer and closer, and they started hearing at the Wall Street Journal rumors that they might do this with JP Morgan Chase or Capital One. JP Morgan Chase, I called them yesterday. They're not talking about this. They're refusing to answer questions about it. But I have to tell you, it makes a lot of sense because Amazon, they get more information about you. They would know more about you. You'd be more likely to spend money on Amazon. What's to complain about?
And from the consumer perspective, it might be easier, right? Everything just might be easier.
You deal with one company and never use anybody else ever again.
Surprised they call it a checking account, not a savings account, because who writes checks anymore?
Well, that's a great question. How useful is a checking account? Average fee, monthly fee, $5 to $15, depending on whether you deposit your check there every month or not. But it's a good question. Is that the most useful account for consumers? Although the number of people using checking accounts is actually growing.
You just look at how Amazon bought Whole Foods and shook up the grocery business and how they've redone everything. Here's the thing for the other banks. Amazon's really good at what they do. If they got into banking, I'm sure a lot of people would say, you know what, I'm going to try it.
So a recent survey of Amazon users, 38% of them said, yeah, I'd be willing to use Amazon as my banker.
Interesting. All right. Jerry, we'll be watching you over on the Business Channel.
Thank you so much for having me.
And Jerry has a new podcast, the Jerry Willis Podcast.
That's right. You can get it on Apple. Be sure to check it out. Just Google my name.
Can you get it on Amazon yet?
No. That's the next step.
All right. One at a time. Thanks, Jerry.
All right, coming up, Jeb Bush and President Trump had a major rivalry on the campaign trail. But now President Trump is endorsing Jeb Bush's son, George P. Bush. He joins us in the next hour.
And Google is trying to silence a conservative voice on YouTube, but they are fighting back with wildly successful videos. PragerU joins us live next hour.
What is your lotion wish?
I want coconut oil,
cocoa butter, shea butter, and no more reapplying. We listened. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal gently exfoliates, then our triple blend of moisturizers helps prevent dry skin all day. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcoes for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
With new Gold Bond Men's 5-in-1 Face Lotion, you could do 5 great things for your face as fast as done.
New Gold Bond 5-in-1 Face Lotion. 5 essential benefits, including SPF 15 for a great-looking face. Man up with Gold Bond.
In the lotion aisle,
President of the United States blasting the 44th president. Donald Trump said this is bigger than Watergate.
I believe he's gearing up, Brian. I really do. And I believe the president remains in his crosshairs.
Former President Trump aide Sam Nunberg is defying a subpoena with special counsel Robert Mueller's Russia probe.
Mueller's not going to send me to prison for this. This is ridiculous. The idea that, once again, that Donald Trump colluded with Russia is a joke.
Federal judge ruling that President Trump's phase out of DACA is legal.
This judge said if it was done by executive order, it can be undone by executive order.
Democrats are nowhere to be found. They had 2 years of unified government under President Obama. They did nothing.
This year's award show was the least watched Oscars in recorded history.
Down 20% to 26.5 million viewers.
I have smelled alcohol on your breath.
Well, I have not had a drink.
You haven't had a drink, so that's not.
No. No.
No.
No.
I'm a rebel just for kicks now. I've been feeling it since 1966 now. Might have had your fill, but the feeling's still.
Live from New York City, welcome to the couch. It's the second hour of Fox and Friends for a very busy Tuesday. Welcome aboard, folks.
You know, I just realized I don't know what our budget's like or what we've spent so far.
It's unlimited.
Right. Okay, good. Because that's good. I can't
Why
wait
do
for
you
my
ask that?
expenses. I think we should get a DJ.
We had one time, remember? It was a lot
Oh, yeah,
of
your
fun.
first day.
Yeah.
Why do we need a DJ? We've got a guy in the control room who will play any song you want within 10 seconds.
Really?
Toba will play. Toba, yesterday you played a song for all of us and for the audience too. It was called Roots. Roots by Zach Brown Band. I'd never heard it before. Loved it. Wrote it down. I need to download it.
All right.
Have y'all ever heard that song before? Do you remember it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Is that it? Hold on. Wait for it. Wait for it. It's good. It's worth it.
So anyway,
That's
Brian,
just the beginning.
I think we've got a DJ.
Brian, sing.
I did not
Sing
know
for
that
us.
Ainsley was going to be requesting songs.
All right.
I just wanted to throw out one line. I did not know.
Let's make it karaoke.
Right.
Sing.
Okay.
Let's make it newsy-okie.
Right. Do you remember when
we're
Fonzie used
Janice
to be able to
is
just
great.
hit the jukebox with his hand?
No.
And he used to play any song?
Our Christmas, I know we got to get to the news real quickly. Our Christmas show, our Christmas party,
Yeah.
Janice sang, and there was a staircase in the bar where we had the Christmas party, which went up to the second floor of the restaurant or bar. And Todd Pyro and Father Jonathan were walking the staircase and singing with their microphone.
Which
it was
had been
great.
a secret until just then.
Someone recorded it, and we need to show it.
Right.
Anyway.
It was worth seeing.
I miss the party.
So anyway, there's Janice Dean right
was
there.
karaokeing.
All right, let's talk a little bit about things in the news. It was 6 months ago, the President of the United States said, President Obama started this DACA thing. He felt it was unconstitutional. He said, I'm going to give Congress 6 months to fix it. Well, yesterday was the 6-month mark. And what happened with Congress? They did nothing. Actually, there was action up on Capitol Hill. 87 people were arrested. There were protesters. They were chained to each other. They were blocking traffic because they wanted to make a point. Look, we're in this country. Congress, do something. Congress hasn't done anything. The president's waiting. Luckily, some judges have done some stuff.
Yeah, this federal judge over in Maryland ruled that President Trump, unlike the other judge that ruled at the Ninth District Court, had the right to end DACA. The judge's name is Roger Titus. He was a Bush appointee, and he ruled Monday that President acted within his authority in his plan to rescind the executive order that President Obama put out, and it's kind of mentioned this is really not constitutional. What I understand from legal minds said, but when President Trump immediately extended it when he took office, he evidently, according to some judges, legalized it because it looks like he backed up Obama's decision. So when the president said, no, it expires March 5th, now they say, this judge says, yeah, you had every right to be able to do that. My worry is that this needs to be addressed, and we need to get money for a wall. And knowing that, I wanted both sides with their back against the wall, pun not intended, to make a decision on this, because we've been talking about comprehensive reform, immigration reform for 20 years.
Even Jessica Tarlov, who's a Democrat, she was on the show earlier, and she was saying that Democrats are nowhere to be seen, that they really need to get on board with this. There have been talks, a lot of Republicans say Democrats don't want to do anything about DACA because they want, come election time, to be able to say, this president wanted to kick you out of the country. guilty, and we wanted you to stay. And they want that narrative to help them win elections.
So yesterday was the 6th month. Congress had done nothing, and President Trump tweeted this. It's March 5th, and the Democrats are nowhere to be found on DACA. Gave them 6 months. They just don't care. Where are they? We are ready to make a deal. Just one other point. That federal judge, Judge Titus, that Brian was talking about, in his opinion, he also slammed his colleagues in other courts for their decisions. Essentially, he said they were putting their politics ahead of the law.
Yeah, you think so? It's good
Just
nonstop.
a little bit.
And DACA recipients are upset about this. I mean, don't let the Democrats lead you to believe that they're not, that they like nothing to be done. They've been protesting. They were protesting in front of Schumer's office. They've been had all those protests yesterday.
But I don't love that attitude. This is a favor for them. They don't belong here. This is a fix for that. Their parents brought them here. I get it. But they can't walk around arrogantly pounding on doors, demanding citizenship. What about everybody else that's doing it the right way?
You're right.
To me, if you're a DACA, a potential DACA recipient, sit back, let this thing play out.
They've got to change the law. The president can do executive action. That's what President Obama did. And now look where we are. Only Congress can act. Will they? Stay tuned.
Lindsey Graham on last night with Shannon Bream said that we have 54 votes on the Rounds bill. If they could make it better, more to the president's liking with the lottery and the chain migration. Let's say 3. Give them one more, or one with a promise to look at it in a year. Go ahead and negotiate it. Get this thing done. You're 6 votes short.
All right. Most interesting video yesterday. You had this guy, Sam Nunberg. He was a former President Trump campaign aide. He did this media blitz yesterday, and you got something you got to see. Yeah. One of the anchors says, "Are you blitzed? Have you been drinking before this interview?" Watch this.
Mueller's not going to send me to prison for this. This is ridiculous. I won't sit for 80 hours to produce every email I had with Roger Stone and Steve Bannon.
You could go to prison for this.
The idea that, once again, that Donald Trump colluded with Russia is a joke.
You're sitting very close to me.
Yes.
We talked earlier about what people in the White House were saying about you.
Yeah.
Talking about whether you were drinking or on drugs or whatever they had happened today. Talking to you, I have smelled alcohol on your breath.
Well, I have not had a drink.
You haven't had a drink, so that's not.
No.
It's awkward. Let me just give you the question. You can categorically answer that. No, you haven't had a drink today?
My answer is no. I have not.
Well, we don't know whether or not he was drinking or anything else, but if CNN had a suspicion that he was drunk, it's not the prudent thing to put a drunk guy on TV.
True.
He said horrible things about Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Says he wants to fight Corey Lewandowski in an alley, hopes to meet him in an alley. He also had horrible things to say about Carter Page. So he doesn't like a lot of people, except for he worships Roger Stone, and he seems to be contradicting himself a lot.
Well, he's trying to make the president look bad. The president fired him twice.
He loves the president.
The president also sued. No, he doesn't. He said,
He did.
He said, I don't love him anymore, but I will tell you, he earned the right to become president. He fought. What was the quote he used? He used a cuss word that I don't want to say.
He said he worked his blank off.
Right. Okay. So he's fired fired twice from the Trump campaign. The president felt like he was responsible for throwing him under the bus with some interviews. The president also sued him for $10 million. They ended up settling because he breached his confidentiality agreement.
Right. So is he going to turn over all those emails to Robert Mueller? Maybe. He said he gave conflicting answers throughout the day. Meanwhile, real quickly, we told you yesterday about our assessment of the Oscars, and apparently a lot of people felt the same way we did, that there wasn't much to watch because they officially recorded the lowest Oscar cast in history with the Sunday night show over on ABC.
Yeah, they lost more than 7 million viewers in the past year. Why is that? Is it because it got too political?
Yeah, I guess they're off 15%. That could be part of the reason. High-profile movies could be the other part of the reason. The other thing is, the fact is, they say that the thing people look forward to most is Best Picture. That was set at 11:20 Eastern Time. That's into your local news.
Late.
I mean, it's not even in prime time. So, I mean, this is Hollywood. They're supposed to know how to do this. They're supposed to have this. They wake up in the morning how to produce shows.
But Hollywood,
it's way too long. But condense it.
You know how Hollywood works. You have the big payoff at the end of the movie. If it's going to be a 4-hour show, you got to wait 4 hours. We asked you what you thought. Steven tweeted us. Nobody cares what Hollywood thinks. They are only hurting themselves. May concentrate on making decent movies for a change instead.
And then Mark says, Hollywood, nobody wants to hear your opinion. Just read your made-up words, a.k.a. the script, and do your job, acting.
And this is addressed to Jimmy Kimmel. This was among many reasons the legions of people decided not to tune in for even 1 second. With him hosting, combined with all the lib Hollywood elite, people knew exactly what was coming. I do think on some level, people think if they were watching and they were Republican conservatives that they were actually selling out or giving in to the anti-Trump flavor. There's one person who I think made a pro-American comment, and they got some backlash.
It's like silence.
Right, and they barely even acknowledged the military montage.
All right, what do you think? Let us know. In the meantime, it's 7:10 here in New York City, and it's time for a Fox News Alert.
That's right. Good morning, guys. We are following some breaking news, so let's get you caught up on this, beginning with that Fox News Alert. As you mentioned, Steve, North Korea agreeing to suspend nuclear and missile tests if it holds talks with the U.S. The announcement following a rare meeting with South Korea, which says the North is ready for heart-to-heart talks with the U.S. about denuclearization. A Southern official says the rogue regime made it clear there is no need for nuclear weapons if military threats are resolved. It's the 9th day in a row that kids in West Virginia aren't going to school because of a teacher strike. The teachers are upset with state lawmakers for failing to meet their demands of a 5% pay increase. State leaders will meet today in an attempt to resolve that issue. Turning now to extreme weather, a 1-2 punch for the Northeast, preparing for another major winter storm.
That is not good.
Yeah, that is not good at all. That's a sign of things to come. The storm system sending a garbage truck sliding sideways down an icy road in North Dakota. And how about this? Firefighters in New York posting this video from Friday's storm of a tree falling on top of a power line. They want to remind people to always be aware of your surroundings. And Janice will have an update on the weather, by the way. SpaceX making history while you were sleeping, launching their largest satellite ever into orbit.
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
The successful launch sending a Spanish communications satellite the size of a city bus from Cape Canaveral in Florida. It marks the 50th Falcon 9 rocket takeoff in SpaceX history. Can never get enough of seeing the video.
That's really
so
cool the way SpaceX does it. All right. Jillian, thank you.
Thank you, Jillian.
Well, it has been 7 years since the murder of a Border Patrol agent exposed the Fast and Furious scandal, and his family is still looking for answers. Brian Terry's brother is going to join us live with a message for the president that you're going to want to hear.
Plus, terrifying moments for a 5-year-old girl dangling and unconscious on a ski lift. Ooh. You need to see what happens next.
Throughout my life, I've always tried to be there for the people around me. Now, things have changed. I'm so grateful to have an angel who truly cares for me.
It's so rewarding to be a part of his life and make a difference when he needs it the most.
Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care.
The future isn't written in stone. It can be made better, safer, more secure. That's why we obsess. We push the limits of innovation and turn impossibility into reality. From the most advanced ways to secure our safety, to fusion reactors and manned missions to Mars. At Lockheed Martin, we're engineering a better tomorrow.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
If my skin was dry, it would look like this.
But Gold Bond Men's Lotion has 7 moisturizers and skin strengthening proteins for smoother, healthier looking skin. Man up.
Father, in the name of Jesus, right now, you are Jehovah Rapha. You are the healer. We look to the cross. The healing is in the cross. The power is in your sacrifice, Jesus. In the name of Jesus Christ, right now, Word of God, come forth. Touch your children in the name of Jesus. I call health and healing to their bodies. I bind every demonic spirit, cancer, cell, bone, blood, body chemistry, hormonal disorders, AIDS, Alzheimer's, MS, fatigue. Right now, every diabetes, arthritis, come out in the name of Jesus. I heal the children of God for the glory of God in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen and amen.
Fox News Channel on Sirius XM. Your favorite shows on Channel 114. Plus, every story, every 15 minutes. Fox News headlines 24/7 at Channel 115.
Justice Department has stonewalled for far too long Operation Fast and Furious. This investigation began 6 years ago. The fact that it is still tied up in the courts is proof positive that our system of checks and balances is broken.
There you go. 9 months have passed since that hearing, and still nothing has been done on the Fast and Furious operation that led to the murder of Border Patrol agent Brian Terry. Now Terry's brother Kent is asking the president for help, tweeting to him that he reopened the investigation into the scandal, noting that he spoke to the president on the campaign trail where he was told the Trump administration would reopen the case and that he was treated shamefully. Kent Terry is the brother of Brian Terry and joins us now. So, Kent, what questions do you need answered?
We need to find out the truth, exactly what happened, how it happened, why it happened. We need Mr. Trump, President Trump, to unseal the documents, reverse the executive privilege, so we know what happened and that we can hold the people accountable that are responsible.
So we know this. In 2010, December, there was a shootout near the Rio Rico. After the unit was confronted, they confronted a so-called RIP crew, and it looks like the weapon recovered at the scene, an AK-47, to kill him, was traced back to the Fast and Furious program, which is obviously a folly and was a program that resulted in the death of your brother. So what do you want someone held accountable for this program, for the shooting? What do you want?
Yes, I think there should. I think there should be examples set in place so this doesn't happen again. I mean, there's no one in the ATF, the DOJ, that's been held accountable. Everybody's still actively working. Nobody's been punished. There may be a slap on the hand. That's about it. Dennis Burke, as we know, got a $2,000 fine and lost his lawyer's license. You know, we paid $15,000 to put my brother in the grave. I mean, there needs to be accountability. There needs to be justice for my brother. He deserves it. He spent 22 years serving this country as a law enforcement officer, a Marine, and that's what he deserves.
All right, so here is a letter from Eric Holder in 2014. He says, moreover, I'm committed to you in our meeting, holding those responsible for your brother's murder accountable to the full extent of the law and ensuring the operation like Fast and Furious ever happens again remains a top priority for the Department of Justice and for him personally. Do you believe him?
Come on, no, I don't believe him. You know, I met with him in person, me and my mom, and I can just tell he was just lying through his teeth the whole time I was talking to him. So, but when I met Mr. Trump back on the campaign trail, he was very apologetic for the actions that the previous administration did. He was very sincere about getting answers. He said it was shameful, and that I think Mr. Sessions has stepped up and reopen the case, reinvestigate it, and hold us accountable.
Hopefully
and
he will. And this just goes to show you your gut feeling was probably right. A joint staff report on Operation Fast and Furious, recovered in June of 2017, showed the department did not take care to make sure the Terry family received information and support. On the contrary, the department appears to have viewed the Terry family as a public relations nuisance. How does that make you feel?
It angers me. And you know what? If you look through all them emails that were released last summer, how they were saying that the family was a nuisance, certain people in the family weren't intelligent enough to have a conversation with. They were talking about wiretapping the family. It's just disgusting.
Hopefully the DOJ is hearing you and the president's watching, and then we'll get some results. Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Kent.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, coming up straight ahead, Google's trying to silence a conservative voice on YouTube, but they are fighting back with these wildly successful videos. Dennis Prager joins us live next.
They called it the 1,000-year flood. They were having homes and businesses flooded, and the roads were being washed out.
My entire house is going to be flooded. Okay, do you have a second story?
A lot of fear that we were going to lose a lot of people. When we heard the police station was flooded, we immediately gave them our command center to operate out of.
Belfour was our savior. Sheldon and his team restored 25 of our businesses and more than 1,500 residences.
At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Father, in the name of Jesus, right now, you are Jehovah Rapha. You are the healer. We look to the cross. The healing is in the cross. The power is in your sacrifice, Jesus. In the name of Jesus Christ, right now, Word of God, come forth. Touch your children in the name of Jesus. I call health and healing to their bodies. I bind every demonic spirit, cancer, cell, bone, blood, body chemistry, hormonal disorders, AIDS, Alzheimer's, MS, fatigue. Right now, every diabetes, arthritis, come out in the name of Jesus. I heal the children of God for the glory of God in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen and amen.
Now for your news by the numbers. First, more than 86,000. That is how many people have signed a petition to create an annual day of remembrance for Billy Graham. The evangelist passed away last month at 99 years old. He spent his life preaching to millions of people around the world. Next, 76 years. That is how long it took to find the USS Lexington after Japan sunk it during World War II. Microsoft co-founder Paul Allen making the discovery 500 miles off the coast of Australia. 200 soldiers were killed in that attack. And finally, 227 years. That is how long this tree stood after being planted by President George Washington.
You believe this?
Strong winds at his Mount Vernon estate, toppling it over in last week's nor'easter. That's sad.
It is sad. But as Dana Perino brought up last night, maybe they should make a chair out of it. Or some type of table. Something with the wood.
That would be historic.
All right, 25 minutes after the hour. PragerU is a digital media group whose videos have hundreds of millions of views.
But the company claims tech giants like Twitter and Google are trying to crack down on them and silence them for being conservative. So now PragerU is suing.
Yep. Craig Stazzeri is the chief marketing officer for PragerU, and he joins us now. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. So what is your argument? They're trying to silence you say?
Yeah, it's not trying. It's completely evident at this point. YouTube has restricted over 40 PragerU videos. If anyone has ever seen a PragerU video, they know that they're very educational and very appropriate. And it's very clear that YouTube is doing this because they don't agree with what we have to say. So it's actually scary that these big tech companies are cracking down on conservative voices simply because they don't agree. And they're restricting access to the exact audience we're trying to reach, which is young people. PragerU reaches millions of young people every day online, and the best way for them to slow our progress down is to restrict access, which is what they do.
Well, Craig, we ran a portion of one of your videos yesterday to introduce one of the guests we had on, and it's interesting. You're getting a lot of buzz. Look at BuzzFeed. They had this headline. It said how PragerU is winning the right-wing culture war without Donald Trump. What's interesting, though, is regarding Twitter and then Google, Twitter said they're not going to run your stuff. You can't monetize it because it's inappropriate. Are you saying it's inappropriate because they value it as conservative?
There's no other logical explanation. Yeah, Twitter wanted to get in on the action because of our effect. I mean, it was great that BuzzFeed recognized us as a powerful conservative voice on the internet. The left has had a monopoly both on the educational system and digital media, and PragerU is breaking through that, and it's a concerning element to those on the left and those who are running these tech companies. Twitter is no longer allowing us to run any ads on Twitter or promote any tweets because we're, quote, inappropriate. But inappropriate is clearly synonymous with conservative to them.
All right, so they've actually responded to you. Here's another example of something that you're running with the headlines. How Iraq was won and lost. Gun rights are women's rights. Why America must lead. And with these videos. And these are all restricted. What's wrong with e-cigarettes? And why America's military must be strong. So they're all restricted. And their explanation is?
Inappropriate. We actually have it in writing from them. At first, we were hoping it was some innocent mistake or an incorrect algorithm, but we have in writing from Google and YouTube that our videos are deemed inappropriate for young people. This is why we launched an online petition that has over 450,000 signatures at PragerU.com. This is why we filed a lawsuit. Google and YouTube hold themselves out to be a public forum, a platform of freedom of expression and free speech online, but then they turn around and censor ideas they don't agree with. This is why we're heading to court next week on March 15th in San Jose, and you know, we're David, they're Goliath, but we're excited for this fight, not just for PragerU, but we're taking this on for America and for freedom of speech online.
So there are no, usually you hear inappropriate, you think of music that has cuss words in it the kids can't listen to, but no cussing, it's just your political feelings?
Undoubtedly, yeah. If Beyonce wants to shake around and dance, it's fine for a young kid to see. But if we want to give the history of the Iraq War, or talk about Israel's legal founding, or talk about diversity of opinion on college campus, that's something YouTube doesn't like. They see our numbers. They see that we reach millions of young people specifically. And there's no doubt that it's because we're conservative. They're trying to silence us.
And so they say that the content is inappropriate. What I find extraordinary is that you have reached out to these companies and you keep getting automated answers. You're taking them to court. You would think somebody at Twitter would pick up the phone and say, hey, Craig, let's talk this out.
Yeah, just to be clear, we're not suing Twitter. This is a new revelation, but in Twitter's circumstance, we reached out to them for 2 weeks. We want to take the diplomatic approach and really find out maybe it was a mistake, but unfortunately, every time we reached out to Twitter, because they closed down our ad account, they send us an automatic response that basically says, go to twitter.com/support to find out why your account was blocked. It's really a joke. I mean, it's really sad that we've come to a point in America where big tech companies have this much control over the content on the internet, and they're all using their power to silence conservative voices, especially the effective ones like PragerU.
Social media, not so social. All right, Craig Strazzeri, the CMO of PragerU. Craig, thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Keep us posted.
Yeah. All right, meanwhile, coming up on this Tuesday, a disturbing new warning, how terrorists are now trying to use poison to kill as many people as possible.
Wow. Plus, Griff Jenkins is having breakfast with friends in Texas, where it's primary day. Hey, Griff.
Hey, the polls open, guys, in 30 minutes from now, and they're getting some pancakes and eggs here at Fort Worth at the West Side Cafe. And at the top of one of the issues they're talking about, Ainsley, is gun control. And the sign out front has it pretty clear here. Concealed firearms are welcome on premises. Please keep all weapons concealed and holstered unless need arises. In such cases, judicious marksmanship is appreciated. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more when we come back with these guys.
Never gotta drive down in Port A, heard the words to go.
Washington politics, D.C. noise.
There's more to the story.
All we want is the truth.
Playing a dangerous game.
This is just the beginning.
No one cuts through it all better than Bret Baier.
Let's talk about all of this. We'll see at 6 p.m. Eastern on Fox News Channel for Special Report.
D.C. chaos, campus craziness, political correctness.
Still don't understand why all of a sudden you're not allowed to ask sincere questions.
For unmatched insight, powerful opinion, and must-see debate, you have to watch Tucker Carlson Tonight, weeknights at 8. Now, catch a brand new Waters World every weekend. The hot button issues, the outrage, opinion, and insight. No one covers America like Jesse. Waters World every weekend, Saturdays on Fox News Channel. Martha MacCallum, smart, fair, fearless.
Very rare move. More reaction pouring in. Set off an avalanche of attacks.
Powerful reporting on the issues that matter.
New developments tonight.
That's The Story with Martha MacCallum, every weeknight at 7.
It's a shot of the morning. That's me sitting down on the couch. And this is, what are we seeing here, Ainsley?
So this is my next book that is coming out on April 24th. It's called The Light Within Me. You know, I have my children's books that were tributes to my life as a daughter and as a mother, but I have this other book in my heart that I am so excited about sharing with all of you. It's a story for everyone, not for just mothers and daughters. It's a story about my faith. It's the story about God. It's the story about how trials and tribulations in my life led me to this curvy couch with you amazing men. And I tell stories about us working together and
unauthorized stories.
Just things. I felt very close to you. That'll be your permission.
Now, The Light Within Me, that's actually based on Scripture, isn't it?
That's right. So there's a light within me that I found when I was 21 years old. I grew up in a Christian home, but the light within me that burns so brightly that I'm proud of and I love to talk about is when I got a relationship with Jesus Christ, when I really felt like I welcomed him into my life. And I talk about that. It happened at a fraternity party when I was in college. And so I say that I met Jesus at a fraternity party, but the scripture is John 12:46. I have come into the world as a light so that no one who believes in me should stay in the darkness.
These stories are deeply personal because they affect your very core.
They
your
really
spirit.
do. Yeah, they're the ups and downs of just growing up in the South, the hard work that it takes to get here, trials and tribulations that I went through along the way, losing a child. I had a miscarriage and a failed marriage and just some things along the way that were bumpy, but how God is so good and takes you through all of that. A lot of people go through bad things, hard things, and they lose their faith. But it actually made me closer to God. So I talk about that in the book.
And when's it coming out?
Coming out April 24th. You can pre-order it now on all my social media accounts. You can go there and there's a link. So
I just looked at Amazon. You can buy it on Amazon right now.
Oh, well, good. Thank you so much. Thanks for your support.
Awesome.
Thanks to the producers for their support and letting me tell this story. It's not about me at all. This is a story about God.
But you did the book on tape, right?
I'm in the process of doing that. I have 3 more days to do it next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Congratulations.
You've done that several times.
Yeah, it takes a while.
Writing a children's book, a lot easier than writing a long book about your life. You should do a children's book next time.
But it's nonfiction, so it's easy.
Yeah. It's been a project that I'm really proud of and excited to introduce you to. Thank you so much.
I wonder if Griff's going to buy it because he's in Texas now. Griff, can you pre-order Ainsley's book?
Listen, you need to send Ainsley's book down here to the Westside Cafe in Fort Worth because when I got here, this is a true story, Ainsley, someone was saying, why didn't you send Ainsley? You're not too bad, but we would rather have had Ainsley. So you better send a copy of that book to Colin here. And look, here's the deal, guys. The Texans absolutely smashed the voter turnout here, more than almost double than it was last time in 2016. 885,000 folks voted. A few more Democrats and Republicans this time. And for the first time in 25 years, more Democrats than ever running in all 36 congressional races. And you've got folks like Ted Cruz possibly being challenged by a Democrat. I want to talk to Colin. Colin, you are a retired Marine Colonel. Thank you for your service. Do you think the Democrats are going to turn things around and we're going to have a surprise here today?
No, not at all. I think it's fake news. I don't think they'll come to the polls.
You think it's fake news?
Yeah.
And by the way, you're getting a copy of Ainsley's new book. Are you happy about that?
Absolutely, I'm happy.
I outed you about being upset that it's me and not her, but I digress. Listen, what's the issue that matters most, Colin, for you as you go out and vote?
Well, I'm a small business owner, and I think that we need to quit paying people not to work. And I think people need to, if they're able to work, they need to go to work. I'm tired of paying high taxes. I'm glad the property taxes are up to be lowered, possibly, or go away. So that's my concerns.
And Phil, you are a Marine that served in Vietnam. Thank you for your service. Real quick, you wanted to tell me something about how President Trump's doing and how you think he's viewed.
I think President Trump's doing a very good job. And for all my liberal and conservative friends out there, he is one person. There's 535 other people out there that you all need to be worried about. He has policies, but the other people make the laws.
You say give him a chance. And just real quick, here at the Westside Cafe, there's a very special woman, Joy O'Hara, that's known as, they call you Mom. Why do they call you Mom?
Because I've been coming here forever.
Yeah.
And I'm a mom to everybody.
You're a mom. Well, moms know best. So tell me, Joy, what is the issue that matters most as folks go to the polls today? What do you care about?
I care about our country. I care about gun control. I want to see gun control enforced. But you'll never take a gun away from a criminal. So we have to keep our guns as well.
And lastly, when I started with Colin, do you think Democrats are going to do better than expected this year?
Oh, heavens no.
Heavens no?
No.
All right.
And we've got Republicans locked up. We just never tell you.
All right. Well, that's what's going on here at the Westside Cafe. The poll's opening in just about 20 minutes. We're going to keep talking to people, and we're going to take orders for Ainsley's book and have them send it.
You're so sweet.
Back to
Get his information for me, and I'll gladly send him a book when it comes out, and I'll send some autographed pictures of these guys.
She's going to send you a book. How about that?
And some other good stuff.
He says thank you.
Tell him thank you for his support. So
if he leaves a good tip. Just saying. All right, Griff, thank you. All right, 20 minutes now before the top of the hour, and Julian joins us once again with a plot on poison.
Yes, we are following a lot of news this morning, so let's get you caught up right now. Terrorists may actually be planning to use poison to kill mass amounts of people. The UK spy group MI5 reportedly warning ISIS fighters are attempting to create deadly bioweapons in secret labs. There's concerns terrorists could use ricin and anthrax to target supermarkets or even contaminate the water supply. This comes a week after Prince Harry and Meghan Markle were mailed a white powder that was later deemed harmless. A 5-year-old dangles unconscious before falling off a chairlift at a ski resort. Just watch the terrifying moments caught on camera in California. You can see her instructor holding onto her jacket before letting her drop onto a safety tarp. The girl not seriously hurt by the fall, but she passed out hanging in the air after slipping off the chair. One college admissions department is getting a big F this semester. The University of Colorado sending acceptance emails to 11,000 potential students. The problem? It was a mistake. School officials say they were flooded with calls 15 minutes after sending the messages. That's when they realized there was an issue and sent out a correction hours later. The school blames the error on a system used to upload email addresses to their computers. Ooh, but guys, can you imagine? I mean, what if that's your first choice school? You want it to
Well, yeah, they should be forced to.
right?
Yeah, they got to be forced to. They got to let everybody in.
That's terrible.
Right.
They're going to have to rebuild campus then.
I agree with you.
Let them all in.
Let them all in. Gotta do the right thing.
Where's Janice Dean? Janice, where are you?
I am testing the elements.
Mm-hmm.
This time tomorrow, we will be dealing with a nor'easter. They're actually upping some of the snowfall totals, especially around the lower Hudson Valley. Okay, so be prepared. Let's take a look at it. All of this energy coming from the northern plains is going to interact with an area of low pressure, a coastal storm that's going to start overnight tonight and into tomorrow. Much of the day tomorrow, some of the travel could be crippling, especially west and north of New York City. There's our nor'easter. We're going to be tracking it, throughout the day today to really get those storm totals on track. But really, if you live across the Northeast, just be paying close attention to your local forecast. We will keep you up to date. We'll be outside all day tomorrow, back inside where it's warm.
Yeah.
Wave, everybody, wave.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, how are you?
Hi.
Nor'easter tomorrow, Florida? Florida. Okay.
Oh, I hope they're not flying out tomorrow. They're not going to actually get out tomorrow, right?
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Janice. Meanwhile, a high school basketball team won their game 93-7, and now the superintendent is apologizing for
winning.
We're going to tell you that story.
Yeah, and Jeb Bush and President Trump had a major rivalry on the campaign trail. I don't know if you heard about that. Now President Trump is endorsing Jeb Bush's son, George P. Bush, to keep his seat in today's primary. He joins us live next.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
With new Gold Bond Men's 5-in-1 Face Lotion, you could do 5 great things for your face as fast as done.
New Gold Bond 5-in-1 Face Lotion. 5 essential benefits, including SPF 15, for a great-looking face. Man up with Gold Bond.
In the lotion aisle.
With 16 years in cybersecurity, I can tell you that criminals are scouring the dark web trying to steal your identity and your personal information.
That's why Experian monitors the dark web globally and alerts you to suspicious activity, so you can act before a criminal can. Go to Experian.com/protect now to see if your personal information is on the dark web with a free one-time dark web scan.
Don't let them steal your identity on the dark web. Protect yourself with a company you can trust.
Well, in exactly 14 minutes, polls in the state of Texas officially open for the nation's first midterm primary election. And among those running, Jeb Bush's son, George P. Bush, screen left right there. He wants to be reelected as Texas Land Commissioner. Last week, President Trump endorsing the son of his former rival, tweeting, Texas LC, Land Commissioner. George P. Bush backed me when it wasn't politically the thing to do. And I back him now. Join us now on this very busy day, primary day in Texas, is Land Commissioner George P. Bush. As you can see, he's there in Austin. George P., good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
You know, were you pleasantly surprised that the president tweeted out his support for your candidacy?
I was. You know, we had reached out and asked for support along with the vice president, and I was actually taking care of my two boys in the afternoon and looked at my Twitter feed and saw that it was exploding with the announcement, and I responded in kind and thanked him for his support because it's a huge validation of what we're doing here at the land office in Texas. And as he would say, it was a big league endorsement.
He would say that. So what does the Land Commission do in Texas?
Well, we take care of our 1.7 million military veterans. Your interview just in Westside Cafe in Fort Worth, I think, reflects the patriotic nature of our people. We also take care of historic archives and monuments, including the Alamo, and not to mention generating billions of dollars for public education. This is work that I've been passionate about in the private sector and now as the 28th Land Commissioner for the state.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned the Alamo. I've been reading some of the Texas papers about what is at stake. I know you've got a primary election today. There are other Republicans who would like the job, and they say, we don't like the way he handled Hurricane Harvey relief, and we don't like the way he's handled the Alamo. What do you say to your critics, George?
Well, that we're doing nothing but great work on the Alamo. It was actually falling apart when I came into office, and we were able to obtain a historic appropriation from the Texas legislature in the last two sessions to save it. So we'll need another 4 years to continue that important work. And on Harvey, in partnership with FEMA and HUD, federal authorities tell us that we have delivered assets quicker than in any other response. The problem, however, on Harvey is this was the most impactful natural disaster in American history, so the magnitude of what we need to do on the Texas Gulf Coast is far surpasses anything that Texas has ever seen. So the work continues. But as of today, over 20,000 Texans have been housed in a temporary or a permanent housing solution through our agency.
You come from a long line of Texas politicians whose last name has been Bush. That's going to be helpful in a situation like this in one respect, but then again, now you're running for re-election and you're running on your record as well, right?
That's absolutely right. The name is definitely an asset here in the state of Texas. Obviously admire the service of my uncle and my dad and my grandfather, who have all pitched in and helped out wherever they possibly can. Along with the president's endorsement, I think it shows that we're able to get support from many different types of Republicans, including Senator Cruz, who lent a letter of encouragement just yesterday. So that's part of the vision that we've presented to the people of Texas, and something I want to take to the people after the primary. You know, what was mentioned, Westside Cafe in Fort Worth, is voting turnout is up exponentially, but a large part of that is because the Democrats are energized. So, you know, to help out the president and his agenda, what we're going to need to do is actually expand the party and reach out to new voices and new opinions here in the state.
Well, I know you've got a very busy day today, George P. Thank you very much for taking a little time out of your schedule to join us here on Fox and Friends, running for re-election commissioner of the Texas General Land Office. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Steve.
All right. Now, 10 minutes before the top of the hour coming up, she wanted to be a good mom, so she got a gun. Her New York Times op-ed is going viral, and she is going to join Ainsley in the next hour. Plus, would you know what to do in a do-or-die situation? Our next guest just wrote the book on how to survive like a spy. Former CIA agent Jason Hansen explains live. He's next.
They've given you a number and taken away your name.
neutralize a threat in a do-or-die situation?
Well, our next guest would know. He's a former CIA agent and is out with a brand new book called Survive Like a Spy.
A best-selling author and Shark Tank winner Jason Hansen joins us now. Hey, Jason, welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So how do you survive like a spy?
Man, you keep your head up, you don't have your head buried in your cell phone, and you have the right gear when you go traveling.
You mean you travel with a belt in your hand?
Well, I didn't want to take it off on air, but this is actually an escape and evasion belt. So it's got hidden compartments in it.
It's like a money belt with extra room.
On steroids. Yeah. So, for instance, in this one, I have a lockpick set. I have a bobby pin and a hair barrette, because you can use those to escape handcuffs. I have money. I took out my razor blade because I was flying, but I'd have that. So it's, you know, if stuff hits the fan, you're good to go.
Do you really feel like you need that? Do you feel like your life's in danger?
Well, I sometimes travel to more dangerous areas because I still do a lot of private security work.
Former CIA agent.
Right. So, yeah, if I'm here in a nice, safe place, then no, I don't feel I need it. But if I'm overseas, then yes.
Other things you should always have when you travel, you should have a flashlight, you should have that belt, you should have a tactical pen. You need to explain what that is.
Sure.
Antibiotics. What kind of antibiotics?
Man, get, you know, whatever they give you, the Z-Pack, amoxicillin.
For what?
Just because what if you get stuck in a foreign country, you know, there's some kind of crisis, you can't get to a doctor. So always have a bottle of pills, you know, legally gotten, of course. And then you mentioned the tactical pen. So it's a regular writing pen.
Okay.
You know, take notes with it, but there's a sharp point on there. So I'll give you an instance. We had one guy we worked with had to smash out a car window to save somebody. So I'll pass, you know, check it out. But
you can break a window with it?
Yeah, you can break a window with it. And if somebody's trying to harm you, you can, you know, jab them in the face. You can.
Ainsley, try to break the glass off the table.
Break the table.
What's the one thing, Jason, if someone's threatening you, like if you're on an airplane or you're in a situation when someone's threatening you, your life or threatening you verbally, what do you do?
Remember the throat. It is very sensitive. I don't care how big and strong the guy is, but if someone's threatening me, I'm going to put up my hands and say, you know, please don't bother me. Please don't bother me. But the real reason I'm doing that is my hands are out further. So if I jab you in the neck right there, you're going to go down and choke. Then I can knee you, kick you, or I can flee. So just remember, just, you know, a quick pop in the throat. I don't care who it is, they'll go down.
It's going to hurt.
Good advice.
Very much so, yes.
Good advice.
But that's not fair.
Where do you
But you want to live.
If someone's trying to kill me, yeah, I don't care about fair.
And where do you get a tactical pen like this, by the way?
So you can get it at tacticalspypen.com.
Of course.
On the internet, you know, Google, Amazon. There's all kind of places you can
Walk
get
through
it.
the parking lot like
All
this.
right.
You
Can't do that with a gun, but you can do it with a pen.
Survive Like a Spy is now out, right?
It launches today.
All right, congratulations.
You saw
Jason
him on
Hansen,
Shark
thanks so
Tank.
much.
Thank you.
All right.
sir.
All right, still to come, Senator Joe Manchin here is live. Ben Shapiro will also be joining us live, and that's what they look like in pictures.
Why do you need a modern software factory? Hey, do you like that app?
Not really.
That's why. And that's a big deal because a bad experience is bad for business. So you need to continuously build, test, and deliver amazing apps, predicting problems before they ever become problems. Impossible, you say? Well, actually.
Oh, hey, I like this one.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of MyPillow. Just like you, I had problems sleeping. 10 years ago, I invented MyPillow. I made sure that you could adjust my patented fill so you could have the exact support you need as an individual, regardless of your sleep position. I personally guarantee that MyPillow will be the most comfortable pillow you'll ever own.
Order now with this promo code. Save over 50% on a MyPillow 4-pack. Order now.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of MyPillow. Just like you, I had problems sleeping. 10 years ago, I invented MyPillow. I made sure that you could adjust my patented fill so you could have the exact support you need as an individual, regardless of your sleep position. I personally guarantee that MyPillow will be the most comfortable pillow you'll ever own.
Order now with this promo code. Save over 50% on a MyPillow 4-pack. Order now.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
President of the United States blasting the 44th president. Donald Trump said this is bigger than Watergate.
We know that the Democrats were trying to get information from Russians to use against the Trump campaign.
This guy, Sam Nunberg, he was a former President Trump campaign aide, and he vowed to refuse a subpoena by Robert Mueller.
Mueller's not going to send me to prison for this. This is ridiculous.
I have smelled alcohol on your breath.
Well, I have not had a drink.
A federal judge over in Maryland ruled that President Trump had the right to end DACA.
This judge said if it was done by executive order, it can be undone by executive order.
Democrats are nowhere to be found. They had 2 years of unified government under President Obama. They did nothing.
North Korea agreeing to suspend nuclear and missile tests if it holds talks with the U.S. The announcement following rare talks with South Korea.
But we have in writing from Google and YouTube that our videos are deemed inappropriate for young people. If Beyonce wants to shake around and dance, it's fine for a young kid to see, but if we want to give the history of the Iraq War, that's something YouTube doesn't like.
Lord, we having a good time. 'Cause I've been working all week and I'm tired and I don't want to sleep and I want to have fun. It's time for a good time.
That's the dance mix version.
Well, how do you know?
It says it right there.
Oh,
this is like the two-step, or you do the whatever they do in Texas.
You do the Steadicam step, which is what Ted and Dave are doing, approaching the stage. Thanks for joining us today. A very busy Tuesday here in the Fox and Friends show.
So let's get started.
Yeah, so let's get started. Meanwhile, the President Trump, in the middle of all the tariff drama and everything else that's going on with Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli leader staying over, who they're really good friends, and they've been there for a couple of days. He did tweet this out, and it's its significance. It's about the Mueller investigation and about the Russia meddling. And a lot of people are focusing on why the president hasn't hit back Russia hard, as am I. But he did tweet this out. He just can't figure it out. Why did the Obama administration start an investigation into the Trump campaign with zero proof of wrongdoing long before the election in November? Wanted to discredit so crooked Hillary would win. Unprecedented, period. Bigger than Watergate. Plus, Obama did nothing about Russia meddling.
Remember, this goes back to the very first tweet. I want to say it was on a Saturday morning where the president said, you know, looks like the Obama administration wiretapped me at Trump Tower. When you start to look at all the parts, and we've had people on this program who have suggested that the president's point would be right. If the former administration essentially spied on Americans using the apparatus of the federal government to do that, it would be the biggest political scandal in history. Bigger than Watergate. Absolutely.
Abuse of power. The president says zero proof. If this is a faux, unverified dossier, it is clearly an abuse of power if it is proven that that's exactly what happened. If that's the only piece of evidence they had to go and spy on the Trump campaign, that's an abuse of power.
And they want to find out now with the Mueller probe, they want to find out if the Trump campaign knew about the Podesta email dump that was about to happen in July. That's the focus on that. Adam Schiff came back with a tweet, said, no, Mr. President, the FBI investigation began when it was discovered that the Russians had secret discussions with your foreign policy advisor and dissemination of stolen Clinton emails. Is that foreign policy advisor Papadopoulos or Carter Page? Carter Page, Papadopoulos met the president once. Carter Page has never met the president.
So keep in mind, we know from testimony that the dossier was presented to the FISA court and said, hey, look at this. This is why we need to spy on Americans.
Along with other information.
The other information apparently was this. Alexander Downer, who was the foreign minister for Australia at the time, saw a drunk George Papadopoulos in a bar, there he is right there, in London. He reported what he had said to the authorities. As it turns out, ladies and gentlemen, according to John Solomon over at The Hill, Mr. Papadopoulos, who met Alexander Downer that night, didn't realize that he was actually meeting, there's George Papadopoulos right there. He was meeting a guy, Mr. Downer, who had donated $25 million to the Clinton Foundation to help eradicate AIDS.
Was that Australian government money? I'm sure you didn't have $25 million.
I believe it was money that
a
was
lot of money.
Then put into the Clinton Foundation pocket to eradicate AIDS. But when you look at the two, okay, so we know the dossier was used, but we heard that the dossier was not the original start. The original start was George Papadopoulos. So you got those two linchpins, both regarding Hillary Clinton, to get the dirt
both connected
on
to Hillary.
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So here's so the other thing, just to add on a tweet, this was answered by John Brennan, which is extraordinary, the former CIA director, who many people have questions about, because this is a great, your tweet is an example of your paranoia, consummate misrepresentation of the facts. That's what we need. We got a House investigation, a Senate investigation, we got the Mueller investigation, and maybe even a second counsel. People's heads are ready to explode.
So the question is, what does that dirty dossier really prove? It proves, apparently, that the Hillary Clinton camp was the one that was dirty.
All right. Meanwhile, let's talk about this. Yesterday, actually 6 months ago, as of yesterday, the President of the United States said, okay, I'm going to discontinue DACA for all these dreamers in the country, and Congress is going to have 6 months to do something. Well, yesterday marked 6 months, and up on Capitol Hill, there was plenty of action. Dreamers being arrested. Something like 85, 86, 87 were arrested. They chained themselves together, blocked traffic. They wanted Congress to do something which they have not
President just tweeted about this. This is his new tweet within the last few minutes. He says, total inaction on DACA by Dems. Where are you? A deal can be made.
And I agree with that. And I think the president should call on these leaders to get to the Oval Office today or whatever room they want. And they got 54 votes on one plan. Make it something the president can get behind. Whatever it takes, at least lay it out. He goes, here's what I like about the Mike Rounds plan. You got 54 votes here. If the president says go for it, they'll pass it. Right. So on that plan, the president desperately wants to, as I do personally, I want to get that wall built because we can't solve DACA if we're just going to have another generation of people sneaking in.
But
so
Brian,
he's got the $25 billion. So go and try to get the other two and see if he can get one more of the pillars.
But Congress isn't going to do anything because Congress is looking at the courts because it's tied up in the courts. You got the Ninth Circuit and you've got a court in New York State as well. They both said that
I think they'll do something.
Well,
I watched Senator Graham last night. He's like, I'm calling on the president to get everyone to back together.
Why didn't they do something before yesterday?
Well, I don't know, but it's not too late.
Well, here's the good news for the administration. Judge Roger W. Titus from Maryland, federal judge, he essentially said that the president was correct in saying that he had the power. And, in fact, he also liked the fact that he gave the government 6 months to figure out how to unwind this thing.
That's right. He said, given the reasonable belief that DACA was unlawful, the decision to wind down DACA in an orderly manner was rational.
When we left off in the House, they were looking at the Goodlatte bill, and it didn't have enough votes, so they were changing the Goodlatte bill to get the votes. So the House would have passed something, putting more pressure on the Senate, and they might actually get something done. This is the president that could get it done.
This is the president that said, I will allow 1.8 million DACA recipients and others to stay in this country, hoping that would give the Democrats a little bit of saying, okay, you're going to do that for us, we're going to do the wall for you. But a lot of Republicans are now saying that the Democrats don't want to do anything because come November, they want to be able to say this president didn't do anything. didn't do anything to keep you in this country.
Look, you got to change the law if you're going to allow the people in the country legally. The president can't do that. He can only sign an executive order. It's up to Congress. And it's been very clear. The president has made it very clear for months what his deal is. You know, it's the 4 pillars. And so for Congress to come out and say, you know, we'll give them 1 pillar, we'll give them 2 pillars, that's disingenuous. If they want a deal, do.
But you never get everything you want. Everything. You never get 100%
They're only giving him 1
So
thing.
they gave him 2. They gave him 2 pillars.
He wants 4.
He wants 4.
In my opinion, though, I don't really look at it as 4 pillars. I look at it as, okay.
Comprehensive.
I look at it, the ones who are already here, he's going to allow them to stay. That's amnesty. A lot of you don't like that. But then he's saying, but prevent anyone else from coming through. And that's the 3 pillars.
That's
but it's really 1 pillar. The wall.
The wall and the 1.8. And then right now the lottery. The lottery and the chain migration are not included. So the president should call everybody in and said, got to get me as close to 4 as possible, and I'll do something that Bush, Clinton, and Obama couldn't do. I will have 2. We'll have halfway of immigration.
Do you see what I'm saying? Those 3 that the president wants, that's like 1. I think that's 1 pillar.
Yeah.
That's saying, I'm going to prevent others from coming in. We want to have a check on who's coming in. We want to know who's coming. We don't want illegals to come through. Okay, so that's 1 pillar. That's his pillar. And then the Democrats' pillar is keep the DACA recipients in.
The ball is in Congress's court.
And that is not good enough for the president. The president wants 2 more. He wants lottery and he wants chain migration.
You're not listening to me. I'm saying all 3 of those things are considered 1 pillar to me.
Yeah. Well, the
Does that
president,
make sense?
you know, it sounds as if Chuck Schumer gave him that deal. You know, the Dreamers for $25 billion for border security, and the president said, nope, sorry, Chuck, I can get a better deal with Congress. He's still waiting. All right, 8:10 now here in New York City, and Jillian joins us with news from North Korea.
That's right. Let's begin with this Fox News alert because we are following this story. North Korea agreeing to suspend nuclear and missile tests if it holds talks with the U.S. The announcement following a rare meeting with South Korea, which says the North is ready for a heart-to-heart talk with the U.S. about denuclearization. A Southern official says the rogue regime made it clear there is no need for nuclear weapons if military threats are resolved. The Navy has a new stealth fighter ready to address the growing threat in the South China Sea. The F-35B just landed on the USS Wasp in the Pacific, marking the first time the aircraft has deployed on a U.S. Navy ship. It can land and take off from almost any flat surface and be refueled and loaded with bombs while the engine runs. The move is a response to Chinese missiles capable of striking aircraft carriers from 800 feet away. Is Vermont ready for a new political revolution? Voters will decide today whether or not to elect Bernie Sanders' stepdaughter to his old job. Karina Driscoll is running as an independent for mayor in Burlington. However, she is considered an underdog in the race. Senator Sanders was the city's mayor from 1981 to 1989. His son Levy announced his run for Congress in New Hampshire just last week. Turning now to extreme weather, a 1-2 punch for the Northeast as another major winter storm creeps toward the coast.
That is not good.
No, it is not, and that is a sign of things to come. The storm system sending a garbage truck sliding sideways down an icy road in North Dakota. And firefighters in New York posting this video from Friday's storm of a tree falling on top of a power line. They want to remind people to always be aware of your surroundings. So look at your headlines, guys. That storm on Friday was wicked. I mean, my family in Pennsylvania, my dad typically has like a 30-minute commute. He said it took him like 3 hours to get home. And that was the story everywhere.
Why? Because of fallen trees?
Because of wind, trees, power lines, snow, everything.
Trees down everywhere.
Yep.
All right.
And it's not just the cold, the wind.
I know.
The wind is what's hard.
All right, Jillian, thank you. Meanwhile, West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin believes the president will sign Mr. Manchin's bill on gun background checks. So will it get passed? We're going to have the senator next.
Plus, America tuning out the anti-Trump Oscars in record numbers. Ben Shapiro is here to react. Coming up.
This is Nashville, Tennessee. But I have found it's a crazy town full of neon dreams.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
If my skin was dry, it would look like this. But Gold Bond Men's Lotion has 7 moisturizers and skin strengthening proteins for smoother, healthier looking skin. Man up.
What is your lotion wish?
I want coconut oil,
cocoa butter, shea butter.
And no more reapplying. We listened. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal gently exfoliates, then our triple blend of moisturizers helps prevent dry skin all day. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcoes for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
Fox News Channel on Sirius XM. Your favorite shows on Channel 114. Plus, every story, every 15 minutes. Fox News headlines 24/7. Channel 115.
Two-thirds of the gun show can have licensed dealers, federal licensed dealers that have to have background checks if you buy it from them.
I think it would be a very positive thing in terms of background checks.
We all watched that live last week from the White House. That lawmaker now admitting he truly believes President Trump would sign his bill as part of the push for bipartisan action on school safety.
Yep, joining us right now with more is that Democratic senator the president's counting on, Senator Joe Manchin, a team with Pat Toomey for a bill coming forward. Senator, we saw a lot of promising words and body language out of that meeting. What has happened since?
Well, we're still working. We're still trying to navigate this and get a signal from the White House as to the direction they want to go. And I still believe in my heart of hearts, Brian, I've said this, the president wants something responsible and reasonable, and he's the one person who's going to protect the Second Amendment rights. He's not going to take any guns away from anybody. What he's going to do is hopefully support the Manchin-Toomey bill, which has been around for 5 years, and all the law-abiding gun owners have had a chance to review it. All we do is shut down the loopholes at gun shows and on the internet and make it harder for a criminal or a terrorist to go into a gun show or on the internet and get what they want to do harm. That's it, and it makes a lot of sense. Also, fix the NICS, which gives incentives for every community in every state to report the findings they have, and also to look at the mental illness and adjudicated people that shouldn't be getting guns. Those are responsible, reasonable things, and the president gave vocal support for that, and we hope that he's still there, and hopefully NRA is not not concerned about that because it is the most reasonable, responsible way to move forward.
Well, Senator, when folks were watching that meeting last week from the White House, people saw the president have give and take with Republicans and Democrats. And it sounded like he kept saying, okay, you guys just come up with a bill and give me a bill. It sounds like he's waiting on you guys to give him something that could actually, not only he would sign, but would pass Congress as well.
Well, nothing will pass unless the president is comfortable with it. And we'll make sure that he has that.
Well, what would pass?
What would pass? Manchin-Toomey bill would pass with the president's support. I truly believe that, because it does not infringe on any law-abiding gun owner's rights. It doesn't take away your responsibility as a law-abiding gun owner to do the right thing. We don't force that because we know you're going to do it anyway. You're not going to sell your gun to a stranger, to a criminal, or someone who's been adjudicated mentally, or even give it to a family member. It's not responsible. That's how we're taught. And the NRA helped us understand and learn all of that. We just want them to get back to their base also. But we're going to work on that, and the president will have it, and hope that he accepts it, and let's move forward.
And you told us in the break, it's up for Mitch McConnell to do it. He's waiting for the okay from the White House, and then you're ready to go. Everyone's waiting, and a pun intended, to pull the trigger. I hope the White House does something. Meanwhile, let's talk about what else you're doing. The other focus of the White House is opioid abuse, and you have a bill that wants to restore power to the DEA. In what respect?
What happened before, Brian, how this thing got watered down, there was a piece of legislation and it came over from the House side. It basically took the powers away, maybe not intended, but it did. It didn't allow them to reduce the amount of opiates that the distributors could be putting into certain areas, such as my area of West Virginia. Certain parts of my state has received millions of pills when there's only hundreds of people that live there. This prevented them from stopping those orders from going in. My bill reverses that. We worked with the DEA. It's what they need and what they want to enforce the amounts of pills that unresponsible distributors are sending into certain areas of our country, and they can throttle that back and hopefully protect our citizens. But that's all we're asking for. This bill reverses the actions that were taken previously, and hopefully we'll correct that mistake.
Well, the way you explain it, it seems quite reasonable. Senator from the great state of West Virginia, Joe Manchin. Sir, thank you very much.
Hey, Brian, it's always good to be with you all. Good morning.
Right, and if something's going to get done, Senator Joe Manchin is going to be right behind it. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you.
All right, still ahead on this Tuesday, his fictional conspiracy-themed stories have made him a best-selling author. Now Brad Meltzer is out with a new book inspired by the victim of the 9/11 terror attacks.
Your modern software factory runs millions of lines of code through trillions of connections. You think I'm dramatizing? Think again. Application security, each line of potential breach. That's why checking code before you deploy isn't enough. You have to check it continuously.
I do?
Yep, you do. When your app's in here, and when it's out here. I know, you can't be in a trillion places at once, but we can.
DC chaos, campus craziness, political correctness.
Still don't understand why all of a sudden you're not allowed to ask sincere questions.
For unmatched insight, powerful opinion, and must-see debate, you have to watch Tucker Carlson Tonight, weeknights at 8.
Time now for some quick headlines. Plane crazy edition. Terrified passengers restrain an unruly flyer who tried opening the cabin door mid-flight. That woman was also screaming that she is God. Listen.
I am God. 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 I am God.
The United Express flight from San Francisco landed safely in Idaho. The woman was taken for a medical evaluation. And fist flying on board a Southwest Airlines flight. Watch this. The fight breaking out on a plane about to take off in Dallas. Everyone involved was taken off the flight. No word yet on what caused that brawl. Brian?
All right, 25 minutes after the hour. New York Times bestselling author Brad Meltzer's newest thriller is out today. It's called The Escape Artist. It gives readers a glimpse inside the historic Dover Air Force Base, the mortuary for the government's most top secret and high-profile cases. And while the book is fiction, there's an incredible true story that spurred it. The author of The Escape Artist, Brad Meltzer, back in studio. Brad, over 12 million sold, right? But
my family buys a lot of copies.
They'd have to, and it's a big family. So this book, The Escape Artist, was spurred by what incident?
Yeah, so The Escape Artist is one of my favorite characters of all time, a woman named Nola Brown, who's a staff sergeant in the Army. And Nola is dead. The government says she dies in a plane crash. But when our hero Zig opens up the body, he finds a hidden note that's in the body, and it says, "Nola, you were right. Keep running." And he realizes she's not dead, she's on the run. And she's the escape artist. And that's off the fiction, that's the thriller, but I based it on a real thing that happened when I was at Dover Air Force Base, because Dover takes care of the best of us, our fallen soldiers, right? It also handles the biggest cases. And I always give my plots to the people there. And I said, could you actually hide a note in your body for someone else to find it? And what they explained to me is that they said, if you were on a plane that was going down and you ate a sheet of paper, that the liquids in your stomach could potentially protect that upon a crash. And they said, it's like the ultimate message in a bottle, and it already happened. And I said, what are you talking about? They said, on 9/11 it happened, that one of the victims from the Pentagon flight on 77 actually was brought to Dover, and when they opened up the body, they actually found a hidden secret note inside.
Well, now the obvious question is, what did the note say and who was it?
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Of course, that was my first question. They wouldn't tell me. I naturally respect that privacy. And my thought was, it has to be someone in the military, because who else would have the wherewithal to think in that moment to do that? But as I looked at it, it made me realize that that note was looking for what we all look for, Brian, is connection. We want to love and we want to be loved. And in that moment, you know, when my parents died, I remember that one of the moments of solace I got was I got to say goodbye to them. And in that, I take hope from this note, because what this note proves is that when we reach out for someone else, and when we look and send that message in a bottle, that someone's going to hear us.
Right.
And that's where I built a book around just that moment, like what happens when you find a secret note in someone else.
And I remember your series, and you're the one who found the actual 9/11 flag, and you're in and out of fiction and nonfiction, but you base it on facts.
Yeah.
How important are those Pentagon connections?
Yeah, I mean, it's vital. Listen, I was doing a USO tour a number of years ago, entertaining our troops in the Middle East, and that's where Dover really came on my radar. And again, I knew what happened there with our fallen soldiers, but I didn't realize they get also the biggest cases. So when the space shuttle goes down, when 9/11 happens, the bodies go there. Also, when our top secret spies across the globe, when they're out there and they come back, they go to Dover too. And it means Dover is a place full of secrets and mysteries. And what impressed me more than anything else is the incredible work of the people there. And there were some heroes, true American heroes, that are there. And what they do is, when a fallen soldier goes down, they can sometimes rebuild. They'll spend 14 hours rebuilding the cheekbones in their cheek so that someone can see their son or daughter one last time. Rebuilding a hand because a mother specifically said, I want to hold my son's hand one last time. This is the best of us working on the best of us. This is a real hero. That's why I wanted The Escape Artist to be full of these real heroes.
And a lot of the family members and the presidents will show up all in those bodies.
And that's the thing is, you know, you look at that, we really need these heroes today. So I was like, let them be the heroes of this thriller.
And also, you have a great children's series out there, so give people an idea of American history. So you're working for the adults, you're working in fiction, nonfiction, and you're working for the kids. Brad Meltzer, congratulations on your latest novel, The Escape Artist. It is out today. Good job, Brad.
Thank you, sir.
All right, 31 minutes before the top of the hour, straight ahead. His son was a bully on the bus. The punishment, a run to school. Look at this.
This right here is called parenting, guys. If you don't know what it's like, here you go. Teach your child a lesson. You don't have to kill them. You don't always have to beat them. But sometimes it sucks for them, and that's what teaches them. So.
And right now he's running to work because he was a bully at school. Did it work? You'll find out. Plus, America tuning out the anti-Trump Oscars in record numbers. Ben Shapiro weighs in like he always does.
Your modern software factory runs millions of lines of code through trillions of connections. You think I'm dramatizing? Think again. Application security, each line of potential breach. That's why checking code before you deploy isn't enough. You have to check it continuously.
I do?
Yep, you do. When your app's in here, and when it's out here. I know, you can't be in a trillion places at once, but we can.
I can do more to lower my A1C.
And I can do it with what's already within me.
Because my body can still make its own insulin. And once weekly Trulicity activates my body to release it. Trulicity is not insulin. It comes in a once weekly, truly easy to use pen. It works 24/7, and you don't have to see or handle a needle.
Trulicity is a once-weekly injectable medicine to improve blood sugar in adults with type 2 diabetes when used with diet and exercise. It should not be the first medicine to treat diabetes or for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Do not take Trulicity if you have a personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer, if you have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you're allergic to Trulicity. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or symptoms like itching, rash, or trouble breathing. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases your risk for low blood sugar. Common side effects include nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, decreased appetite, and indigestion. Some side effects can lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
I choose once weekly Trulicity to activate my within.
If you need help lowering your A1C and blood sugar, activate your within. Ask your doctor about once weekly Trulicity.
You're looking up Avenue of the Americas from 1211 Avenue of the Americas. As Neil Diamond, a native New Yorker, sings. Joining us right now, we've got Ben Shapiro from L.A. Hey, Ben, moments ago, the President of the United States tweeted this out. Lowest rated Oscars in history. Problem is, we don't have stars anymore. Except your president. Just kidding, of course. After last week, where he made the joke about President for Life, now he's got to say, I'm joking.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that anything the president says is going to be taken as seriously as possible, so long as it can hurt him by the media. But pretty good joke, Mr. President. I like that one. Obviously, the ratings at the Oscars were down again this year. They've been down for the last several years, and the reason is pretty simple. Hollywood, when they put what they think is the best of Hollywood on display, it's what they think spits the most in the eye of the common American. And so they haven't had a picture since 2004 that's won Best Picture that was in the top 10 at the box office. There's this great divide in Hollywood between the movie movies that actually earn money and movies that people want to see and the movies that Hollywood wants to show us that they make, the ones that they talk about at the actual cocktail parties that they do have out here. So the movie that'll win Best Picture is a movie about a person having sex with a fish, right, Grinding Nemo. That'll win Best Picture. But the movies that people actually want to see across the United States, those are the ones that maybe are nominated for a technical award. And no wonder people aren't tuning in.
Right, and here's the thing, Ben. I guess it's always been the case, but I've never seen such a chasm between the two. It's like there's no movie even rooting for you. You could say I was at the theater and I saw this, and they're so esoteric, they're so deep. I guess I'm too shallow to understand it. The other thing is that people bring up is that it's just too long. It's not entertaining. It's not interesting. All the conversation is stilted.
Yeah, there's no question that they should shorten the broadcast. But the truth is the broadcast has been really long, as long as I've been watching the Oscars. I didn't even watch it this year for the first time in forever, simply because, again, I was not interested in watching all these people who are sexually harassing and raping each other to lecture the rest of America on why our morality is deficient. And that's essentially what it turned into. And that's highly irritating, I think, to most Americans. And it should be. Again, this is Hollywood patting itself on the back at the same time that Hollywood is experiencing one of the greatest scandals that they've had in a century.
And then you've also got the fact that it was the third award show for movies in a row. You got the Golden Globe, you got SAG, and then you got this one. It's like, I think I'm awarded out.
I think that's true as well. And I think that there's also a cable cutting aspect here. There are a lot of people who are not as interested in watching the Oscars, and they can watch the clips later.
Yeah.
Right? If they want to watch your show live, it's because the news is live. You're watching the Oscars, you can pick up the results on Twitter, and then you can watch the clips later on somebody else's show.
Well, we voted this as most entertaining. Sam Nunberg, who worked for President Trump's campaign, he did a media blitz yesterday, and one of the anchors was accusing him of being blitzed. Whether or not he was, we don't know. Watch this, and then we'll get your reaction.
Mueller's not going to send me to prison for this. This is ridiculous. I won't sit for 80 hours to produce every email I had with Roger Stone and Steve Bannon.
You could go to prison for this.
The idea that, once again, that Donald Trump colluded with Russia is a joke.
You're sitting very close to me.
Yes.
We talked earlier about what people in the White House were saying about you.
Yeah.
Talking about whether you were drinking or on drugs or whatever they had happened today. Talking to you.
Yeah.
I have smelled alcohol on your breath.
Well, I have not had a drink.
You haven't had a drink, so that's not.
No.
It's awkward. Let me just give you the question.
Well,
you can categorically answer that. No, you haven't had a drink today?
My answer is no. I have not.
So just to give some people some history, he vowed to refuse a subpoena, go before the grand jury. He says they can arrest me before I'm going to do that. They're trying to get his records of some conversations that he had with other people on the campaign trail.
Yeah, and it's irresponsible of members of the media to put this guy in the air if they legit think he's drunk. I mean, if you actually think somebody is drunk or suffering from a severe mental deficiency, it is not it's not newsworthy to put that person on the air. And it does show the desperation level in some areas of the media. I mean, CNN has now deployed a reporter to Russia to dig through an actual dumpster on air. They're now deploying reporters to Thailand to talk to a Russian prostitute who just wants to get out of jail, saying that she has material on Trump-Russia. Let's just ask a simple question. If Sam Nunberg were not a former Trump aide, but he were a former Obama aide going on television, ripping up Obama during Obama's term, do we really think that the networks, that CNN, MSNBC, would have been featuring him all day yesterday? Or would they have said, this guy does not look stable and we're not going to put him in front of a camera?
They would not have even got past security. I'll answer that question. So let's talk sports. There's a high school basketball game going on, and it was lopsided. And the final score was 93-7. Afterwards, the superintendent, Elizabeth Legault, apologized. I'm happy we won the tournament, but of course, no one likes that type of score. I'm hoping this game will bring a thoughtful reflection from our program leaders. Is she right to apologize for winning, for the big win?
No, obviously. I mean, if she doesn't want to book a game against a school that obviously has an inferior basketball team, then don't book the game. I mean, there is such a thing in sports as not running up the score on people. But at the same time, the idea that some sort of terrible wrong was done when a superior team defeats an inferior team, this is one of the ways that people learn to get through life. I mean, there are going to be times in life when you're beat by a superior team, by a superior player. And it should be impetus for you to get better at the game or to quit, honestly. So it's kind of silly to have the administration apologizing on behalf of the players whose job it is to score baskets. What are the players supposed to do? Just stand around and dribble out the clock every time down the court?
Yeah, that's a good point.
We did find out they kept their starters in for 3 quarters. The last quarter was the where they put in the subs.
Apparently only 7 or 8 kids even suited up for the game, so that's why I was reading online. That's why they had to keep the starters in so long.
All right, well, yesterday we talked to some folks from UConn, and they were unhappy with the fact that Linda Sarsour, she started the women's marches. She said some anti-Semitic comments in the past, and she has been invited to the school to speak, and she is going to be on campus. Anyone can come and watch her. I don't know if they're selling tickets or how they're handling that, but no counselors needed. But yet when you go to UConn, because I guess they're offended by you and maybe you're dangerous, they have to have police there, they have to have counselors there. What was your reaction when you heard that they were inviting Linda Sarsour?
I mean, it certainly shows that the snowflake syndrome seems to centralize on one side, that really it's only the left that is filled with horrible snowflakes who are interested in shutting down debate at college campuses and mandating that there be hundreds of police officers and a ban on the general public from attending my lectures. When it's Linda Sarsour, who is infinitely worse in terms of controversy than I am. I mean, this is a woman who recently defended people who were defending Louis Farrakhan, and she is treated as just a normal part of the political debate at UConn. Listen, I'm glad that UConn had me, but the fact they had to take all these precautions in order for me to come, and then they had to warn the students as though I was going to scar them for life. But Linda Sarsour, who says really awful things on a regular basis, comes and there's no warning to the population, just shows how leftist the administration is.
Ben, can I make an observation? It doesn't seem to bother you.
No, I don't care. I mean, listen, as long as I get to talk to the students, I'm a happy camper. And again, I'm always grateful to administrations for allowing me there. But I can't be bothered by all the stupid people who want to shut down debate. I mean, if we did that, then we wouldn't have a country.
Absolutely. There's the whole thing about what the heckler's veto, where if they complain about somebody, you wind up getting sent far away from the main place. But apparently UConn said they went through the same protocol with her that they did with you. Ultimately, though, that's what you want to hear on campus. She's got some extraordinary views. You've got some views. You want to hear all the views. You don't want any editing.
No question. I mean, I just wish that we'd had the same treatment as Sarsour. And again, some of it's on the administration and some of it is on the Antifa folks and some of the people who are radical. Again, the radicals don't exist on the right. There's not a lot of people who are attempting to shut down Sarsour, who are threatening the event with violence. There's a reason that the administration didn't feel that police officers were necessary in the same numbers as at my event. And that's not because of the controversiality of my views. That's because there are a bunch of radicals on the left who legitimately are committed in fascist fashion to shutting down free speech in a way that people on the right generally are not.
And the Ben Shapiro Show and those ideas can be found on your podcast, right?
Yep, absolutely. Check that out. I appreciate it. Thanks for the plug, guys.
Thank you, Ben. All right, coming up, she wanted to be a good mom, so she got a gun. The powerful new op-ed now going viral. The author behind the op-ed joins us live next.
Plus, Griff Jenkins is having breakfast with friends, and his friends are down in Texas where it's primary day. Griff?
That's right. The polls are open. It's hopping. And this place, Westside Cafe, full of tradition. Carolyn's been here 22 years. And I want to show you real quickly the walls here full of veterans. The owner, Tracy Sanford here. What's with these walls? A lot of heroes on these walls.
Yes, there are, Griff. This was our way. It grew spontaneously to honor the veterans, our customers, the way to honor them for their sacrifice and their service to our country. And a lot of them are gone now, but we feel it our privilege to continue to honor them.
Good for you. We'll be right back. His uncle in the first wave of Omaha.
There in the rocking chair at the courthouse square, I'll tell you now, he could buy your...
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
If my skin was dry, it would look like this. But Gold Bond Men's Lotion has 7 moisturizers and skin strengthening proteins for smoother, healthier looking skin. Man up.
America knows who tells it straight.
I got news for you.
America knows who gets it right.
You tell me.
That's why more Americans turn to Judge Jeanine every weekend.
We've got a lot on tap for you tonight.
Every Saturday on the Fox News Channel.
Sunday. Get ready for the next revolution.
I promise you, we are going to shake things up.
Steve Hilton's been on the front lines of Brexit and a champion of the populist movement. Now he's bringing his powerful message straight to you.
People are sick and tired of the fact that whoever they vote for, nothing gets done.
See why voters are finally fed up and how you can join the movement.
This is a time of revolution, and we want to show you what's next.
The Next Revolution with Steve Hilton, every Sunday, only on the Fox News Channel.
In a very powerful new op-ed titled, "I Want to Be a Good Mom, So I Got a Gun," our next guest argues against the notion that gun rights supporters care more about guns than children. Columnist Bethany Mandel writing, "For many, support for gun rights is motivated precisely by our devotion to protecting our kids." Bethany Mandel joins us now. Bethany, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks
this
for having me.
op-ed is pretty powerful.
Thanks.
The title in and of itself. So tell me what happened to you as a child and your background that you write about if people haven't read the op-ed.
Yeah, absolutely. So I grew up with a single mom, and my mom was an incredibly strong woman. And my mom was a hunter, and they used to go to a campground where there were a lot of bears. So we used to have a lot of guns for when they would go camping. And when my dad left, she kept the guns around because there had been a rash of burglaries and robberies in our neighborhood. And I was sleeping one night with my window open in the spring, and a ladder banged into the windowsill, and I woke up, and it was literally right above my head. And
How old were you?
3 or 4. And I started screaming, and my mom heard the bang and heard the screaming and ran in with a rifle in one hand and ammo in the other, and she just starts loading it as she's running. And
What
she
did she
gets
say
in
to
the
you?
doorway. As she walks in, she said, "Bethany, get behind me. I don't want you to get his brain matter on your face."
Wow, what'd the guy do?
He just stood there frozen. He didn't speak a word. There was no, I don't even know if he understood English. He just stood there, looked at the gun, froze, and then just started scurrying down the ladder. And my mom still had her rifle in her hand as she walked up to the ladder, and she waited until he was about a fourth of the way down the ladder so that he was out of reach but still pretty high on the ladder.
Right.
And she grabbed the ladder and she shook it. And if she had pushed him, he would have broken his back. And so
Right.
she really wanted to make clear that she meant
Don't
business.
mess with my daughter.
Yeah.
Don't
And-
mess with my family.
Yeah,
Mama
and
Bear comes out.
Yeah, exactly. And she said, "If you come back, I'm not going to hesitate."
So then you're now a mother
Yeah.
to 3.
Yeah.
And you own guns?
I own a gun. We moved to New Jersey from New York City in part because New Jersey is better, surprisingly, for gun laws than New York City.
That's why you moved.
That's part of it. I mean,
Really?
there was also robberies in our neighborhood, and so we just sort of wanted to get into the burbs and raise our children outside of the city, but the fact that there were people crawling through fire escapes in our neighborhood when I was pregnant was not, it was kind of like a repeat of my experience when I was a kid. And I kept on saying to my husband, but this time I can't have a gun.
Right.
And so, I mean, there was other reasons we wanted fresh air, yada, yada. But so we moved to New Jersey, and I kept on printing the paperwork. And it's not easy to get a gun,
No,
especially
it's not.
in New Jersey.
Not in the Northeast.
No. So I kept on printing the paperwork, and I just couldn't get around to getting the fingerprints, the letters from my friends. It's a whole process. And then I had my address posted by the Daily Stormer, and they put a picture of me with a target. They photoshopped a target on me. And so when
you have children.
I have 3 children, yeah, and it was terrifying. And I was laying up at night listening to sounds, getting security systems, and still didn't feel safe.
Have you ever had to use it?
No, thank God.
Okay,
no,
good.
thank God.
What's the message you want to tell people at home? Why did you write this?
So I think that a lot of folks, especially with Dana Lash, the NRA spokeswoman, are saying, you know, you're choosing your guns over your children. And that's an epithet that has been thrown at me, that's been thrown at Dana, that's been thrown at a lot of women because they're targeting our motherhood and saying you're not a good mother because you own guns. And what they don't understand, especially if you've never grown up around guns, is that a lot of us have guns because we have children. It's not despite we have children. And we think they are valuable tools to protect our family. And a lot of the hatred against guns is based sort of in the media corridor of New York and Washington, where you've always lived within 5 minutes of a 911 call. And I didn't grow up within 5 minutes of a 911 call. I grew up in a trailer. I mean, we moved eventually, and I grew up in a trailer park maybe 20 minutes from a police department. You have to be able to protect yourself.
That's right. Bethany, thank you so much. If you want to read it, it's New York Times. New York Times printed this. It's, I wanted to be a good mom, so I got a gun. Thank you. Congratulations. Thanks. All right, coming up next, Griff Jenkins is having breakfast with friends in the great state of Texas, where it is primary day. But first, we're going to check in with Sandra Smith to find out what's coming up at the top of the hour on her show. Hey, Sandra.
Hey, Ainsley, good morning. Well, North Korea promising no nuclear weapons against the South and says it is willing to hold talks with the U.S. Why the major change in tone? Ambassador John Bolton is on deck, plus concerns over a possible trade war over the president's proposed tariffs. Where does Senator Rand Paul stand on that? We'll ask him. And Mike Huckabee joins us as the Lone Star State, as you just mentioned, kicks off primaries, marking the official start of the crucial midterm elections. America's Newsroom begins in moments.
What is your lotion wish?
I want coconut oil,
cocoa butter, shea butter.
and no more reapplying.
We listened. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal gently exfoliates, then our triple blend of moisturizers helps prevent dry skin all day. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcoes for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
Well, deep in the heart of Texas, they are having a primary day.
They are, and Griff Jenkins is there. He's at the West Side Cafe in Fort Worth. Hey, Griff.
Hey, Ainsley and Steve. You know, the Texans smashed the early voting record, over 885,000 last week. And, Richard, you're one of the early voters. What was the issue that mattered most to you when you went to the polls?
When I went to the polls to vote, the main concern that my wife and I both had is security of the nation and financial security.
National security and economic security. Thank you, Richard. I got to jump over here and bother Sandy. Sandy, have you voted?
Not yet.
Not yet. You got to get out there and do it.
Yes.
When you go to the polls, what's most important to you?
The economy. But I like to vote starting down at the judges level.
At the judges level matters to you.
Yes, it
okay, and what specifically are you worried about? Rule of law, gun control, what is it?
It's a little bit of all of it. Just mostly want conservative judges that start down here and work their way up into getting the laws right. Getting people to follow the law.
All right, Sandy. Well, it just happens to be that one of those judges, we've roped her in here, Brooke Ellen. Brooke Ellen is one of the two judges in Tarrant County here. She's running unopposed. Is that correct?
Yes, for one of the two judges for probate court.
And you've only had about 15 seconds here, but when voters are talking to you, Judge Ellen, what is it that they say matters most?
They want judges who are not going to make the laws, that will strictly interpret the laws as written and follow what the Texas legislature and our federal government has done.
All right. Well, it's going to be a very important primary day because you have all 36 of the congressional seats up for grabs, as well as one Senate grab. Senator Ted Cruz with some stiff Democrat opposition, as well as statewide. And Cameron here has a message for the entire state of Texas. What is it, Cameron?
Go vote!
Go vote. You heard it there. Good job. Well done. And that's it from Westside Cafe in Fort Worth, Texas. We'll be right back with more Fox and Friends when we come back.
If you can't find something great to eat in the Florida Keys, you can always order online. The Florida Keys and Key West.
We are the TV Doctors of America, and we may not know much about medicine, but we know a lot about drama. We also know that you can avoid drama by getting an annual checkup.
So go, know, and take control of your health.
It could save your life.
Cigna, together all the way.
Now, catch a brand new Waters World every weekend. The hot button issues, the outrage, opinion, and insight. No one covers America like Jesse. Waters World every weekend, Saturdays on Fox News Channel. DC chaos, campus craziness, political correctness.
Still don't understand why all of a sudden you're not allowed to ask sincere questions.
For unmatched insight, powerful opinion, and must-see debate, you have to watch Tucker Carlson Tonight, weeknights at 8. Washington politics, DC noise.
There's more to the story.
All we want is the truth.
Playing a dangerous game.
This is just the beginning.
No one cuts through it all better than Bret Baier.
Let's talk about all of this. We'll see at 6 p.m. Eastern on Fox News Channel, the special report.
Smart, fearless, tenacious, and telling the story as it is.
Alarming evidence tonight. The escalating threat of a nuclear North Korea. Shockwaves throughout Washington tonight. We cover all angles here.
No one cuts to the heart of an issue and talks straight better than Martha.
A show of force from the United States is putting our enemies on notice.
The place you need to be, the journalist you need to hear.
Explosive stories this week. There is breaking news again tonight.
The Story with Martha McCallum every weeknight only on Fox News Channel. A critical hour. Big moves, big meetings, big implications. Dana Perino knows the Beltway. And now she breaks down every decision and hot button issue across America on the Daily Briefing at 2. Every weekday on Fox News Channel.
So there's this light within me, and it is God. And I wrote a book about it, and it's coming out on April 24th. And the name of the book is The Light Within Me, based on Scripture. I have come into the world as a light so that no one who believes in me should stay in darkness. You can pre-order now. Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to go to Facebook Live, go to our Facebook page, and you can watch us live. Yesterday, 85,000.
Wow. Hey guys, thank you. Breaking news this morning on the nuclear showdown with North Korea. Word from South Korean officials meeting in Pyongyang. They are saying the North would be willing to hold direct talks with the U.S. about freezing its nuclear testing program as new reaction comes in from the White House. So good morning, everybody. We're just taking this in right now. We'll work through it a step at a time. I'm Bill Hemmer, live inside of America's Newsroom. How you doing?
Bill, good morning to you. I'm Sandra Smith. The announcement follows a direct meeting between North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and a South Korean delegation. North Korean officials say they would suspend any nuclear and missile tests as long as direct talks with the U.S. were taking place.
So what to believe and what not to believe. Team Fox coverage now. John Roberts' reaction from the White House. But we begin with Greg Palkot, who has been to the Korean Peninsula numerous times with the reporting on what is happening today. Greg, hello.
Hi, Bill. Hi, Sandra. Real and authentic. That is what one of our sources close to the South Korean president is describing the offer from North Korea. But he quickly warns the devil is in the detail. Probably the most significant thing to come out of talks between North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and that high-ranking South Korean delegation is the suggestion from the North that they are willing to discuss giving up their nuclear weapons if there was a guarantee of the security of the regime. There was also an agreement for a summit next month between Kim Jong-un and South Korean President Moon along the DMZ amid assurances that Pyongyang will not target the South. According to all experts, this is the first time that the Kim Jong-un regime has even raised the possibility of getting rid of nukes and the freezing of the testing of nukes and missiles during talks. But all of our contacts are saying this is just talk, and there are a whole lot of questions. For example, what would constitute a guarantee of the regime's safety? Withdrawal of U.S. troops from South Korea? Well, that would be a non-starter. And how would denuclearization be verified? Nothing short of full transparency would be on the Washington's agenda. Most tell us also that the ball now is in the U.S. court. For example, when we were in South Korea last month, we saw Vice President Pence with President Moon of South Korea take a very hard line. Guys, the first real test of how the U.S. is going to handle this is next month, when there are scheduled joint military exercises between the U.S. and South Korea, and that always gets North Korea angry.
Something to watch there, but the vice is around it. Thank you, Greg Palkot in London on that. Here's Sandra.
Meanwhile, we're getting a new reaction on this breaking story from the White House this morning. Chief White House correspondent John Roberts is live on the North Lawn for us. John, what are you hearing?
Sandra, good morning to you. Of course, on the surface, all of this looks very positive. This is what the White House has been looking for, some sort of pledge from North Korea that it would seek to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula in exchange for, some assurances that Rex Tillerson talked about last year when he said, we're not seeking to overthrow the Pyongyang regime. We're just looking to denuclearize the peninsula. However, as all things, you got to treat this with a grain of salt. You've got to look at this skeptically, because how many times has North Korea been here before and then gone ahead and cheated? So President Trump, looking at the landscape here of everything that has gone on this morning, in a tweet this morning saying, quote, simply, we will see what happens. He was at the Gridiron dinner and talked about this on Saturday night. The president saying, quote, I won't rule out direct talks with Kim Jong-un. I just won't. And they, by the way, called up a couple of days ago and said, we would like to talk. And I said, so would we, but you have to denuke. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Again, the White House looking at this very skeptically, because President Trump knows well, we've been here a number of times, all the way back to 1994. And why would the North Korean behavior be any different this time around? But then at the same time, holding out some hope that maybe things might be different. Sandra?
And obviously, this would be a huge change for many reasons. But Kim Jong-un has been in power for over 6 years now, and we have not seen him yet meet with any heads of state. John, so what can we expect to hear out of this White House this morning, as this is a dialogue that this president said he's open to having a conversation with the North Korean leader based on some terms?
Well, the White House is working on a statement right now of its policy and its view of what's gone on in these meetings between South Korean and North Korean officials in Pyongyang. We were hoping that we might get that statement before 9 o'clock, but it looks like the review process is taking a little while longer. And just checking here, I have not gotten it yet. But again, I mean, reading the tea leaves and knowing how the president feels about this, they'll probably say it's a good indication, Sandra, that North Korea does want to come to the table, as the United States has been suggesting for a long time. But they really need to have assurances that this is going to lead to denuclearization and not just another stalling tactic, so that North Korea can go ahead and continue with its missile and nuclear program.
And the president's been busy tweeting away this morning already. We'll see if anything comes on that front. Meanwhile, John, what's going on with this former Trump campaign aide making a lot of headlines this morning?
That's a very good question. What's going on with this former Trump campaign aide? His name is Sam Nunberg. He was an aide to President Trump for a very short period of time. He was fired less than 2 months after the president announced that he was running because of racially tinged posts on his Facebook page. He was recently interviewed by the Office of Special Counsel Investigators, Robert Mueller's team, and received a subpoena to appear before a grand jury and turn over all emails associated with 10 members of the Trump campaign. Initially, Nunberg said he was going to defy the subpoena, which is what got him all over TV and radio yesterday. Then, after a marathon series of what were described as unhinged media appearances, he said that he would now likely comply with the subpoena. The media appearances were so bizarre that it had one interviewer asking if Nunberg had been drinking. Listen here.
We talked earlier about what people in the White House were saying about you.
Yeah.
Talking about whether you were drinking or on drugs or whatever they had happened today. Talking to you, yeah. I have smelled alcohol on your breath.
Well, I have not had a drink.
I know it's awkward. Let me just give you the question. You can categorically answer that. No, you have had a drink today?
My answer is no. I have not.
Anything else?
No.
No.
No. Besides my meds.
Nunberg had alternately claimed in all of those interviews that there was no collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia, that there was collusion, that Robert Mueller may have something on President Trump, that the president may have done something during the campaign, and then saying, well, he really didn't know, which gave the White House an awful lot of ammunition to shred Nunberg's credibility. Watch here.
I definitely think he doesn't know that for sure because he's incorrect. As we've said many times before, there was no collusion with the Trump campaign. Anything further on what his actions are, he hasn't worked at the White House, so I certainly can't speak to him or the lack of knowledge that he clearly has.
Again, Nunberg worked for the campaign for less than 2 months. And again, Sandra, he said to Jill Colvin from the Associated Press late last night that he probably would comply with the subpoena. Mueller could lock him up and put him in jail if he doesn't comply with the subpoena. So we'll keep watching this.
We will indeed. John Roberts, thank you.
Got some more breaking news this morning now. 8 minutes past, the conservative watchdog group Judicial Watch filing 2 lawsuits against the Department of Justice, demanding records relating to Associate Attorney General Bruce Ohr and his wife Nellie and their involvement with the anti-Trump dossier. Chris Farrell, Director of Investigations and Research with Judicial Watch, with me, sir. Good day to you.
Hey, Bill.
Bruce Ohr was ranked 4th official at DOJ since demoted. His wife Nellie worked for Fusion GPS looking for dirt on Donald Trump. What is it that you want, sir?
We're looking for all the communications from Bruce Ohr concerning his contacts with Fusion GPS, with Christopher Steele, with other members of the Department of Justice concerning this whole dossier thing, because it's clear that Ohr was part of this McCabe, Strzok, Page inner circle, He was communicating with Steele, was friends with him, had contact with him, and was serving as the conduit for that information back into the Department of Justice. So we think it's very important to understand what his communications were and who he was communicating with.
Okay, what's your hunch here? Do you have evidence that DOJ was spying on the Trump campaign?
I think there's the Strzok Page McCabe emails. We know that McCabe was meeting with Lisa Monaco in the Obama White House. And we know that Orr was in contact with Steele before, during, and after this whole saga started to unravel. So it looks pretty grim, frankly, and we want to know exactly who is communicating with who. And of course, Bruce Orr was a very senior guy in the Justice Department and served as this conduit. And of course, he had this relationship, obviously, a marital relationship with his wife, who was working for Fusion GPS. These are, very close ties, obviously.
Indeed, they are. But do you have evidence right now, sir, or just reason to believe they were spying on the Trump team?
Well, we have the Strzok Page text messages, which involve Mr. Orr. We also have Mr. Nunez's House intelligence memo, which again addresses the Orr-Steele connection. So it's not speculative. It's, I think, pretty well established. But the question is what's the content?
Understood. Is that enough evidence to prove it already, do you think?
I believe so. I mean, the records or the documents between the communications between Strzok and Page speak for themselves. And clearly, Mr. Nunez had sufficient information to formulate that 3.5-page memo. So all we're lacking now is the actual content of the communications, and that's why we've sued to get them.
Now, you've had success in the past. Chris, how long would it take for you to get an answer on this?
Well, the first response from the Justice Department was thundering silence. They refused to even answer our request, and that's why we were compelled to go to court to force them to answer in front of a federal judge. I would imagine that there would be document production that would begin somewhere between 60 days, maybe 90 days. But we have to get in front of a federal judge, make our case, and then have the judge eventually order the production of these records.
We'll see in time whether or not you're onto something. Chris Farrell, thank you for your time today from Judicial Watch there in Washington, D.C. Thank you. 11 past the hour now.
Well, the FBI agent tossed from the special counsel investigation was told of a possible security breach into Hillary Clinton's email server back in 2016, but didn't follow up on it. Governor Mike Huckabee will be here to react to that.
Also, the Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, under new pressure to appoint a second special counsel to investigate possible abuse at the DOJ. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul will join us for his reaction on that, coming up next.
And we're awaiting a speech from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu right now. You can see Steve Scalise is up at the podium speaking. We'll talk with former UN Ambassador John Bolton about all of this and North Korea. The breaking news there. We'll have that coming up.
We stand with Israel because her cause is our cause. Her values are our values. And her fight is our fight.
What is your lotion wish?
I want coconut oil,
cocoa butter, shea butter.
and no more reapplying.
We listened. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal gently exfoliates, then our triple blend of moisturizers helps prevent dry skin all day. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcoes for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
If my skin was dry, it would look like this. But Gold Bond Men's Lotion has 7 moisturizers and skin strengthening proteins for smoother, healthier looking skin. Man up.
There's a reason why more Americans start their day with Fox & Friends. All the headlines you need right when you wake up. Weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Don't miss Fox & Friends with Steve, Brian, and Ainsley.
Your mornings are better with friends.
Only on the Fox News Channel.
There are growing calls for a second special counsel, this time to investigate potential abuse of the FISA court that may have allowed the government to spy on the Trump team. That's what some allege. A letter to the Attorney General Jeff Sessions pointing to revelations concerning the end of the Clinton email investigation and the beginning of the Trump-Russia probe. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul with me now. And Senator, welcome back here on America's Newsroom. Fair to say you despise the FISA court, right? I mean, you don't like this law at all. What do you think about a second counsel, special counsel? Would you support that?
I think the FISA court has way too much power, but I also believe that special counsels are often given too much power. Currently, we have a special counsel, and I think it's become a witch hunt on the Russia thing. They're investigating people for things that have nothing to do with collusion of Russia. So I'm worried that special counsels go far afield from their actual task.
So
that being said, I do think there
be...
needs to be an investigation, though, and I think the Investigator General has done a pretty good job so far. I believe the Investigator General that's currently looking at this is the one who found Peter Strzok and Lisa Page's text messages between themselves. So I think we ought to let it shake out and see what he can come up with.
So you're holding your fire. You're not ruling it out on a second special counsel.
Yeah, I think my leaning is towards letting the Investigator General do it. And my conclusion from the facts that I've seen so far is I can't imagine Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, or Bruce Orr should remain in government employment. And I asked the FBI director last week, are they still able to search the database? Because my complaint all along is that no FBI agent should search any database without a warrant on Americans. And the thing is I think these people who are horribly tainted and biased against the president still have the ability to type in Americans' names and search for our information, which I think is absolutely wrong. And I think there should be a requirement that you get a warrant from a judge before any searches are done on Americans.
Just to be clear, that you think the Inspector General can inspect and investigate his own department?
Well, the thing is, the interesting thing is the Inspector Generals are really separate. They report unto themselves. They don't really report to anybody within the department. Ultimately, report to the top of government. But the Investigator Generals do a pretty good job in government at rooting out not only waste but malfeasance and fraud. And this particular Investigator General Horowitz is the one who found the text messages between
You're right about
Strzok
that. We're going to remember that as we go through. But I think 99% of the cases that have gone to the FISA court have been approved, right? Going back to 1978. What's the 1% of cases that were not approved?
That's another issue, and that's why I still am for FISA reform. And I'm disappointed that a lot of this debate began after we finished the debate in Congress on reform. So, yes, I think that nobody in law enforcement should be looking at Americans' information without first getting a warrant. That's what I fought for, and we were very close to winning that battle and getting the bill and getting reform for FISA, but we didn't quite get there. And then the Nunes memo came out the day after we finished talking about reform. But I've talked with the president about this, and I think we should bring back up FISA reform, and we should institute a warrant requirement so people like Strzok and Page, who are horribly biased against the president, so they can't be snooping on and looking through information without the permission of a court.
I have two more topics quickly on the tariffs issue now. It's starting to divide the Republican Party. Paul Ryan says it will slow down economic growth, and it may snuff out the gains Republicans have garnered over tax reform. What's your view of that?
Well, it's important for everybody to remember that a tariff is a tax, and typically Republicans, conservatives have not been for more taxes. So I'm against new tariffs. They're simply a tax on the consumer.
Is the president right or wrong on this, do you think, Senator?
I think it's a wrong thing to do. If you look at steel use in our country, there are 60 people purchasing steel for every person making steel in the country. So there's a lot of people who purchase steel that are going to be hurt by this. My state alone exports $20 billion worth of products, including a lot of farm, agricultural products. And if there's a trade war, we stand to lose in a big way. And really, the United States will lose in a trade war.
Well, last point here. You're going to introduce an amendment to audit the Fed. This has been going on for some time. Why is it significant to keep track of those numbers, do you think, Senator?
Well, the Federal Reserve is incredibly powerful, and what they've done for decade after decade is to keep interest rates really low so government can keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing money, and that's why we have this enormous $20 trillion debt. But when they keep interest rates low, they prevent a useful signal from being distributed to the economy, and the economy gets into a boom and then ultimately a bust because of the Federal Reserve manipulating interest rates and keeping them below the market rate. So I think the Federal Reserve ought to be audited. I think their power needs to be restricted. constrained, and I think we should try to maintain value in the dollar instead of trying to destroy the dollar.
Well, your father taught you well. like father, like son. Senator Paul, thank you for your time today. We'll speak again from the Hill.
Thanks, Bill.
Some breaking news coming in from the White House just a few moments ago. President Trump calling the news out of Pyongyang, quote, possible progress. He also says it may be false hope, but the U.S. is ready to go hard in either direction. We'll have more for you on that in just a moment. Plus, did you see this?
I am God. 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 I am God.
That passenger is a chaotic scene mid-flight. Folks on the jet say they had to witness this. A fellow passenger trying to open the aircraft door yelling, "I am God."
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
If my skin was dry, it would look like this. But Gold Bond Men's Lotion has 7 moisturizers and skin strengthening proteins for smoother, healthier looking skin. Man up.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of MyPillow. Just like you, I had problems sleeping. 10 years ago, I invented MyPillow. I made sure that you could adjust my patented fill so you could have the exact support you need as an individual, regardless of your sleep position. I personally guarantee that MyPillow will be the most comfortable pillow you'll ever own.
Order now with this promo code. Save over 50% on a MyPillow 4-pack. Order now.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
America knows who tells it straight.
I got news for you.
America knows who gets it right.
You tell me.
That's why more Americans turn to Judge Jeanine every weekend.
We've got a lot on tap for you tonight.
Every Saturday on the Fox News Channel.
So March is a lion. The second winter storm in a week begins later tonight for millions in the Northeast. Some are already getting slammed to the Midwest. That system quickly approaching. Here's video. North Dakota, college student taking this video. That's a garbage truck going the wrong way past his dorm room in Bismarck. Also, a tree falling on a truck during Friday's storm in upstate New York. And that's what you get when the power lines are exposed. Parts of the Northeast now still dealing with the aftermath of a destructive and deadly nor'easter. A winter storm watch now in place for more than a dozen states, from Montana to the state of Maine. There it goes again. The tree falls. Next one moves into the Northeast around midnight tonight.
Passengers on a United flight taking matters into their own hands after an unruly passenger causes chaos by trying to open one of the cabin doors in mid-flight. Chief News correspondent Jonathan Hunt is following this story for us. He's live in Los Angeles. Jonathan, what was happening?
Yeah, a scare in the air, that's for sure. According to other passengers, the middle-aged woman who appeared to be flying with someone acted strangely from the moment she got on the plane and took a seat in first class. She had boarded United Flight 5449, operated by SkyWest, leaving San Francisco, headed to Boise, Idaho. And fellow passenger Scott Smith from California told the Idaho Statesman, quote, "She wasn't acting right or normal from the very beginning. I read it as one of them is trying to get over the fear of flying." Then this happened.
I am God. 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 I am God.
As the woman claimed to be God, tried to open the plane door in flight and also reportedly said, quote, "God has all the data. I don't have any data. We landed in Boise 15 minutes ago for 3 years." Other passengers, not surprisingly, moved in and restrained her, eventually using zip ties on her legs. The plane was met by police in Boise and the woman taken into custody. No charges filed at this point, and the woman is undergoing a medical evaluation with the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare. Passengers, by the way, say everyone, bar the ranting woman, of course, remained calm throughout the bizarre incident. And in case you're wondering, Sandra, experts say it's pretty much impossible for anyone to actually open an airplane cabin door while it's in flight, although I'm not sure I'd want to take the chance with someone claiming they're God. I think zip ties were probably the right way to go in this incident.
Scary stuff. Bizarre situation there unfolding. Jonathan Hunt, thank you.
Emotional issues as well. In a moment here, breaking news on the top FBI agent fired from Bob Mueller's investigation. Why we are now learning Peter Strzok knew about a security breach to Hillary Clinton's server but did nothing about it. The question is why. Plus, there's this.
If Texans, common sense conservatives, show up and vote, we'll be just fine in Texas.
Ted Cruz sounding confident about tonight's Texas state primary, but things might be a little too close for comfort. Former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee is here. He'll weigh in on all of this.
And the final resting place of a missing World War II ship after nearly 76 years.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
If my skin was dry, it would look like this. But Gold Bond Men's Lotion has 7 moisturizers and skin strengthening proteins for smoother, healthier looking skin. Man up.
Touch is how we communicate with those we love. But does psoriasis ever get in the way? Embrace the chance of 100% clear skin with Taltz. For people with moderate to severe psoriasis, up to 90% had a significant improvement of their psoriasis plaques. With Taltz, 4 out of 10 even achieved completely clear skin. Don't use if you're allergic to Taltz. Before starting, you should be checked for tuberculosis. Taltz may increase risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, symptoms, or received a vaccine or plan to. Inflammatory bowel disease can happen with Taltz, including worsening of symptoms. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Ready for a chance at 100% clear skin? Ask your doctor about Taltz. Try it for as little as $5 a month.
It is 9:31. Take it down to Washington right now, awaiting the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu when he addresses the AIPAC conference in Washington moments from now. AIPAC's a pro-Israeli lobby group in D.C. This follows a most friendly White House meeting with the president yesterday in the Oval Office. The two leaders talking about the relocation of the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem, reaffirmed America's commitment to a stable Israel, talked about the Iran nuclear deal. So we will bring you the Prime Minister's comments live as soon as he begins, coming up in Washington, D.C.
As we await that, Fox News has learned that former FBI agent Peter Strzok was alerted to an irregularity with Hillary Clinton's email server, suggesting that there was a possible breach, and Strzok never followed up. The revelation coming as President Trump urges his attorney general to investigate the alleged FISA abuse by the Obama administration. Former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee joins us live from his studio in Nashville, home of his weekend show on the Trinity Broadcasting Network. Governor, always good to have you. Good morning to you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Great to be with you.
So what did you make of this revelation that Strzok knew about the breach, or at least was alerted to some irregularities there, and according to Fox News sources, nothing happened?
Well, I used to say in my DJ days back years ago, the hits just keep on coming. And here's another one. And if Catherine Herridge doesn't get a Pulitzer Prize for her reporting on this whole issue, then there is no justice in the world. And if Peter Strzok doesn't get in real trouble for his many different actions, then there is no justice in this world. I mean, this is one more revelation of a person who was clearly biased, who hated Trump, who said that repeatedly in his text to his in-house lover. And now we learn that he ignored key evidence that would have been crucial in this entire charade of an investigation regarding Russia and the Trump campaign. And it is just absolutely, I think, unthinkable that this guy still holds a federal job and people like you and me are paying his paycheck.
Yeah, still employed there by the FBI. And meanwhile, we know that the president is urging his attorney general, Jeff Sessions, to look at this alleged FISA abuse by the Obama administration. And the president weighed in on Twitter yesterday saying this: why did the Obama administration start an investigation into the Trump campaign with zero proof of wrongdoing long before the election in November? Wanted to discredit so Crooked H would win. Unprecedented, bigger than Watergate. Plus, Obama did nothing about Russian meddling. A lot said in that tweet there, Governor.
Yeah, good thing they went to 280 characters, or otherwise he never could have gotten that in. There's an assumption that Jeff Sessions is not doing anything, and I think that may be a mistake to think that. We don't know what Jeff Sessions is doing. I think he has enough integrity that if he was doing an investigation, he wouldn't go out and announce it. And quite frankly, he probably wouldn't tell the president, because then it wouldn't be a secret investigation, because it would be tweeted. I think it's a matter that it could well be something that the Attorney General is going after. We simply don't know. And he's not the kind of guy that would go out and make a big deal about it and do a press conference and say so. So let's wait till the evidence comes in. Let's wait until we see if he at some point announces that there not only has been an investigation, but charges are being filed.
Well, meanwhile,
I would not be surprised.
Meanwhile, ex-CIA boss John Brennan, under President Obama, has taken the opportunity to respond to the president, saying this tweet is a great example of your paranoia, constant misrepresentation of the facts and increased anxiety and panic, rightly so, about the Mueller investigation. When will those in Congress and the 30% of Americans who still support you realize you are a charlatan? So does this show, this is what Brennan is clearly putting out there, that the president is somehow getting nervous about this ongoing investigation, Governor?
No, not at all. I think what it shows is that the old definition of paranoia, it really is paranoia when they truly are out to get you. Look, they're out to get Trump. This is not something he's made up. He's not sitting in a room by himself brooding about it. We've seen the evidence, the emails between Strzok and Lisa Page. We've seen evidence that Andrew McCabe was clearly tainted in his own political bias. I mean, there's so many pieces of evidence. All the Clinton donors and Democrat donors who are on the Mueller team investigating this, he didn't make that up. There are people who are truly setting their sights on Donald Trump and his presidency. And then you've got
it's leading to a lot of speculation that there's chaos in the White House. And the president has clearly felt the need to respond to that, Governor, because this one coming in this morning addressing the new fake news narrative is that there is chaos in the White House. Wrong. People will always come and go, and I want strong dialogue before making a final decision. I still have some people that I want to change, always seeking perfection. He says there is no chaos, only great energy. So clearly he felt the need to come out this morning and clarify what is happening in the West Wing, Governor. But before you go, I want to talk to you about the Texas primaries. Things are kicking off this morning. What are your expectations down there, as there is a lot of talk about Democratic momentum in that state?
Well, there's always talk about that. There was talk about it when Wendy Davis was the hero of the National Democratic Party and of Planned Parenthood, and she was going to beat Greg Abbott. How'd that turn out for them? Texas is still a very red state, and I don't really think that that's going to change this year. I think the Democrats are fine in getting their hopes up, getting their energy built up. That's what makes a good election. Republicans will have to fight hard for their seats. They should. They should never take it for granted. But at the end of the day, I don't think the Lone Star State is going to be a dual star state with blue and red stars coming out of it. I think you're going to see a very bright red star come November.
We'll see. Ted Cruz shared equally optimistic sentiment. A lot going on down there, and certainly some excitement as early voting is underway. Governor Mike Huckabee, always good to see you, and thanks for being here this morning.
You bet, Sandra. Thank you.
President Trump has until the end of the month to decide whether or not to include questions regarding a person's citizenship on the census for 2020. William LaJeunesse, watching that story, is live in Los Angeles with more. William, what do we know?
Well, Bill, I will admit to you this is not the most exciting story of the day, but it is an important one. Are you a U.S. citizen? The administration says it needs to know that to enforce the Voting Rights Act. Democrats say it is the president's scheme to rig the census and robbing blue inner cities of political power and money.
Hello. My name is Elizabeth from the U.S. Census Bureau.
Are you here legally or not? A simple question, but should it be in the next census?
The census isn't just a decennial head count. It actually is a snapshot of America. And we have good reasons to know who is here.
Adding a citizenship question for 2020 will probably make the census less accurate because more people will have fear of filling out this form.
Every decade, the federal government conducts a census. Prior to 1950, the immigration question was standard, but attempts by the Trump administration to revive it has some crying foul.
No one should go uncounted, and no one should be invisible.
An inaccurate census will be counterproductive to all Americans.
The census determines how many congressional seats each state receives and how Washington allocates billions in federal funds.
The question is whether we should include people who are in the country illegally for the purpose of allocating representation. And the answer to that is no, we should not.
Counting illegal immigrants awards them influence and money they don't deserve, argue immigration opponents. Others say just asking the question creates fear, suppressing minority participation, robbing some states of money they deserve.
A decision, Bill, comes by the end of the month, which determines which states get how many seats in the 2022 redistricting. Back to you.
It's important stuff in the end. Thank you, William LaJeunesse, live in Los Angeles.
A major discovery at the bottom of the sea. The USS Lexington has finally been found. It was lost in the Battle of the Coral Sea 76 years ago. The fleet aircraft carrier was the first to be sunk by opposing carrier aircraft in World War II. Microsoft co-founder and Seattle Seahawks owner Paul Allen's deep sea exploration team made the discovery near Australia. The wreckage will remain at the bottom of the sea as the U.S. military considers it a war grave.
Very cool story.
Fascinating
too,
stuff.
Right? You can probably chart that on new Microsoft software. Right. Well done, the Paul Allen's team. Cool. All right, in a moment here, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about to speak at AIPAC in Washington. We'll bring you his remarks as soon as they begin there in D.C.
Plus, new reaction coming in from President Trump after North Korea says it is open to direct denuclearization talks with the U.S. Former U.S. Ambassador John Bolton is here and standing by on that breaking story. That is next.
What is your lotion wish?
I want coconut oil,
cocoa butter, shea butter.
And no more reapplying.
We listened. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal gently exfoliates, then our triple blend of moisturizers helps prevent dry skin all day. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcoes for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
DC chaos, campus craziness, political correctness.
Still don't understand why all of a sudden you're not allowed to ask sincere questions.
For unmatched insight, powerful opinion, and must-see debate, you have to watch Tucker Carlson Tonight, weeknights at 8. Martha MacCallum, smart, fair, fearless.
Very rare move. More reaction pouring in. Set off an avalanche of attacks.
Powerful reporting on the issues that matter.
New developments tonight.
That's The Story with Martha MacCallum, every weeknight at 7.
There's me not in my place. The ratings are in, by the way, for Hollywood's biggest night, and they were not good, plunging to a record low viewership of 26.5 million, which according to Nielsen is a 20% drop from last year's Oscars. This is the first time that the show drew fewer than 30 million viewers going back to 1974. What do you think is causing this?
Hollywood needs a blockbuster. It's been a couple years. It's kind of moving away from them, I believe.
You're a big movie guy.
Well, I love a lot of movies. They had a monopoly for a long time, and a lot of that's going to Netflix and Amazon and Hulu and on it goes.
Interesting.
So I think it's got a lot to do with it. Anyway, stand by for more on that. Changing industry, that's the bottom line. Returning to our big story right now, South Korea saying North Korean leader Kim Jong-un opened talks with the U.S. in exchange for a freeze on its nuclear program. President Trump tweeting this: possible progress being made in talks with North Korea. For the first time in many years, a serious effort is being made by all parties concerned. The world is watching and waiting. Maybe false hope, he writes, but the U.S. is ready to go hard in either direction. That last point is very important. John Bolton, former U.S. Ambassador to the UN. How you doing, sir? And good day to you.
Glad to be with you.
So what to believe and what not to believe once you heard these headlines?
Look, the only thing North Korea is serious about is getting deliverable nuclear weapons, and by all accounts, they are very close to achieving an objective they've been after for 25 years. So why do they want to talk now? To divert our attention, to get us enmeshed yet again in negotiations, to get across that finish line. Look, we've talked to North Korea on and off, directly and indirectly, for 25 years. We have failed, obviously, to stop the program. There's no reason to think that with them a few yards away from the finish line in year 26, they're suddenly going to get serious. Indeed, I come to the opposite opposite conclusion.
So not only are you a skeptic, but you don't believe this to be true. This appears to be true. They would not even be in this position without James Mattis and Rex Tillerson and Donald Trump. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think they have gotten to the point where they're worried that that this administration doesn't respond the way the Obama administration did for the last 8 years. But I think they see in South Korea an opportunity to try and drive a wedge between us and South Korea, or at least force us into these negotiations. And the real problem is not talking. If the administration continued to increase pressure on North Korea, that'd be one thing. But I will bet you $1, just as we're sitting here today, you're going to hear almost immediately the United States has to contribute to the atmosphere. We've got to show good faith. Let's prime the pump, all of which is code talk for make concessions. And if that comes, then I think you can count on this. North Korea will get deliverable nuclear weapons before the end of this year.
At the end of 2018. Maybe the economic squeeze is working. Maybe they're starting to feel that. I mean, possibly that's why you have a change in potential tone.
I don't think so. Look, do you think Iran is abiding by the sanctions on North Korea? I don't think so. I don't think the Russians are. I think the North Koreans are the world's best grifters. For example, do you know who paid for their participation in the Winter Olympics? South Korea. Great deal.
Yeah. Do you think that leadership's getting taken here in Seoul? You know,
yes,
the leader has been very liberal and open towards some sort of dialogue with North Korea.
This is the sunshine policy crowd all over again. They're like putty in North Korea's hands. It's very emotional for South Koreans. I understand it. But, you know, as the great international relations theorist P.T. Barnum once said, there's a sucker born every minute.
We think about inspections here, right? I mean, take this, you know, to the next point in the argument. If you were to get a freeze in the nuclear program, we're not going to believe anything that happens in there unless you get people on the ground to verify it. And that takes you back to Iraq and that shell game that happened for years with the UN. North Korea is the most closed country on this planet today, Mr. Ambassador. How's that going to work?
Well, it won't work. The only inspections, even theoretically, the only international inspection system in North Korea that you could have any prospect of actually finding out what they're up to would have to be so intrusive, so large, so pervasive across the country that it would threaten the stability of the dictatorship itself. That's one reason among many why it will never happen. This is a temporary device by the North Koreans to do what negotiation has done for them for 25 years, buy time to make progress on their nuclear program. They may not need to have any more nuclear tests. That's what the freeze proposal may mean. Now they may just be manufacturing nuclear devices.
Last point on this. If you believe they're nuclear by the end of 2018, that would be something else. Who makes the next move in this game?
Well, I don't think we should let them get to that point, and that prediction is based in part on what CIA Director Mike Pompeo has been saying, that they are within a handful of months, his phrase, a handful of months of being able to hit targets in the United States. I think if they get nuclear weapons, they're a threat in East Asia, but we've also seen the future, just the past week, of the sales to Syria by North Korea of equipment and precursor chemicals necessary for chemical weapons. Let me just say it graphically. North Korea is selling the materials for weapons of mass destruction to Syria now, chemical weapons, and they will do the same with their nuclear technology once they have it.
Oh, sir, thank you for your time. John Bolton's there in Washington, D.C. We'll see you real soon. Thank you. Sandra, what's next?
A mystery unfolding in the UK as a former Russian spy is apparently poisoned. So who did it and why?
Also, the awesome power of nature caught on camera. An amateur photographer capturing a bald eagle with some hungry eyes. That's lunch, I believe. Yeah.
Love it.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
If my skin was dry, it would look like this. But Gold Bond Men's Lotion has 7 moisturizers and skin strengthening proteins for smoother, healthier looking skin. Man up.
What is your lotion wish?
I want coconut oil,
Cocoa butter, shea butter.
and no more reapplying.
We listened. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal gently exfoliates, then our triple blend of moisturizers helps prevent dry skin all day. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcoes for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
A nature lover capturing a fatal moment. Take a look. A bald eagle caught on camera hunting for fish, and whoa, there it goes. This is Montana. The photographer was out when fishing. He spotted the eagle perched on a tree, ready to strike. He managed to capture the predator in action. He put the fish out there to get the bald eagle in action. That is a cool shot.
Very cool shot. Never get sick of seeing a bald eagle.
That's right.
Beautiful creatures.
Easy to capture. I think they call that
Northwest Montana.
I think they call that lunch there, kid.
Ah, yeah.
That's right.
That's what they do.
Eat on up.
Meanwhile, a former Russian military intelligence officer convicted of spying for Great Britain falling critically ill along with his daughter yesterday after they were exposed to an unidentified substance in the UK, leading many to suspect they were deliberately poisoned. Ryan Chilcote is live in London following this story for us this morning. Ryan?
Good morning, Sandra. It has all of the ingredients of a Cold War thriller. Russian double agent, a spy swap involving the United States, and a potential assassination attempt on British soil. Potential, the key word here, because this story remains a mystery. Here's what we know. A former Russian spy and his daughter were found unconscious on Sunday on a park bench in a town called Salisbury, about 90 miles southwest of London. They were immediately hospitalized, treated for exposure to an unknown substance, and they are still in critical condition. Now, Sergei Skripal, the former Russian agent, is in fact, or was in fact, a double agent. He was convicted in Russia in 2006 for treason, for high treason, for spying, in fact, for Britain and betraying his fellow Russian agents to British intelligence. Now, after that, the Russians traded him, along with 3 other Western spies, for 10 Russians who had been arrested in the United States in a spy swap. He was given refuge here in the UK. There are some striking similarities to this incident and what happened to another former Russian agent back in 2006. His name was Alexander Litvinenko. He was a local critic of Vladimir Putin and was cooperating with British intelligence when he was poisoned here in the UK. Now, we're expecting one key piece of evidence anytime now. That's the toxicology report. There is hope that that will answer some of the questions in this mystery. Meanwhile, the British Foreign Secretary, Boris Johnson, he was addressing a parliament a short while ago, and he said he doesn't want to prejudge this, but if Russia is found to be behind this, there will be very serious consequences. Moscow, for its part, says if they're asked to participate in the investigation, they'd be willing to do that. Back to you.
Brian, thank you.
We are waiting. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu talks to AIPAC, a lobbying group in Washington, D.C., and we expect strong comments regarding the Iran nuclear deal, possibly the move to Jerusalem for the U.S. Embassy as well. This a day after meeting in the Oval Office with President Trump. We will bring you his comments that are relevant. Coming up in a moment here, top of the hour.
Back then, we
really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. People count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Your modern software factory runs millions of lines of code through trillions of connections. You think I'm dramatizing? Think again. Application security, each line a potential breach. That's why checking code before you deploy isn't enough. You have to check it continuously.
I do?
Yep, you do. When your app's in here, and when it's out here. I know, you can't be in a trillion places at once, but we can.
America knows who tells it straight.
I got news for you.
America knows who gets it right.
You tell me.
That's why more Americans turn to Judge Jeanine every weekend.
We've got a lot on tap for you tonight.
Every Saturday on the Fox News Channel. Washington politics, D.C. noise.
There's more to the story.
All we want is the truth.
Playing a dangerous game. This is just the beginning.
No one cuts through it all better than Bret Baier.
Let's talk about all of this. We'll see at 6 p.m. Eastern on Fox News Channel, the special report.
Now, catch a brand new Waters World every weekend. The hot button issues, the outrage, opinion, and insight. No one covers America like Jesse. Waters World every weekend, Saturdays on Fox News Channel. Sunday, get ready for the next revolution.
I promise you, we are going to shake things up.
Steve Hilton's been on the front lines of Brexit and a champion of the populist movement. Now, he's bringing his powerful message straight to you.
People are sick and tired of the fact that whoever they vote for, nothing gets done.
See why voters are finally fed up and how you can join the movement.
This is a time of revolution, and we want to show you what's next.
The Next Revolution with Steve Hilton, every Sunday, only on the Fox News Channel.
Voters set to cast their ballots in Texas, where the polls opened 1 hour ago for the first primaries of the 2018 midterms. Oh. Did I just say that? Welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Sandra Smith, and yes, we are in an election.
Ready to dive in for a long season, I'm Bill Hemmer. Good morning, everybody. Democrats fighting to turn the red state blue. Senator Ted Cruz facing 4 Republicans in the primary, but a Democrat could be the bigger challenge. State Rep Beto O'Rourke raking in more campaign dollars, and Senator Cruz explaining that reason this way.
You're right. My opponent is raising a ton of money. Now, it doesn't hurt that Chuck Schumer came down to Texas and brought his liberal buddies with him, and they would love to see the state of Texas have an anti-gun, big government, pro-amnesty, liberal Democrat represented.
Casey Stiegel's at a polling place in Dallas. How you doing, Casey? Good morning. Congressman O'Rourke explaining the race. How?
Well, Bill, first of all, I'm with you and Sandra. Can you believe we're already talking about election season, standing outside of another poll? He says that it is very, very easy for Republicans like Senator Cruz to blame President Trump for what we are seeing happen here in a deep red state. Congressman Beto O'Rourke telling Fox News that as he has crisscrossed Texas campaigning and is the clear Democratic frontrunner in today's primary, that constituents have told him they feel forgotten and underrepresented, despite this talk of draining the swamp. This as he has traveled to small, rural Texas towns.
Someone at the town hall meeting we held showed me a picture of their dad with LBJ in 1948 and said this was the last time that a U.S. Senate candidate in Texas from either party had shown up in Archer City to listen to the people in Archer City.
So he's gaining a rather large following, big crowd showing up at his events, but Senator Ted Cruz says he's not letting his guard down and remains optimistic. He is calling on conservatives to get out and vote, telling Fox News that if that happens, they'll be just fine. But again, we have seen a steady stream of people going into this polling location today in Dallas. To be continued, going to be awfully interesting, Bill.
Other than that U.S. Senate race, other top Republicans are on the ballot. Who and what are they fighting for, Casey?
Yeah, indeed. Republican Governor Greg Abbott, also the state Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and State Attorney General Ken Paxton. Analysts expect no major upsets in any of those races, but they tell us that here is where things could get interesting in terms of the political landscape. State legislative seats could be in jeopardy. Now, not enough to take away the Republican majority in Texas, but it certainly isn't typical in a state like this. Listen.
I don't know how many that will be. Could be 6, could be 10, could be 15. I expect it'll be noticeable. Maybe even a seat or two in the Texas Senate, maybe a couple seats in the U.S. House will go from Republican to Democrat.
Now, Gilson wants to make clear that this is not a sign in his expertise and beliefs and opinions that this is a sign of Texas going blue or even purple for that matter, Bill. But he says it is quite interesting to watch unfold. We're in uncharted territory here, and voters are no doubt sending some kind of message.
Casey Stiegel, thanks. Live in Dallas. We'll see how it goes today in the big vote. Thank you.
Yeah.
Fox News alert, breaking news in the nuclear showdown with North Korea. South Korea is saying its neighbors to the north are willing to freeze their ballistic missile testing to pave the road to a summit with the U.S. President Trump reacting just moments ago, tweeting possible progress being made in talks with North Korea. For the first time in many years, a serious effort is being made by all parties concerned. The world is watching and waiting. Maybe false hope, but the U.S. is ready to go hard in either direction. Let's bring in editor-in-chief of the Weekly Standard, Steve Hayes. He's also a Fox News contributor. Steve, if true, and if North Korea really does mean this would obviously be a huge change in tone.
Yeah, those are pretty important conditionals that you laid out. And I think the most important thing in the president's tweet is maybe false hope. We've seen this before from North Korea, most especially in 2012, shortly after Kim Jong-un took power. There were stories reported in late February, early March of that year about North Korea's offer to suspend its nuclear programs, to engage in talks with the promise of some kind of long-term peace deal. We saw this in 1994. We saw this in 2005. We saw this in 2007. North Korea always makes promises like this. And thus far, North Korea has a strikingly consistent record of breaking those promises.
Is it possible, though, that North Korea could be caving to pressure?
Sure. I mean, anything's possible, right? And the fact that we've seen these kinds of gestures from Kim Jong-un recently, whether you're talking about the attendance at the Olympics, whether you're talking about opening or making arguments that suggest a new openness, Sure, we could look at those and see hopeful signs, but history tells us that there's very little reason to be hopeful or optimistic about what North Korea is doing. And I agree with what Ambassador John Bolton said in the last hour. If we fall for this again, if we take them at their word, shame on us, because we have seen what they've done in the past, and it would be foolish for us to believe them this time.
He was very strong on that. And when answering the question, why would they be willing to talk now, here's how Ambassador responded.
Why do they want to talk now? To divert our attention, to get us enmeshed yet again in negotiations, to get across that finish line. Look, we've talked to North Korea on and off, directly and indirectly, for 25 years. We have failed, obviously, to stop the program. There's no reason to think that with them a few yards away from the finish line in year 26, they're suddenly going to get serious. Indeed, I come to the opposite conclusion.
His take, it's all just a distraction, Steve.
Yeah, I think he's right about that. I mean, if you look back, look at what they're promising this time, you know, temporary suspension while these talks are going on. They have in the past promised to denuclearize the peninsula, exactly what the United States has been asking for, sometimes in exchange for concessions like oil, like food, sometimes not. Sometimes they've just made these offers. But what we know, if you look back at the record, is that they've never followed through. And there's reason to be pessimistic that they'll follow through this time. You know, I think it's worth, at this point, exploring possibilities, but we should just do so with our eyes wide open to make sure that we don't fall victim to North Korea propaganda yet again.
It's a great point. How do you think that the president will respond to this? Obviously, we just heard the words he's responding with, calling this possible progress, maybe false hope. But as far as U.S. strategy, he says we'll go hard in either direction. What should our next move be?
Well, I think that's the right posture. I think that's the right tone for the president to strike. And I think he should announce, the United States should be quite open about the fact that we're skeptical that the North Koreans are willing to do what they say that they're now willing to do. I agree with what the ambassador said about the North trying to drive a wedge between the United States and the South and potentially some of our other allies in the region. That's a problem. And if the South basically falls for North Korea propaganda, even though they should know better, that kind of a division could hurt our ability to press our case, press our advantage in the months to come.
Obviously, the economy playing a big part here. Some AP analysis this morning talking about wooing the South, the North would be doing to keep the North's economy afloat. Obviously, part of this as well. We'll see where this goes. Steve Hayes, thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
While that's happening, we're watching this too. Now the Republican leadership in the House. Now we expect reaction in a moment to President Trump's controversial tariff plan. Speaker Paul Ryan urging that White House not to go through with it. He says a trade deal could jeopardize recent economic gains, including the tax reform plan. But the president, the White House so far, not backing down on this idea.
We lost $800 billion a year on trade. Not going to happen. We got to get it back. How previous presidents allowed that to happen is disgraceful.
Chief Congressional Correspondent Mike Emanuel on the Hill, gauging reaction yet again today. Mike, good morning there. How concerned are Republicans about this tariff idea today?
Well, Bill, Republican lawmakers are pretty vocal about it, calling a tariff a tax on consumers. There's already talk of holding congressional hearings. A spokeswoman for House Speaker Paul Ryan says they are very worried about the consequences of a trade war and urging the White House to not advance this plan. We expect to hear from the speaker momentarily. Other Republicans are expressing their concerns as well.
This is damaging jobs. This should not be a conversation about a blanket tariff. This should be about saving America's jobs, a third rung on the ladder here for everybody in this country to succeed. And we should be turning our attention to fighting the cheating and the fraud that goes on from China, not each other.
Nobody ever wins trade wars. Trade wars are only lost by all involved. And the president continues to treat trade as a zero-sum game.
It is not clear that Congress can stop the president from taking this action. It's more like they're trying to talk him out of it, Bill.
Well, what more is the White House saying about this idea, Mike?
Well, White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders says the president's essentially going to do what he needs to do to protect American workers.
This is something the president is committed to doing, and he feels that both our national security are vitally important in this process, and we have to be able to have these industries to protect that, and so that's a big part of the goal.
Some here on Capitol Hill have expressed a willingness to get tougher with China. They don't seem as willing to get tough with close allies like Canada and Great Britain. Bill?
Thank you, Mike. More to come on this throughout the day. Mike Emanuel there on Capitol Hill. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
We are leading House Republican leaders on Capitol Hill this morning and possible comments on the breaking news coming in from North Korea and President Trump's looming tariffs on steel and aluminum imports. We're listening. As you can see, Steve Scalise is speaking there. We'll continue to monitor this.
Also, did you catch this cable news tour? The fired campaign aide, Sam Nunberg, reversing course, now saying he will cooperate. We'll talk about it with the former Deputy Attorney General coming up in a matter of moments here, so stay tuned for more on that today.
And House Intelligence Committee Chairman Devin Nunes. So far, there is evidence, he says, of only one campaign using Russia to dig up dirt on their opponent, and it's the Democrats. Our panel will be here to debate that next.
We knew the Russians what they were up to. This is nothing new, and that's why people are going a little bit overboard with this, and they're taking things totally out of context.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
If my skin was dry, it would look like this. But Gold Bond Men's Lotion has 7 moisturizers and skin-strengthening proteins for smoother, healthier-looking skin. Man up.
Last year, Belfour did 114,000 different jobs around the world. We've been to floods, fires, tornado sites, earthquakes, where people have lost everything. Yes, your homes can be rebuilt, and yes, your businesses will be rebuilt. But most importantly, your lives will be rebuilt. There's nothing that we cannot fix, and we believe that.
It's our pictures.
To me, that's Belfour. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
We know exactly who was getting information from the Russians. It was the Hillary Clinton campaign where they were getting information from the Russians, dirt on Trump to use in a campaign. That's the very thing that for a year and a half We've been trying to investigate on whether or not the Trump campaign was trying to get dirt against Hillary Clinton from the Russians. We have no evidence of that. We know that the Democrats were trying to get information from Russians to use against the Trump campaign.
House Intelligence Committee Chairman Devin Nunes, you just heard him telling our own Martha McCallum that the focus of this ongoing Russia investigation should actually be the Democrats and the Hillary Clinton campaign. Marie Harr, former State Department spokesperson and Fox News analyst, and Amos Snead, former press secretary to House Republican Whip, now Senator Roy Blunt. Thanks to both of you for being here. Amos, what did you think of that? That the focus should actually be on the Democrats and Hillary's campaign?
I think if you look at what Congressman Nunes said, he said, we've talked about this for a while. We have known that Russia has been trying to interfere in our elections, in our democratic process. And if you look at this, I mean, they're trying to interact with Democrats to benefit Republicans, vice versa. But if you go back and look, I mean, this is something that Mitt Romney warned about during the many years ago during the presidential debate, and he was laughed off stage. So I think if we could take anything from this, it's that this is a real threat, and they're trying to interfere in our process with both Republicans and Democrats.
And you heard Nunes; he's really adamant about this, Marie, and he cited that anti-Trump dossier that was bankrolled in part by both groups, both the campaign and Democrats.
But Devin Nunes is not telling the truth, Sandra. I'm sorry to say. There's one campaign who met with Russian officials, who offered to work with them to dig up dirt on their opponent, and who then lied about it to the FBI, which is why people are now under indictment or have pled guilty. That is the campaign of Donald Trump. So I know Devin Nunes is playing a political partisan game here. I think he sees that as his job. Amos is right, though. Russian interference in our election is a problem.
I'm sure Amos has a response to that,
Trump won't admit that. But, Sandra, he's not preparing us for 2018 or 2020, and that is a national security threat.
Speaking of which, pardon me, I want to jump in here because we've got Republicans speaking at their weekly news conference right now. Paul Ryan is up. Let's listen.
Consequences or collateral damage. I'm sorry, we don't do the blurt out thing. Anna.
Mr. Speaker, what's your message to markets that fell on the news that Trump was going to announce the tariffs and then rallied yesterday when you said through your spokeswoman that you're...
honestly, I'm not watching the gyrations of the market. What we're trying to do is make sure we have good economic policy. And just to repeat what I said, we think the smart approach, the best approach, and the president's right to point out that there are abuses. There clearly is dumping and transshipping of steel and aluminum. That's absolutely happening. There's a big overcapacity problem. Let's go focus on that. Let's go focus on the abusers of that. And that is why we think that the proper approach is a more surgical approach so that we do not have unintended consequences. That's what we've been encouraging the administration. The person who's running point on us is the Ways and Means Chairman, Kevin Brady. He's been working on some solutions with the administration. Those talks are ongoing, and I'm encouraged that hopefully we can get to a good place. Well, look, we think the economy is doing very well, and we want to make sure that every step we take helps the economy. We want to make sure that abusers are held to account, especially China when it comes to dumping and transshipping. But we also want to make sure that every step we take forward does not create any unintended consequences.
Is there any sense that you're making headway with the president on this?
Look, I'm not going to go into our private conversations. We've had multiple conversations about this. He knows our view. Every now and then, we're just going to have a different approach on how we should tackle these problems. But it should be acknowledged that there is a problem that needs to be addressed here. We just want to make sure that it's done in a prudent way that's more surgical so we can limit unintended consequences. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So you've been listening to Speaker Paul Ryan there taking questions. Obviously, one of the big topics there was the economy, and that was following more questions about those proposed tariffs by the president. And members of his own party, Republicans, have been speaking out against that. Paul Ryan was one of them. I want to bring our panel back in. Amos and Marie are joining us. You listened to that, Amos. What did you make of Paul Ryan's comments there, pretty much saying what he's said all along? Trade wars are not good, despite what the president is saying.
Yeah, I think one thing that I think both of us would agree with what Speaker Ryan just said is the American economy is strong. The American economy is growing, and anything that Washington does, anything that the White House does, we first need to protect that growth. We're seeing this across the country. And I think what you're seeing today, the president tweets this out and makes a statement 2 days ago. Now you're seeing the Speaker of the House jump into action. You're actually seeing Republican leadership from Washington to continue this economic growth.
I mean, Republicans, many of them, Marie, have made their feelings about these proposed tariffs very clear. They don't like the idea of this and what this could eventually result in.
Absolutely. And you've heard incredibly strong statements from Republicans across the board, including Paul Ryan just now, about these tariffs and what a bad idea they are for our economy. You've also heard our allies be incredibly upset, whether it's the United Kingdom or the EU or the Canadians. These relationships matter. And there's a war going on inside this White House right now about these tariffs between Gary Cohn and Peter Navarro. We will see who comes out on top here. But there is basically no one in the mainstream Republican or Democratic Party or on the economic side who thinks these tariffs are a good idea.
Well, to be fair, there's many Republicans who say they want a level playing field, certainly, and you've heard that from Paul Ryan and others. But these tariffs, I think, surprised many, and Gary Cohn, to your point, chief economic advisor inside that White House, he fought adamantly against this. We'll see where it goes. Nothing in writing yet. Thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Got some more breaking news now. Benjamin Netanyahu at the microphone there. This is before the lobbying group, pro-Israeli group AIPAC in Washington, D.C. And he vows not to allow Iran to go nuclear. So we're watching this development here, thanking the Trump administration for support on a lot of things, Iran policy, the Jerusalem embassy, and so forth. So back in a moment with those comments here.
Allergy congestion makes you feel trapped. Break through with Allegra D 5-in-1 Relief. It works fast, has a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a powerful decongestant. Break through allergy congestion with Allegra D.
If my skin was dry, it would look like this. But Gold Bond Men's Lotion has 7 moisturizers and skin strengthening proteins for smoother, healthier looking skin. Man up.
As an allergy sufferer, you're wired differently. Nasacort is different too. Unlike antihistamines, it targets more of the allergic inflammation that causes your congestion and other nasal allergy symptoms for 24-hour relief. Nasacort stops more of what makes you miserable.
I was recently diagnosed with diabetes, and my dry skin was a thing that alerted my doctor to my condition.
Gold Bond Diabetics Dry Skin Relief. 90% saw noticeable skin improvement in 1 hour.
My skin feels nourished, healthy.
DC chaos, campus craziness, political correctness.
Still don't understand why all of a sudden you're not allowed to ask sincere questions.
For unmatched insight, powerful opinion, and must-see debate, you have to watch Tucker Carlson Tonight, weeknights at 8. There's a reason why more Americans start their day with Fox and Friends. All the headlines you need right when you wake up. Weekdays starting at 6 a.m. Don't miss Fox and Friends with Steve, Brian, and Ainsley.
Your mornings are better with friends.
Only on the Fox News Channel.
A day on the slopes becomes a rescue mission after an avalanche traps 5 people under several feet of snow in California. Take a look at this. Snowboarders and skiers working furiously to dig out one man who was completely buried. They managed to get to him in time thanks to someone spotting his snowboard sticking up above the snow. Luckily, all 5 people were rescued, though one is in serious condition.
There is another closely watched special election, this time to fill a Republican House seat, southwestern PA. The race is neck and neck. The Democrat is Conor Lamb, the Republican Rick Saccone. Could the Dems pull an upset win in a district that went for President Trump? Molly Line live in Pittsburgh, PA, with a preview of Tuesday's election. Hey, Molly, how does it look from there?
Hi, Bill. It's a beautiful view. I can say that for southwestern Pennsylvania. You know, big names, big money. There is a lot of resources being poured in by both parties here into this southwestern corner of Pennsylvania, as you mentioned. You know, the Real Clear Politics average says that this race is a toss-up. The election just 1 week away at this point. You mentioned the Democrat, Conor Lamb, this telegenic young candidate. The Democrats hope he'll be able to score this upset victory in a district that President Trump took by 20 points in 2016, winning a seat that has been held by the GOP for nearly 15 years. Many would view that as an upset for this Democrat. Lamb is a Marine Corps veteran, a former federal prosecutor, and he is welcoming fellow Pennsylvania native and former Vice President Joe Biden to the trail later on this afternoon. President Trump, who has already announced his own aspirations for 2020, plans to return here on Saturday for a big campaign rally. He has previously given his backing to the Republican candidate, Rick Saccone, who is a state rep, and an Air Force veteran who is among the president's most ardent and open supporters. Saccone is elated that Mr. Trump is coming to town and hopes to join him soon in the nation's capital.
He has some helpers down there, but he needs a few more wingmen, and that's what I want to be, his wingman in Washington, D.C.
The president made a brief stop here in January, and the Trump campaign notes that Saturday's rally will be the president's 20th rally in Pennsylvania, his 5th in the Pittsburgh area since he first started his race for the White House in June of 2015. The president's appeal to the Rust Belt voters helped him win here. This is coal country. This is steel country. Lamb has also said he is willing to work with the president on things like jobs, and like Saccone, has offered his support for Mr. Trump's recent proposals to raise tariffs on steel and aluminum. Those are industries that matter a lot here. A quick note on the money game. Lamb has proven to be a pretty proficient fundraiser. He's been out raising Saccone here about 4-1. But there is a lot of outside money coming into this race, and that is keeping things competitive. Bill?
Very interesting race there. We will watch it. Thank you. Molly Line there in southwestern PA. Sandra.
The most powerful and lethal fighter jet on the planet joining forces with a U.S. warship in the Pacific. A giant leap for our military and a big warning to China and North Korea. Details on that in a moment.
Also, the brother of murdered border agent Brian Terry now calling on President Trump to reopen the investigation into what led to his brother's death. As Oversight Chair Jason Chaffetz led the charge to get answers from the former AG Eric Holder. That was then. What is now? Jason Chaffetz is live to talk about that. Coming up.
And a brand new twist in the Russia investigation. Will a twice-fired former Trump campaign aide ignore a grand jury subpoena?
This is ridiculous. What do I have to hand over all my emails to a federal investigator? And why? Because they don't like me?
As an allergy sufferer, you're wired differently. Nasacort is different too. Unlike antihistamines, it targets more of the allergic inflammation that causes your congestion and other nasal allergy symptoms for 24-hour relief. Nasacort stops more of what makes you miserable.
I was recently diagnosed with diabetes, and my dry skin was a thing that alerted my doctor to my condition.
Gold Bond Diabetics Dry Skin Relief. 90% saw noticeable skin improvement in 1 hour.
My skin feels nourished, healthy.
What is your lotion wish? I want coconut oil, cocoa butter, shea butter, and no more reapplying. We listened. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal gently exfoliates, then our triple blend of moisturizers helps prevent dry skin all day. New Gold Bond Radiance Renewal.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcoes for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
Martha MacCallum. Smart, fair, fearless.
Very rare move. More reaction pouring in. Set off an avalanche of attacks.
Powerful reporting on the issues that matter.
New developments tonight.
That's The Story with Martha MacCallum. Every weeknight at 7.